Chapter 704. Of course, Vice Hall Master Zhong can rest assured. As long as you call Zhang Xiaohu over and check his cultivation, you will know. Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head. This can't be considered as evidence. There are a lot of heavenly treasures in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the inner court female disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak to enter the canyon for training. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu's internal force cultivation is very low. Even if he doesn't use any high-grade heavenly treasures, it would be possible for him to increase his internal force. Zhao Jian was jealous. Why can't I encounter such a thing? Thus, he laughed. Vice Hall Master Zhong is thinking too much. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not Vice Hall Master Zhong's style. How dare you? Vice Hall Master Zhong frowned and scolded. Zhao Jian trembled and quickly said, I don't dare. I don't have any other meaning. I just thought that if this matter is true, then this is a fat piece of meat sent to Vice Hall Master Zhong's mouth. If it is not true, then you can just wave your hand and let him go. Do you think he will turn around and blame you? He dares. Vice Hall Master Zhong laughed. He is just an ordinary disciple. In the eyes of your Misty School, he is only a direct disciple. But in my eyes, he is not even as good as you. Immediately, he made up his mind and waved his hand. Then tomorrow, we will take down Zhang Xiaohu and the others. I want to see what kind of trick they are playing. This. Zhao Jian heard that they were going to take down the three people and was happy. However, he hesitated and hesitated. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Zhong angrily said, if you have something to say, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then don't let me see it. Zhao Jian flattered. Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. At this time, I was thinking that if Zhang Xiaohu had some flaws and came back to collude with the martial uncles of the Misty School, wouldn't we be able to erase some of the clues we want to know? What if we tell Hall Master Yang tomorrow and let Hall Master Yang have a preconceived idea? Then, wouldn't we be in a passive position? Here, he directly said, we are passive, not Vice Hall Leader Zhong is passive. Obviously, he tied Vice Hall Leader Zhong to the same boat as him. Vice Hall Master Zhong gritted his teeth when he heard this, and his eyes narrowed as he said, all right, I'll listen to you. However, I'll make things clear. If you're hiding anything from me, then I'll absolutely not forgive you. Zhao Jian panicked and said, this lowly one only has a little bit of selfishness. Everything else is out of consideration for you. If you can take a step further, then wouldn't this lowly one be able to enjoy it endlessly? Vice Hall Master Zhong changed his expression and said, Humph, I know your selfishness. You can rest assured that as long as you are careful and loyal to me, even if this Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will still take responsibility and protect you. Zhao Jian was overjoyed as he cupped his hands and said, I knew that following Vice Hall Master Zhong was the wisest decision in my life. Alright, I already know about your loyalty. You don't have to keep mentioning it. After Vice Hall Master Zhong finished speaking, he took out a token from his bosom and handed it over, saying, this is a token specially bestowed by the sect leader. Take it and dispatch the law enforcement disciples to capture Zhang Xiaohu and the other two and send them to the dungeon. I'll personally interrogate them in a while. Understood. Zhao Jian was abnormally excited as he carefully took the token and turned around to leave. Vice Hall Master Zhong stared at Zhao Jian's back as he left, and thought to himself, this guy is quite shrewd. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu has the tendency to threaten him, he wants to find a way to restrain him. Isn't this old man also thinking of weakening the Misty School's strength? 50 disciples have died, but Zhang Xiaohu and the others have appeared. Will these three be able to implicate the other disciples? I'm looking forward to it. The situation in the Misty Hall was somewhat delicate. In order to control the disciples of the Misty School, the sect leader of the fragrance cult had dispatched Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei under Yang Ruping. However, Vice Hall Master Zhong couldn't go into the tiger's den alone, so he had dispatched dozens of law enforcement disciples to protect Zhong Pei's dignity. Moreover, he had also specially bestowed a token. If Vice Hall Master Zhong had any objections to Yang Ruping's decision, he could use this token to veto and delay the decision and hand it over to the Lingxiang Peak. Therefore, Zhao Jian took this token and led the law enforcement disciples to easily capture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen in the dungeon. When Zhao Jian was capturing Zhang Xiaohu, he had bad intentions. At first, he didn't let the law enforcement disciples come forward, but suddenly barged in himself. Zhang Xiaohu was circulating his qi and regulating his breathing, but Zhao Jian's sudden intrusion almost caused him to go mad. Moreover, Zhao Jian didn't answer and went forward with a fierce method, wanting to take Zhang Xiaohu's life. Zhang Xiaohu was confused and abnormally angry. When he saw Zhao Jian attacking, he naturally had to fight. As a result, without using any weapons, Zhang Xiaohu actually forced Zhao Jian to the point where he almost didn't have the strength to fight back, causing Zhao Jian to lose face. The jealousy in his heart, TSK, was really indescribable. Seeing that he was unable to cause Zhang Xiaohu's cultivation to go berserk and that he had verified his conjecture that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds, Zhao Jian took out the token and called out the disciplinary disciple from outside. Zhang Xiaohu recognized the token and the disciplinary disciple that all ethereal sect disciples loathed and immediately understood what was going on. After all, in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day, the disciples of the Misty School were hiding in the small forest. The blood wolves only passed by from a distance and didn't discover them. If it weren't for the two inexplicable horse neighs, the dozens of lives wouldn't have been lost in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e whispered for a long time along the way, speculating about the horse neighs outside the forest. At that time, Zhao Jian and Xia Zai had asked everyone to take good care of the horses. Who would want to die and let go of the horses? The two of them couldn't be sure. Even when Zhang Xiaohu heard that Zhao Jian was still alive, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He only had a little suspicion. That day, everyone was focused on running for their lives, so who would pay attention to each other? It was normal that he didn't see Zhao Jian's figure. However, at this moment, Zhao Jian actually brought law enforcement disciples from the fragrant religion to capture him. Wasn't this a blatant act of exposing 300 taels of silver here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu immediately stopped resisting and pretended that he didn't know anything. He smiled and said, "Senior Zhao, I don't know what mistake I made. I just returned from the Yulon Grand Canyon and you brought law enforcement disciples to capture me? No matter what, we are still brothers who have gone through life and death together." Zhao Jian shook his head, "Junior Zhang, you have to understand. I also don't know what happened. It's just that Vice Hall Master Zhong wants to capture you. Please come with me. If you continue to fight, it will hurt the harmony between us brothers." Harmony? Zhang Xiaohu sneered in his heart, "If it wasn't for my great improvement in internal energy, wouldn't I have injured you?" However, his face was very warm. "How about this, Senior Zhao? Just now, a disciple came over and asked me to go see the Hall Master. I was just about to go over. Why don't we go to the Hall Master together?" Zhao Jian waved the token in his hand. "If it was any other day, I would definitely go see the Hall Master first. However, at this time, Junior Zhang should come with me first." Zhang Xiaohu was helpless. He knew that he couldn't win against the law enforcement disciples. Even if he made a fuss, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait to be captured. His acupoints were sealed and he was thrown into the dungeon. Zhang Xiaohu was a direct disciple of the ethereal sect. Even though he had passed away a long time ago, he was still taken care of in the Shixing Peak. His residence was different from the others and no other disciple knew that he had been captured. However, capturing Chang'e and Chen Chen was different. The residence of the two was usually forbidden to male disciples. When Zhao Jian and the law enforcement disciples entered, they naturally attracted the attention of the female disciples. Chang'e and Chen Chen didn't resist, but when they were taken away, they were stopped by Aunt Qin, who had received the news and rushed over. However, when she saw Zhao Jian's token, she could only let them go. However, just in case, she sent several female disciples to follow behind the law enforcement disciples. She quickly went to Yang Ruping's residence to seek help. Thus, Zhao Jian easily captured the three of them. However, just as he invited Vice Hall Master Zhong over, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin arrived as well. Looking at Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's angry expressions and stern questioning, Zhong Pei wasn't surprised in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and said, "Hall Master Yang is overthinking things." This one just suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaohu's group of three being able to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon was very sudden and unreasonable. That's why I captured them and carefully questioned them. Yang Ruping angrily said, "I also want to ask them tomorrow. You just need to call Zhang Xiaohu and the others to the Misty Hall tomorrow. Why did you make such a big fuss tonight?" Zhong Pei was still indifferent as he said, "This matter is of great importance. Thousands of disciples in the Yulon Grand Canyon were buried in the stomach of the beasts. I was afraid that there would be some changes tonight, so I had to make such a hasty decision." "You." Yang Ruping was so angry that she laughed. "You actually think that Zhang Xiaohu and the others are related to the beast tide? Isn't it?" Zhong Pei's expression was still the same as he said, "Using elk to pull the carriage, 3 people with ordinary martial arts to bring 4 large carriages, and even saving an inner disciple and a disciple of the pill-expanding hall. Hall Master Yang can't even understand this. This is also what I want to ask tomorrow." Yang Ruping said sternly. "Then I will ask on behalf of Hall Master Darren tonight, so that Hall Master Darren doesn't have to worry." Seeing Zhong Pei so fearless, Yang Ruping angrily said, "Are you the Hall Master of the Misty Hall or am I the Hall Master? Quickly release them for me." Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, "This Misty Hall is naturally Hall Master Yang's Misty Hall. However, I was appointed by Sect Master Darren and had to deal with matters that Hall Master Yang can't bear to deal with. Zhang Xiaohu didn't give me a reasonable explanation about the Yulon Grand Canyon, so I can't release him." "Good, good, good." Yang Ruping said with a smile, "I will send someone to the Lingering Fragrance Peak to report this matter to Sect Master Darren and wait for Sect Master Darren's decision. Hall Master Yang doesn't need to worry. I have already sent someone just now. Hall Master Yang only needs to wait calmly." Chapter 705. Yang Ruping also said, "Don't worry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. I'll immediately send someone to Lingxiang Peak and tell the whole story to Hierarch His Excellency." "The whole story?" Deputy Hall Chief Zhong sneered and said, "I haven't seen Zhang Xiaohu yet, but Hall Chief Zhong already knows the whole story." Then, without waiting for Yang Ruping to answer, he cupped his hands and said, "Hall Chief Yang, I'm going to ask Zhang Xiaohu something. Will Hall Chief Zhong follow me?" Yang Ruping gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it. Since Deputy Hall Chief Zhong volunteered, I'll leave it to you. You can report to me after you get the result." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. But when he was halfway, he turned back and said, "I forgot that after Deputy Hall Master Zhong finishes his questioning, I may also have something to ask. Therefore, you can't torture Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen at will. If there is anything wrong with these 3 people, I will ask you." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong laughed and said loudly, "Hall Chief Yang, if I don't torture them, how can I make them tell the truth? Do you think it's possible?" "Haha." Yang Ruping ignored him and said, "That depends on your means." "You." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was angry and stared at Yang Ruping's back for a long time. Then he laughed and looked at the token in his hand with disdain on his face. This was a room similar to the dungeon on Baiyufeng, but there were burning torches on the wall. Zhang Xiaohu was sitting on a stool and looking coldly at Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian who were walking into the cell. Zhong Pei walked to Zhang Xiaohu and stared at him for a long time. Then he reached out and pointed at the major acupoint on Zhang Xiaohu's chest. A stream of internal force flowed into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. After circulating for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, "Congratulations, nephew Zhang. I haven't seen you for dozens of days, but your internal force has made a big breakthrough." Zhang Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Please don't laugh at me, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How can my little internal force be noticed by Hall Chief Zhong? Could it be because of this that you captured me?" Vice Hall Master Zhong shook his head and said, "You started cultivating your internal strength late, and your foundation is too bad. Even if you ate some heavenly treasure in the Yulon Grand Canyon, your cultivation would still be at your current level. How can I care about it?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong is wise. This disciple only ate a scarlet fruit in the Yulon Grand Canyon, which greatly increased my internal energy. Moreover, junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen also ate it. You will know if you ask." Hall Chief Zhong TSSSSS was TTS Pazes, I. And I TTSS have TTSSS ask. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Zhao Jian whose expression had changed. He asked curiously, "Then why did Deputy Hall Chief Zhong bring me here so late at night?" Vice Hall Master Zhong said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. With your current inner strength, even if you eat 2 more cinnabar fruits, you may not be able to enter my eyes. You should tell me in detail what is going on with the beast tide in the Yulon Grand Canyon." "Red fruit? Beast tide?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said, "That red fruit is the legendary red fruit? It seems different from what I imagined." Then, he said in confusion, "Our Misty Hall's convoy didn't encounter any beast tide, only a pack of blood wolves. This senior brother Zhao, who led the convoy, knows it better than this disciple." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong didn't even look at Zhao Jian and said, "What Zhao Jian should say has been said. What I want to know is what happened to you and what you did. It's very simple. After we were discovered by the pack of blood wolves that day, we ran for our lives. However, we were still surrounded by blood wolves. This disciple, Chang'e, and Chen Chen's horses were faster, and our direction was different from that of the other disciples. By the time they surrounded us, the other disciples had already disappeared. Of course, this disciple and the other disciples were no match for the pack of blood wolves. After our horses were eaten by the blood wolves, the disciples were desperately trying to resist. Then, we heard a loud cry in the sky, so the pack of blood wolves left the disciples behind and left." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was dumbfounded, "So simple?" "Yes." "Nonsense," Zhao Jian, who was next to him, was extraordinarily angry and shouted, "Why didn't I hear it? It's simply nonsense. Hey, when we were surrounded by the pack of blood wolves, where was senior brother Zhao? How could you not hear it?" Zhang Xiaohu sneered. "Shut up. I didn't ask you to say it." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong turned around and scolded Zhao Jian, then asked, "Then why didn't you return to Shixin Peak earlier like Zhao Jian? Instead, you stayed there for so long." Zhang Xiaohu said innocently, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, have you forgotten? Didn't this disciple say it just now? When junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen were hungry and thirsty, we ate the vermilion fruit and then fainted." Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was speechless. The vermilion fruit was only a legend. Many years ago, there were indeed inner disciples who had eaten it, but he had never seen it himself. Naturally, he didn't know the symptoms of taking it. There was no way to verify this. After thinking for a while, Zhong Pei said with a smile, "I didn't expect that junior nephew Zhang's method of making up a story is so first class. It's almost like a scholar writing a book, watertight. However, this is not what I want to know. You'd better tell me about the beast tide. Zhang Xiaohu furrowed his brows. The plot that he came up with was something that he and Chang'e had come up with. They only blamed everything on that loud cry. Anyway, they had heard it before, and besides them, there were no other living people, so it was impossible for them to verify it. When they left the valley, they heard that Zhao Jian had also escaped danger. They were surprised, but the matter of repelling the blood wolves was indeed inhumane. They didn't have any good ideas, and after thinking about it, it was just like that. Anyway, 3 people's words were more credible than one person's, and there might not be anyone who would really investigate. However, Zhang Xiaohu and the others didn't expect that someone would really investigate the details. At this point, they could only bite the bullet and continue. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua's matter must not be mentioned. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu also knew that the status of female disciples in the Misty School was different. Even if Chang'e and Chen Chen were captured, Deputy Hall Chief Su wouldn't do anything to them. He could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet. That was it, who could do anything about it? However, at this time, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't care about the blood wolves, but mentioned the beast tide, which really made Zhang Xiaohu puzzled. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu probed, I don't know what Deputy Hall Chief Su wants to know about the beast tide. I was with Senior Brother Zhao before I encountered the blood wolves, so I should know less than Senior Brother Zhao. That's all on the surface. Zhao Jian is just an ordinary disciple of your Misty School. How would he know the core secrets of your Misty School? Your Misty School is also a big sect. Don't tell me you don't have any secrets. Or, don't you have any means to cause a beast tide? Of course, I know that you have only been in the sect for a short period of time. You may not have any feelings for the ethereal sect, but you did it because of someone's instigation. If you say it, yes, even if you say it's a name, this hall will let you go immediately. Don't worry, not to mention the merit of your report, even if you bring back 4 carriages full of spirit herbs, this hall will be lenient with you. You. Don't you want to say 1 or 2 names? You. Zhang Xiaohu was angry. At this time, he knew that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's plan was to wipe out the Misty School's forces in one fell swoop. Moreover, he even used the beast tide as a reason. What is a beast tide? It is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the fragrant religion. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohu didn't know the whole story. Even if he knew that it was related to the Misty School, he would absolutely not say it. Deputy Hall Chief Su really thinks highly of this disciple. How could this disciple provoke a beast tide? There is no one behind me who instigated it. Zhang Xiaohu said coldly, but resolutely. But, how do you explain how you drove the 4 carriages from the east of the Yulon Grand Canyon? Well, using elk as mounts, you drove the carriages to the south exit? That's across the entire Yulon Prairie. How could you not encounter any ferocious beast? Don't tell me that with your martial arts, you are invincible in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. This was the truth. He regretted not listening to Zhang Xiaohua's advice in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He could only smile and say, perhaps this disciple's character is good, or perhaps it is the blessing of our Misty Hall. This disciple really didn't encounter any ferocious beast. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu push the blame away, Deputy Hall Chief Su didn't get angry. Instead, he confidently said, Martial Nephew Zhang, you are our hall's younger generation. We don't want to be too strict with you. If you are an outstanding person, you should be able to adapt to the current situation. But if you don't accept the toast, then the only thing waiting for you is the punishment of drinking. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhong Pei and then looked at Zhao Jian. He knew that if he mentioned the horse's neigh at this time, it would only add to the joke. Instead, it would arouse Zhao Jian's suspicion. Even Zhang Xiaohu began to suspect that Deputy Hall Chief Zhong had instructed Zhao Jian to do something. This kind of thing can only be effective in front of Hall Chief Yang. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, this kid is stupid. He only knows how to tell the truth. If you want this kid to make up something, then you should find someone else. Then, he pointed at Zhao Jian with his chin and said, this senior Zhao seems to have a deep understanding of this. You. Zhao Jian's face was very ugly. Hehe, why is your misty school full of trash that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? First, there was He Tianshu, and now there is you. Do you think you can resist more than He Tianshu? Martial nephew Zhang, think about He Tianshu's appearance. If you wait until that point, your life will be ruined. What fun will there be? Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Zhong's words, Zhang Xiaohu's face changed slightly. However, this matter was not only related to his brother, but also to the people of the Misty School who were implicated by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong. How could he say it? Zhang Xiaohu almost believed it. Even if he told the whole thing now, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong might not believe him. He only wanted what he wanted. Chapter 706. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was stubborn and did not tell him what he wanted to know, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong was not surprised. He took half a step back and waved his hand. Several law enforcement disciples came up from behind. They lifted Zhang Xiaohu up and hung him straight on the torture instrument, just like Bai Huan. Zhang Xiaohu's major acupoints were sealed and his limbs were weak, so he could only be at the mercy of the law enforcement disciples. After they put him down, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, Martial nephew Zhang, I don't want to embarrass you. After all, you are different from He Tianshu. You are a famous figure in the Misty Hall and also a direct disciple of Wen Hai. If you can cooperate with me and tell me the secret about the beast tide, I will let you go immediately. We will still have a harmonious relationship as uncle and nephew. In the future, our hall will also take care of you. Zhang Xiaohu looked at him indifferently, with a kind of disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong tactfully shut up and did not want to say another word. He turned to the law enforcement disciples and said, let him have a taste of the punishment of our fragrance cult. A law enforcement disciple stepped forward and picked up a long, half-foot-long steel needle from the blood-stained stone table. He walked up to Zhang Xiaohu, tore open Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, aimed at his armpit, and was about to stab him. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong paid attention to the changes in Zhang Xiaohu's expression. Seeing that the steel needle was about to pierce into his body, Zhang Xiaohu just narrowed his eyes and prepared himself for the pain. He did not seem to want to beg for mercy at all. Feeling a little angry, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong raised his hand and said, wait a moment. The law enforcement disciple stopped. Then Deputy Hall Chief Zhong said, don't make him bleed first. Didn't Hall Chief Yang say that she wants to ask more questions? Let's pick up the ones who won't get hurt first. Yes. The law enforcement disciple threw away the steel needle and raised his hand to touch one of Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohu felt a kind of numbness and swelling, as if crazy ants were biting his bones. Zhang Xiaohu twisted his body hard, trying to get rid of this unbearable feeling. He also gritted his teeth. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his head. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong stepped forward and said with a smile, how about it? Zhang Xiaohu, have not tasted this feeling. To tell you the truth, this is just the beginning. It's just an appetizer. If you agree, we'll stop now and let you redeem yourself. Otherwise, there are still many more dishes waiting for you. Think about He Tianshu, he's your role model. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to make a sound. He stared fiercely at Zhong Pei. Seeing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong continued, don't try to be brave. Although we won't make you bleed today, that might not be the case in the future. As for Hall Chief Yang, she can protect you now, but she can't protect you forever. As long as you don't say anything, I will use different methods to deal with you. When my patience runs out, not to mention seeing blood, even your life will be hard to protect. After saying this, he no longer hesitated and turned his head. You guys, take out your best skills and serve this Misty School's direct disciple well. Then, he said to Zhao Jian, you stay here and watch. I will go and ask the two female disciples. Hearing this, Zhao Jian smiled and bowed. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, don't worry. Once Zhang Xiaohu speaks, I will immediately report to you. Zhong Pei nodded and walked away. The entire prison cell was filled with screams that Zhang Xiaohu tried his best to hold back, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. After an unknown period of time, the whole cell fell into silence. When Zhang Xiaohu woke up from his coma, the whole cell was empty. Only the torch on the wall was still burning. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head with great difficulty and looked around in exhaustion. At this moment, although he didn't seem to have any injuries on the surface, the inside of his body, regardless of whether it was his internal organs or his limbs, they were all filled with pain. It was an unbearable pain. He let out a few soft groans and let out a sigh in his heart. He really didn't expect that his choice at that time would bring him such a big disaster. However, thinking of the surprise and joy of the disciples when they saw the magic herb in the carriage in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but think, if I were given another choice, I would still do the same. But I don't know if Chang'e and Chen Chen have encountered the same thing. When Zhang Xiaohu thought of Chang'e, his heart ached. Her injuries haven't healed yet. Won't it be more serious if she suffers more? Just as he was thinking about it, a soft, sizzle sound suddenly rang out in the quiet prison cell. Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. It was a figure who had pushed open the iron door of the prison cell and walked in softly. When the person came closer, Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly. Wasn't it Zhao Jian, Senior Zhao? When Zhang Xiaohu saw him, he didn't say anything and lowered his head. He didn't see him. Zhao Jian walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and said earnestly, Junior brother Zhang, you know that I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Vice Hall Master Zhong is a figure on Lingxiang Peak. If he wants to know, you have to tell him even if you don't want to. You'd better tell him everything you know. Not only can you avoid physical pain, but you can also win his favor. Isn't this the best of both worlds? With that, he walked closer and whispered, Junior brother Zhang's situation of falling into the wolf pack and escaping from the wolf pack is very different from mine. This is strange. Do you think the two of us encountered the same pack of blood wolves? Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes and looked at him, still ignoring him. Zhao Jian looked around and raised his voice. He smiled and said, since junior brother Zhang is so benevolent and keeps the secret of the Misty School a secret, then I can only help you. With that, he stretched out his finger and gathered internal force on the tip of his finger. His hand was like lightning, aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point. When Zhang Xiaohu saw this, he was startled and said angrily, you, but in the next moment, Zhao Jian raised his hand and sealed Zhang Xiaohu's mute acupuncture point, making it impossible for him to speak. However, the finger that was aiming for Zhang Xiaohu's fatal acupuncture point also stopped in the air. Zhao Jian stared at the acupuncture point and gritted his teeth. His expression changed again and again, as if he couldn't make up his mind. Zhang Xiaohu, who was on the torture rack, looked at the finger that had stopped on his Achilles heel. His heart was also uneasy. His body was constantly twisting, afraid that Zhao Jian would press down and instantly kill him. He. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's struggle, Zhao Jian laughed as if he had already made up his mind. He said, "What's wrong? Junior brother Zhang, you're also afraid of death. Then, shouldn't you say what you want to say?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gradually stopped struggling. He raised his head and stared fiercely at Zhao Jian. Pa! Zhao Jian raised his hand and gave Zhang Xiaohu a slap. He sneered and said, "Am I very handsome? Do I need you to stare at me like that?" Then, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohu's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm so handsome. I'll definitely gain junior sister Chang'e's favor. After you die, I'll take care of her, Zhang Xiaohu was enraged. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhao Jian's face. Zhao Jian only tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Then, he didn't hesitate and used his internal energy to slap Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. He destroyed Zhang Xiaohu's dantian, and the 20 years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohu had just obtained immediately disappeared. After being tortured for an entire night, Zhang Xiaohu was already weak. Now that his dantian was destroyed, his decades of cultivation would go down the drain. Furthermore, he would be a cripple in the future. He immediately felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted and he fainted again. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu faint, Zhao Jian undid his mute acupoint and sighed. He muttered to himself, "You're lucky. If it wasn't for the hall master's orders and me being afraid of exposing myself, how could I still let you live in this world? Hee, but you've already lost your internal energy. Can you still withstand the torture of the law enforcement disciples? At that time, I won't know who killed you." Then, he laughed and walked out of the cell. Only the fainted Zhang Xiaohu and a few burning torches were left. At the other end of the dungeon, in a rather large cell, An Ruping sat on a chair and Aunt Qin stood beside her. In front of them, on a dilapidated execution platform, Chen Chen sat cross-legged and rubbed his wrist. Beside him was a rope that had been torn into several pieces. "You said that the disciples of the Misty Hall were all hiding in the woods. If there weren't two strange horse neighs, those blood wolves wouldn't have found you." Yang Ruping frowned and asked, "Do Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e know about this?" "Of course they know. Hall Master, we heard it with our own ears." "That's right, senior sister Chang'e's injuries haven't recovered yet. If she's tied up like this, won't her injuries worsen? You must take good care of her. You little girl, instead of thinking about yourself, you're thinking about other people. Senior sister Chang'e and senior brother Zhang protected me when the blood wolves attacked. If it weren't for the two of them, I would have been food for the blood wolves. Naturally, I have to think about them. And senior brother Zhang, I don't know how he is now. Alas, Zhong Pei took out the token of the hierarch and captured the three of you here. I can't do anything. Chang'e is fine. She's right next to you. Zhong Pei doesn't dare to touch her. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaohu will suffer physical pain. Hall Master, senior brother Zhang is a good person. You must save him." Chen Chen was shocked and begged bitterly. Aunt Qin also said, "Hall Master Yang, since you already know that there are many suspicious points, why don't you ask Zhang Xiaohu first, or tell Zhong Pei about this and let him know?" Yang Ruping smiled bitterly. "Zhong Pei may not know. It's because he knows that he dares to do this. Didn't you hear what he said? Finding the cause of the beast tide is related to the lives of thousands of disciples of the incense cult. This is enough to make him hot-headed and do a lot of incredible things. He also has the token of the hierarch. I have no suitable reason to stop him." Chapter 707. After thinking for a moment, Yang Ruping smiled and said, "I've already told him that I need to ask Zhang Xiaohu personally. If I don't go, he won't be able to be ruthless. After all, if he leaves me aside, he will be the first to lose his reason. In the future, he won't be able to gain the upper hand." Aunt Qin listened thoughtfully, but there was some worry in her eyes. When Chen Chen heard this, he didn't understand at all. He was only thinking about how to tell Yang Ruping the reason that his senior brother and senior sister had made up. Yang Ruping underestimated Zhong Pei and didn't expect Zhao Jian to be so vicious. Just when she thought that everything was under control, Zhong Pei had already made a ruthless move, wanting to get what he wanted from Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhao Jian wanted to kill him, but after weighing the pros and cons, he took a step back and crippled Zhang Xiaohu's internal strength. After all, there were many ways to interrogate. It was inevitable to make a mistake. Even if Zhong Pei knew, what was done could not be undone. At most, he would be scolded. Perhaps, this would be to his advantage. He might even be rewarded. In the next few days, the disciples that Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei sent to Lingering Fragrance Peak didn't return, nor did they send any orders. Yang Ruping only protected Chang'e and Chen Chen from being tortured, but Zhang Xiaohu in another part of the dungeon suffered a great punishment. Since his dantian was broken by Zhang Xiaohu that day, Zhang Xiaohu's decades of cultivation had been lost. However, the major acupoints on his body hadn't been opened, so the law enforcement disciples didn't realize that his internal strength had been crippled. They still took turns to torture him, and Zhang Xiaohu also wanted it. From the initial screams to the later groans, he clenched his teeth and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he didn't make a sound. At first, Zhao Jian was worried that his shady methods would be discovered. However, after 2 days, there was no movement. He became even bolder and followed behind the law enforcement disciples. Sometimes, he would even personally go into battle to practice his interrogation techniques. On the 7th day, the disciples sent by Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei came back and said that they had already explained the reason to the inner sect disciples. The disciples also reported this matter to the sect master, but the sect master didn't give any instructions and just asked them to come back. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what kind of medicine the cult leader was selling in his gourd. Yang Ruping even wanted to personally go to Lingxiang Peak to ask, but she was afraid that as soon as she left Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohu and the others' lives would be in danger. On the other hand, when Zhong Pei heard his disciples' report, he couldn't help being wild with joy. Wasn't this an obvious signal? The cult leader agreed with his point of view and did not bring back any instructions, which was tacit approval. Therefore, Zhong Pei seemed to have seen the cult leader's smiling face on Lingering Fragrance Peak when he was at Shixin Peak, which made him even more energetic. It didn't matter if he was full of energy, but Zhang Xiaohu was unlucky. In the first 7 days, Zhong Pei was still very restrained. He only asked the law enforcement disciples to use some methods that couldn't see the scars so that he could give an explanation to Yang Ruping. Now that he had the cult leader's tacit approval, he seemed to be more unscrupulous. The first thing he did was to serve Zhang Xiaohu with a poisonous whip. 72 lashes, he whipped Zhang Xiaohu's body until it was badly mutilated and he fainted a few times. Poor Zhang Xiaohu. He was already 25 years old. When had he ever been subjected to such a cruel punishment? Even when he came from Guizhuang House to Pingyang City, he had to endure the supercilious looks and difficulties of others. It was just some of the fickleness of the human world. Later, when he became a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was flattered by others, which was hard to come by. Then, when the Misty School was destroyed, although he was a direct disciple, his martial arts were weak. He fought with others for only a few moves before his acupoints were sealed and he was kicked to the side. Others died, but he only had the oily skin on his head broken. The most dangerous thing was the battle with the blood wolf in the Yulon Grand Canyon. He almost died in the wolf's belly. But even in that battle, there was a long song by his side. There was the lingering beauty and the heart-stirring heroic spirit. It only highlighted the heroic struggle between man and beast. In this dark and gloomy dungeon, all his martial arts were crippled and he became a useless person who could no longer practice martial arts. A few days ago, he was still full of heroic spirit and almost wanted to point out the world. But now, he had fallen from the clouds into the swamp. The smelly mud polluted his mouth and nose, making Zhang Xiaohu breathless. He really wanted to die. On the other hand, his body was also going through unprecedented torture from inside out. The pain made him faint a few times every day. This pain directly hit his heart and made his heart stronger. One time, when he woke up from his coma, he felt the disappointment in his heart and the pain in his body. Suddenly, a sentence came into Zhang Xiaohu's mind: for a person of great power, he must first suffer hardships in his heart, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin and empty his body. Wasn't this what Li Jinfeng often said? When Zhang Xiaohu heard it, he didn't understand. When he understood the meaning, he felt that it was pedantic. He only thought that it was a scholar working behind closed doors. But now, when he thought about it, it was like sweet dew that moistened his withered heart and killed the gradually budding will to die. Thus, this whipping, this torture, in Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, gradually became a method to train him. His will became stronger and stronger under this test. Zhang Xiaohu, this seedling, that had never experienced wind and rain, was now gradually growing under the ravages of Zhong Pei and Zhao Jian. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was being whipped in the dungeon of Shixin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua on Tianmu Peak was also being ravaged. However, the person who was ravaging Zhang Xiaohua was not anyone else, but himself. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua killed Deputy Hall Master Su, he escaped back to Tianmu Peak. The next morning, he met Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu who came to visit. He thought that the news had been leaked, but looking at the two of them, it was nothing out of the ordinary. But after the two of them left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Since he was pretending to be injured, then he could only pretend till the end to avoid attracting the attention of Tianmu Peak or Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were healing day by day and the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had yet to appear. Even the disciples of Baiyue Peak's Pill Expanding Hall didn't come to Tianmu Peak to test Zhang Xiaohua. This put Zhang Xiaohua in a difficult position. He had no choice. Every day when he woke up, he looked at his healed meridians and internal injuries. He could only forcefully circulate his internal energy to expand his meridians or use other methods to aggravate his injuries to ensure that he was injured. Day after day of destruction, until 7 days later, there was still no news or movement. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Every time he injured himself, he would recover extremely quickly the next day. In the past few days, the recovery speed of his meridians had sped up again. It seemed that the meridians in his body had adapted to his injuries. Fine, I don't care who it is. This Xiaoxia is already like this. If it really doesn't work, I will learn from Huan and find a place to hide. Who would have the patience to serve you? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Hence, he didn't create any more obstacles. His injuries healed rapidly day by day. Could it be that something went wrong? Deputy Hall Master Su's corpse wasn't discovered. Or he wasn't killed. That can't be right. If he wasn't killed, wouldn't I be in danger? The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak should have come long ago. If he wasn't discovered, then who took him away? I remember that the restriction was removed at that time. Every time Zhang Xiaohua thought of this peaceful scene, his imagination would run wild. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua had overestimated his own influence and underestimated the strength of the Lingering Fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy of Tianmu Peak. Even if he had saved a few disciples of Tua Dan Hall, in the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it wasn't a matter at all. It was absolutely insignificant. It was even more impossible for them to link him with Deputy Hall Master Su's death. Moreover, he was seriously injured the moment he returned to Tianmu Peak. Even if Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu knew a little about the grudge between Deputy Hall Master Su and Zhang Xiaohua, it was only a fleeting thought in their minds. He was injured to the point of vomiting blood. How could he run to Baiyue Peak to kill someone? Even if he wasn't injured, one was an inner disciple while the other was a little medicine boy. This was absolutely not proportionate. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had wasted such a long time in vain. They simply didn't put him in the scope of suspicion. Moreover, the news of Deputy Hall Master Su's death had spread to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Lingering Fragrance Peak was naturally quite shocked. After all, there were only a few people who could be a Hall Master. Deputy Hall Master Su's martial arts was also high. His inexplicable death naturally aroused suspicion. However, Deputy Hall Master Su originally had a background. Although he was usually very careful, there would always be some clues in the place where he lived. How could the inner disciples and disciplinary hall's disciples not find any clues if they carefully checked? Therefore, it was very easy for them to treat Deputy Hall Master Su's death as something related to the lingering fragrance cult and other sections. Since their starting point was wrong, of course they wouldn't find Zhang Xiaohua's head. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua stretched his body as he walked out of the house. Immediately, several disciples gathered in front of him. They were all laughing and talking at the same time. "Junior brother Ren, have you rested well? Junior brother Ren, how is your body recovering? I have here the great revitalizing pill from Lingering Fragrance Peak. How about I give it to you first?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately had a headache. Since a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's body had recovered. There were often many disciples who came to his small house to express their concern. It couldn't be said that these disciples were not sincere. They didn't really want Zhang Xiaohua to recover quickly. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw their slightly exaggerated expressions and charming smiles, his heart was extremely uncomfortable. If one wanted to stand out, one should rely on one's own strength. If one only climbed up the thigh of others, it would not be one's own and it would not be up to them. Others just shook their legs and you would fall down. This was not the right way. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your kind intentions, senior brothers. Little brother's injuries have been controlled. I will slowly recuperate. Senior brothers, please do your own things. I just heard from senior brother Lu that Headmaster Chen might come in a while. If he saw you, it would be inappropriate for senior brothers." Chapter 708. When the disciples heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They said, if junior brother hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. There's still ginger soup simmering on the fire. Don't let it dry up. I'll take my leave first." That's right. After hearing junior brother's words, I just remembered that this recover pill seems to be a pill from the Dalan Temple. Did I take the wrong one? If I let junior brother take it, wouldn't it be a big problem? I'll go back and see if there's any other pills like the Yuhuandan pill. Yes, my stomach hurts a little. I might have eaten something bad just now. It didn't take long for them to all leave. At this time, Lu Chaoxian came out from not far away with a smile. He said, "Junior brother Ren, when did I tell you that Headmaster Chen was coming?" Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. He looked at the sky and the ground. He said, "When did I say that you said that?" "Ha ha ha," Lu Chaoxian laughed. "Who knows?" However, the smile on his face faded. He said seriously, "Actually, these junior brothers are also pitiful people. They just want you to protect them. If junior brother has the power, don't let them down. You can't always be alone on Tianmu Peak. If you don't have a few brothers to support you, you won't be able to achieve anything." Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Lu Chaoxian. He said, "I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have the potential to be a doghead military advisor." Then, he copied Lu Chaoxian and said seriously, "If it was at Yulan dusk, I could protect them. It's just for a few days. Moreover, it's a matter of life and death. But if I protect them now, it's not a matter of a few days. I've always been free and undisciplined. I'm used to being free and unfettered. How can I care so much? Since you don't have such thoughts, don't let others think about it. It's pointless to let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong worry." Lu Chaoxian was silent when he heard this. He really hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to stand up and become the next head like the other disciples. Given Zhang Xiaohua's kind heart, he would definitely treat the Tianmu Peak disciples well. As for himself, based on his friendship with Zhang Xiaohua, which was different from others, his life would definitely be smooth sailing in the future, and his status would rise along with the tide. Unfortunately, everyone had their own ambitions. Zhang Xiaohua only gave a simple explanation, but Lu Chaoxian knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not care about Tianmu Peak's position. He could only smile and say, "Junior apprentice brother Ren has great ambitions, but it's a pity that the other junior apprentice brothers don't know about it. Sooner or later, they will come and make a fuss." Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "This is really too simple. I stayed here previously because my injuries were more serious. I needed senior brother Lu and the rest to take care of me. Although my injuries have not fully recovered, they are much more stable now. Senior brother also knows that internal injuries need to be carefully nursed. There must be a secluded environment. Although this place is good, it is also very lively. I would like to ask senior brother to report to Headmaster Chen that I will move back to the top of Tianmu Peak today. I am used to the cave there. It is a good place to recuperate. Junior brother Bai Huan has not returned. Others will not know what you are doing on the mountain alone." Lu Chaoxian was shocked and dissuaded her. "If Bai Huan comes back, it will be like seeing a ghost in broad daylight." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her words were firm. Lu Chaoxian was helpless. After saying a few words, he turned to ask Chen Feng for instructions. Zhang Xiaohua wandered around the empty space a few times. No one had been keeping an eye on the pavilion in the distance for several days. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that the news of Vice Hall Master Su's death had reached the ears of Wuzhou Ruins and the others, so there was no need for these eyes and ears to exist. Not long after, Lu Chaoxian turned back and smiled. "Headmaster Chen is busy. At first, he did not agree for you to return to the peak. Later on, he nodded and said that I should accompany you. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. "That's good. In the past, senior brother Bai took care of most of the medicine farm work on Tianmu Peak. I was worried about how I could handle it alone. Now that senior brother Lu is there, I am so lazy." "Haha." Lu Chaoxian laughed and patted her shoulder. "Bai Huan wants to be lazy. What he can do, your senior brother Lu can do even more." After he finished speaking, he went in to help Zhang Xiaohua pack her things. Zhang Xiaohua had always been meditating. She did not even unpack her bedding. After Lu Chaoxian entered the hut, he came out empty-handed. He shrugged. "Junior brother, you are very simple. I wonder if the bedding on the peak is still there." It is. Tianmu Peak is not a good place. I wonder if Headmaster Chen still sent people there. Who would take away my bedding? You don't say. Headmaster Chen really forgot that there is no one on duty on the peak. The pile of work is still left for junior brother Ren. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Let's go. Let's go up the mountain to work. After she finished speaking, she walked out and headed straight for the peak. Lu Chaoxian smiled and followed behind her. Heaven Eye Peak was no different from usual. In just a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's ascension and descent had changed everything. In the hut on the peak, Bai Huan's belongings were still placed in an orderly manner. Their owner was no longer around. Zhang Xiaohua stood on the peak and looked around. She sighed in her heart. Then, she returned to the cave and reminded Lu Chaoxian not to disturb her if there was nothing urgent. After placing a restriction on the cave, Zhang Xiaohua escaped into the elixir chamber. Everything was no different from before. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. It was as if there was only free breathing in the heaven and earth here. Sitting cross-legged in the elixir chamber, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she immersed her divine sense into her belt, intending to take out all the jade boxes. However, after looking at them and looking at the size of the elixir chamber, she dispelled this idea. Zhang Xiaohua was the biggest winner in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement. Not to mention the black and white fruit that was like a yin-yang fish, not to mention the golden lotus fire seed, not to mention the 10,000 years stalactite milk. Even the herbs that the Pill Tower Hall disciples brought back and the herbs that the Misty Hall disciples picked were extremely considerable. How could the elixir chamber hold them all? After tidying up the jade boxes and other items, Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also a little sad. From Lu Chaoxian's mouth, she already knew that in this Valley Orchid Dusk refinement, other than the female inner sect disciples who did not suffer much loss, all the other halls were completely annihilated. Even Wu Ming, a dignified outer sect disciple, almost died. Thinking of the nearly 500 lives of the Pill Tower Hall, wouldn't the entire fragrance cult have lost thousands of lives in the Valley Orchid? But immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the tragic death of Black Lightning. Needless to say, this was definitely the doing of the lingering Fragrance Peak's consecrators or elders. They did escape, but angered Yellow Wind, and caused a beast tide, burying thousands of disciples in the stomachs of the beasts. Every drink and every peck, perhaps it is fate. Every cause and effect must be borne by someone. The Tao of life and death, the Tao of karma, is nothing more than this. A merciful heart filled Zhang Xiaohua's heart. His heart moved, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. He did not even take out the primordial stones. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind directly welcomed the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from his meditation. He only felt that the previously unfathomable heavenly Tao seemed to have become much clearer. A kind of intimacy hit him in the face, as if the countless resplendent stars in the sky were like the stones he played with when he was young, clearly and incomparably intimate. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, and secretly said, could it be that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao is the same as the cultivation of a mental cultivation method, and there are many realms? Before he had time to ponder, his heart moved, and he escaped from the alchemy room. Just as he appeared in the cave, he heard an anxious call from the outer sect. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Listening to the voice, it was Lu Chaoxian. This senior brother Lu had always respected him. If it was not an urgent matter, he would definitely not disturb his cultivation. Could it be the matter of Bai Yefeng? Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. But when he released his divine sense, there was only Lu Chaoxian outside the cave. Strange, could it be another trap for me to jump into? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously began to feel suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave, looked up at the sun, and said with a smile, "Senior brother Lu, you came back quite quickly. This little brother just slept, and seeing that the time is still early, I wonder why you called this little brother." The time is still early. Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and after he came back to his senses, he said in surprise, "Junior brother Ren, could it be that you overslept? You entered the cave the day before yesterday and did not come out. Yesterday, when I tidied up the medicine field, I did not see you come out to help. If not for Bai Yefeng's messenger coming today, I may not have come to call you." The day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. He did not expect that while he was absent-mindedly comprehending the heavenly Tao, 2 days had already passed. The immortal Tao has no sense of time. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Cough, cough. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice to cover up, little brother's body is weak, and needed to rest. The mountain is quiet, and I slept for so long. I made senior brother Lu wait for a long time. Oh, right, did Bai Yefeng's messenger say what it was? This. Lu Chaoxian frowned, I don't know, but seeing the messenger's face, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, secretly saying, it can't be that he really found some clues. Then he rolled his eyes, wondering if he should follow Lu Chaoxian down the mountain. To be honest, as long as Zhang Xiaohua burrowed into the ground, who would be afraid of the fragrant cult in this vast world? However, if he did so, he was afraid that he would be the enemy of the fragrant religion in the future, and would be hunted down by the fragrant religion's worshippers and elders. According to the dead Deputy Hall leader Su, the worshippers all practiced immortal Tao, and might have some unique spells. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face changing, Lu Chaoxian laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized, thinking, he has a guilty conscience, as expected, every bush and tree is an enemy. If Bai Yefeng wanted to catch someone, why would he be so nervous? So he laughed, senior brother Lu actually knows how to joke, then little brother will entertain you. Lu Chaoxian shook his head, no, I just saw Bai Yefeng's reward and was a little jealous. Chapter 709. Reward? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Lu Chaoxian who was still trying to hold back his laughter. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and secretly said, Big brother, you have to make it clear. I almost ran away just now. This is really not a joke. Immediately, he piled a smile on his face and said, What reward? Does senior brother Lu know? I don't know about this. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, In the past, it was just herbs and elixirs, and only a cart was dragged here. This time it is a little different, and junior brother Ren's contribution is quite big, so it is even more impossible to guess. But then, he said mysteriously, I heard from the disciple who went up the mountain that the person who came was junior brother Ren's old friend, so there should be a generous reward. Old friend? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Junior Uncle Yang is here. It seems that he is really looking forward to it. What reward can there be? Zhang Xiaohua said that he was looking forward to it, but in his heart, he was disdainful. Even if it was elixirs, even if it was spiritual grass, or even a bestowed cultivation method, he didn't care about it. But when Zhang Xiaohua saw Yang Yao, he was shocked by the reward that Yang Yao mentioned. What? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears, sending me to Shixin Peak. The peak where Ethereal Hall is located. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange expression, Yang Yao felt extremely guilty as he said, Dear nephew, there is no need to be anxious. I know that the Shixin Peak is extremely dangerous. The dozen or so disciples from our pill-expanding hall were bullied quite badly and a few of them even had their legs broken. However, as he said this, he picked up a small package from the small table next to him and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a smile, It's just that our Dan-spreading hall really doesn't have any disciples with high martial arts skills to go. Well, Master Chen and Wu Daolong naturally can go, but they are the elites of the hall and have a lot of things to deal with. We can't let them go to Shixin Peak to play such a small role. Nephew, you've just come to the pill-sprouting hall. You should experience life at Shixin Peak and accumulate some experience. It should be beneficial for your future development. Moreover, the hall master has said that when you complete your task and return to the pill-sprouting hall, you will be given a suitable position. Oh, this is nephew's other rewards for refining Yulan Twilight. They are the Yuhuandan pill, spirit congealing pill, and other pills used by Lingxiang Peak. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting, and she waved her hand again and again, Martial Uncle Yang, you really think too highly of nephew. No, Hall Master really thinks too highly of this disciple. What kind of people are the Ethereal Hall? They are all fierce and fiendish. Many of the previous disciples were not able to do it, let alone me. I have little talent and knowledge, and am not good at the affairs of pill-expanding hall. When I go to Shixin Peak, it will inevitably delay the affairs of the hall. Martial Uncle Yang, please go back and let Hall Master think about it and find someone better. Yang Yao smiled and said, Nephew, you must be joking. How can Hall Master's order be changed just like that? Moreover, nephew managed to escape from the Yulan Grand Canyon and even saved Lu Chaoxian and the others. Even in the First Faith Peak, your martial arts are considered to be one of the best. Moreover, nephew was also saved by a disciple of the First Faith Peak and can be considered to have some relationship with the First Faith Peak. This task can only be assigned to you. I can't go, I can't go. Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Yang Yao took out a small bag from his arms and opened it. Inside were 2 tokens. He picked up one of them and said, "Nephew, Hall Master has already thought of your excuse. This is the Hall Master's token of our pill expanding hall. If you take it, it means that Hall Master has personally come. If you encounter any danger on Shixin Peak, take it out. Maybe it can help you." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took it, carefully looking at it and said, "Do the disciples of Shixin Peak give face to our pill expanding hall? Is this token as useful as Martial Uncle Yang said?" Yang Yao looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu who were accompanying her and chuckled, "Nephew, you are wrong. Do you think this token is useful on Shixin Peak or Baiyue Peak, Tianmu Peak or Three Reeds Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Looking at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu's jealous eyes, she instantly understood. This token was said to be for her use on Shixin Peak, but in fact, it was for her use in Pill Expanding Hall. In other words, it was another reward for her, a reward for using someone else's power. As long as she took this token, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the entire Pill Expanding Hall? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and looked at the other token. It was much smaller than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Seeing this, Yang Yao smiled and said, "This is also a token of our Pill Expanding Hall. With this token, you can go to Heaven and Earth Hall, Cleansing Jade Hall, Weapon Refining Hall, and other places to ask for a weapon, jade artifact, or other things. Consider it a form of compensation for your trip to Shixin Peak." Then, he stuffed the token into Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said in a low voice, "Nephew, you are really lucky. This old man thought that you had died in the stomach of a beast and was rather sad for a few days. I didn't expect to see you today. Valley Master Nye is really lucky." Valley Master Nye? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this have to do with Rejuvenation Valley? Yang Yao continued, "To be honest, the Hall Master has been scratching his head for a long time about the Shixin Peak. A while ago, he was called to Lingering Fragrance Peak by the sect leader and scolded. This is not a good task. Even the Hall Master himself knows that you have made a great contribution to the Pill Expanding Hall and should be rewarded. However, the elixirs just now are sufficient. After considering various factors, it seems that you are the only one in the entire Pill Expanding Hall who is suitable to go to Shixin Peak. The Hall Master has no choice but to do this." The Hall Master thought for a long time before deciding on these 2 tokens. In this old man's opinion, you shouldn't decline anymore. Otherwise, the Hall Master will be angry even if it isn't good. Moreover, if you do well in front of the Hall Master, you can also build a good foundation for entering the outer sect. When you enter the outer sect, you can use the token to find a suitable weapon in Heaven and Earth Hall. Who knows, you might even be able to pass the outer sect test and enter the pugilistic world again in a few years' time. Then, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin and thought for a long time. Then, she said in a negotiating tone, "Should I accept this task?" "Of course." Yang Yao wasn't the only one who nodded. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu also laughed. "Although this task is a bit of a headache, it's a great task compared to the favor of the Hall Master. At worst, the disciples of Shixin Peak will break your legs before you come back. Then I'll accept it." Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitant. Everyone fell down. Wu Zhouxiu almost rushed up to strangle Zhang Xiaohua's neck. "This is a good future in front of you. Why are you still pretending? If it were me, I would be willing to break my legs twice." After putting away the token and elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, "By the way, Masters Junior Yang, if I had agreed before, would you still give me this token?" Yang Yao looked at Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu and shook his head. "I only follow the Hall Master's instructions. I can't say what if." He, Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized, "This elder purple herb is really cunning. If I didn't refuse, he would have kept this token. This Xiaoxia is still the wisest. Where is Shixin Peak?" Isn't that the purpose of this Xiaoxia coming to spread the incense cult? You sent this Xiaoxia over and even obediently gave me elixirs and a token. You really lost the wife and the soldiers. Pei, I'm not a woman. What do you mean, lost the wife? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted, but Chen Fengxiao walked up to him and patted him on the shoulder. Little brother, congratulations. Although this job is a little difficult, you have a bright future ahead of you. You should give it a try. I think, with little brother's martial arts, you may not be at a disadvantage. Senior brother wishes you a smooth job, and a few years from now, you will also become the head of the family. Wu Zhouxiu and the others also went up to congratulate him. Zhang Xiaohua's face was bitter as he dealt with them one by one. Finally, he heard Yang Yao say, "Nephew, this task is a bit rushed. Shixin Peak has been empty for a long time. Hall Master wants you to quickly pack up and go as soon as possible." Then what do you mean? It's best to go now. So anxious. My injuries. Yang Yao smiled and said, "Actually, the Hall Master wanted this old man to come long ago, but considering nephew's injuries, he delayed it for a few days. White Mountain Peak is also very busy these days, so the Hall Master took time out of his busy schedule to let this old man come. After I send you to Shixin Peak, I have to quickly return to White Mountain Peak." Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was much more anxious than Yang Yao. Seeing that Yang Yao was urging him, he did not refuse anymore. Wu Zhouxiu, who was beside him, said, "Little brother's mount has gone missing. Senior brother has a good horse here, I'll give it to you as a memento." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed, "That's great." Chen Feng laughed and rolled his eyes, "I also wanted to say this, but you beat me to it." Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands, "Little brother is still a member of your grass division. It's different from our pill division. Let me do this favor." Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the courtyard and went straight to the peak to pack up. Outside the hall, Lu Chaoxian had heard it long ago. His expression was half happy and half worried. He was happy that this little brother who had gone through life and death with him was favored by Hall Master. He would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Even he would be able to benefit from it. But he was worried that Shixin Peak was definitely not a good place. His junior brother was still young. Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian said a lot of things to pay attention to. He must have heard it from other people. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny. She was going home. How could there be such risks? She was also touched. After all, they had gone through life and death together. Some things were really different. She nodded in agreement to let Lu Chaoxian be at ease. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the cave, Lu Chaoxian hurriedly ran down the mountain. The disciples of Tianmu Peak still didn't know about Zhang Xiaohua's situation. It was fine if others didn't send them off. But senior brother Wang and the other disciples who were saved by Zhang Xiaohua had to be sent off. Chapter 710. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again, "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack you, what would you call it just now?" "You." The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill-expanding hall from the fragrant school is bullying people in our Shixin Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us." Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that, he turned to the disciples and said, "Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls." Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap! Slap. Slap. He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then, he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I used to hear the senior brothers talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I thought they were the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall were heroes. But now, it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. When the sneak attack failed, you still want to bet. When you lose the bet, you want to gang up on the disciple. What kind of behavior is this? This is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today, you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty?" Then, she sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this." After saying that, she shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. Before they could break out with the other disciples, they were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 sections. During that time, they had seen many of their senior brothers being murdered. They had long regarded the disciples of the Incense Cult, the Righteous Alliance and the Dalan Temple as their enemies. Even now, in the Incense Cult, their hearts were still restless. As long as they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other halls who were on duty at the Shixin Peak to give them trouble. They didn't care if the disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time, they had already gotten used to it. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their faces changed. It was unknown whether it was because they were ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered and didn't dare to look at Zhang Xiaohua. There were also a few who were eager to fight but no one dared to make the first move. In a hurry, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to the ground blushed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall, thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth, walked up to Zhang Xiaohua, turned over, and knelt down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled, "Senior brother, what do you want? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised and smiled bitterly, "I am Lu Qiaogang of the Misty Hall. Junior brother, you are right. Let's not talk about the hidden weapon just now. Since I have lost the bet just now, I have to kowtow." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment with the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't think that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel down to me. However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then, return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall." This. It was Lu Qiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling down, he was also hot-blooded and wanted to kneel down. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled down, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. He had lost a lot of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Qiaogang sighed, it's hard to be a true hero. Then, he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, you are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other. At this moment, Lu Qiaogang thought of the purpose of Zhang Xiaohua's visit to the Shixin Peak. He smiled and said, Senior Ren, please wait for a moment. After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to the Shixin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were all happy. A few disciples came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then, she asked, by the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now? Zhang Xiaohu. When the disciples heard this name, their faces changed and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder. She asked, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Ha! You are the disciple of the Pill Tower Hall that Senior Zhang rescued? The disciples said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then, she asked, is Senior Zhang in the Shixin Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in the Shixin Peak, but after a long time, they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time, Lu Qiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. He then said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who was coming to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Qiaogang smiled bitterly, this. I can't tell you. But, Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And, I heard it from others. I didn't see it myself, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciple that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Lu Qiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple. Could it be that an inner disciple came to the Shixin Peak to ask about the Yulan Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. I will. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from the Shixin Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Qiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the Pill Expanding Hall of Baiyue Peak. I will inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior Brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua unkindly and said, how can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just need to stay here and watch him. At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples. They don't have time to pay attention to him. Anyway, we just need to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would attack him in anger. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. He saw that Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It is important to welcome the inner disciples. I will wait here." While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, "Forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. We'd better hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples." After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask about the news of her second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad, she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the horse near Zhang Xiaohua, "Hey!" When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:11. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Chen Chen smiled and said, "Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Suhuan mental cultivation method, and with the help of the Suhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is even possible for him to reach the peak of the Suhuan mental cultivation method within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Chen Chen. Chen Chen said coldly, "Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue speaking after the sect leader's decree is passed on." Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that Wen Hai was about to stand up, the masked Chen Chen immediately said, "Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important." After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Suhuan mental cultivation method, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Chen Chen smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Chen Chen. She then turned around and sat back in her seat. Then, he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now." Then, he changed the topic and said, "However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Suhuan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past." This. Yang Ruping and Wen Hai were both shocked. However, Chen Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort. Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, this might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. Why did the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Chen Chen say, in addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he also agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique. Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Wenhai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, thank you, Sir Religion Master, for your kindness. Good, good, good. The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily. Then, he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting at the end of the table and said to Yang Ruping, Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Opening Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones. Now he has come to the Misty Hall to be a disciple on duty. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for his sake. This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She naturally nodded and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Chen Chen. At this time, the masked Chen Chen said to him, Chen Chen, come here. Chen Chen was puzzled. He looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, what a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian. After that, he took out a jade pendant and threw it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen caught it and heard the masked Chen Chen say with a smile, well, I know you now. Chen Chen, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you. Chen Chen was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, he said softly, I just don't know. Sister's name is, this sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Chen Chen seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember. Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help but secretly curl her lips and sneer. Chen Chen said softly, then. Sister, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen said. Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me. Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen still said. Chen Chen was a little embarrassed and said, yes, Chen Chen is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me. The masked Chen Chen suppressed the smile in his heart and said, Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, Junior Sister Chen, the messenger of Fragrance Peak is also called Chen Chen. Ah! Chen Chen exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth. The masked Chen Chen smiled and took her hand, saying, Chen Chen, in the future, you will be protected by Chen Chen in the fragrance cult. Chen Chen was also happy and bowed, thank you, Sister Chen Chen. Ha ha ha. The masked Chin Chin turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang." Yang Ruping tried to persuade Chin Chin to stay but failed, so she led the disciples to send Chin Chin to Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua, as the representative of the pill-expanding hall, was also lucky to be there. When they were about to say goodbye, Chin Chin called Zhang Xiaohua to the front and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, "I don't think so." "What's wrong?" Chin Chin smiled mysteriously and said, "You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any thoughts, it's better to check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, it's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door, and you'll be at a loss." Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Chen Chen laughed and went down Shixin Peak. It was already late at night. In a small courtyard near the cliff of Shixin Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. He stood with his hands behind his back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall, Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen came to Shixin Peak to deal with the matter of Zhang Xiaohu. It only took him half a day to bring Zhongpei back to Lingxiang Peak, put him to death, and gave Zhang Xiaohu a reward. After Chen Chen left, Aunt Qin ordered the disciples to make a good arrangement for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chen Chen's instructions to Yang Ruping and seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with Chen Chen, the disciples of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect. However, the residence of the disciples on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the pill-expanding hall close to the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, when she saw the apologetic expression of the disciples of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciples of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua led his big black horse and David's deer into the courtyard. After a few days of living together, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. She could occasionally get close to them. At this time, when Zhang Xiaohua led her, she did not feel nervous. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. Normally, he should be looking around the courtyard at this time, but first, it was late at night. Second, Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured. When he heard from Chen Chen that the internal force in his meridians was completely gone, Zhang Xiaohua was worried. Therefore, he stood in the courtyard and thought about whether he should go and see his second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went underground. He went straight to the Misty Hall during the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua came to the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhongpei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and showed himself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. Zhang Xiaohua did not find Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. There were only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but he heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little strange." I think, when he said this, he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it." Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse at all and directly accepted the Sutra of Yuhuan Heart? Did he want to accept sect leaders' goodwill and let the Misty School, please vote monthly, please vote for recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 712. Zhang Xiaohua entered the alchemy room, looked around, and put the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Even the jade boxes that were piled up in the alchemy room were swept clean. Previously, he didn't have much space to store them in his money pouch, but now that he had a belt, he naturally had to take them with him. Thinking that there were still some jade boxes left in the small courtyard on the mountainside, Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to tidy them up. The extremely precious medicinal herbs had already been brought to the mountaintop by him, and most of the remaining ones had been taken by him. The rest were just ordinary goods, and compared to what he had obtained in the Yulon Grand Canyon, it was just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, those jade boxes were known to all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. If he took them away, wouldn't it raise suspicions? When the alchemy room was empty, Zhang Xiaohua took out his bag from his money pouch and slung it over his shoulder. Finally, his gaze fell on the great wisdom sword that was inserted into the ground. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua slightly gritted his teeth and released his divine sense, trying to put it into his money pouch. However, the great wisdom heavy sword was like a boulder in the wind. It could not be moved by the divine sense at all, let alone put it into the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious and thought to himself, what material is this heavy sword made of? Even my divine sense can't move it. Immediately, he tried to use the object controlling technique. When the technique hit the sword, it was like a dragonfly trying to shake a stone pillar. It didn't move at all. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. The more peculiar this sword was, the more precious it was. But immediately, he frowned. Huan wasn't here, and ordinary horses couldn't carry it. He also had to follow Yang Yao to Shixin Peak. It seemed that he couldn't take the great wisdom sword away for the time being. However, it didn't matter. Other than Zhang Xiaohua, there might not be anyone in Chuanxiang cult who could pick it up. Not to mention putting it in the alchemy room, even if he left it halfway up the mountain, it would still be safe. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and left the cave. She followed the path down the mountain. Halfway through, they saw Lu Chaoxian, Senior Wang, and the others walking up to them. They couldn't help but exchange some words when they saw each other. Under Lu Chaoxian's urging, they accompanied Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard. At this time, Yang Yao, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were talking in the yard. A handsome big black horse was tied to one side. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua come in, they all went forward to welcome her. What Wu Zhouxiu saw was the package slung over her shoulder. Wu Zhouxiu's eyes twitched for no reason, and there was a bitter taste in his mouth. He muttered in his heart, where did she hide the package? He actually made me search for several days without any results. Sigh, fortunately, something happened to Vice Hall Master Su, otherwise. That's right, if Vice Hall Master Su was still around, Wu Zhouxiu would have to follow Vice Hall Master Su's orders and go against Zhang Xiaohua. Wouldn't that put him in a difficult position? Sending Zhang Xiaohua off was simple. Since Yang Yao was in a hurry, all they did was send Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard. After exchanging a few words of farewell, the two of them mounted their horses, shook the reins, and went down the mountain. After passing a bend, Zhang Xiaohua pulled the reins and turned the horse around. She took a closer look at the towering Tianmu Peak. It had only been a few months since she entered the incense cult and left Tianmu Peak. So many things had happened. Some of these things might have become stories that were passed down by word of mouth among the disciples of Tianmu Peak. However, most of them had become eternal secrets that no one knew about. The mountain remained the same, but the people had changed. Perhaps this was the sorrow of being a human. Zhang Xiaohua then turned the horse around and chased after Yang Yao. She left Tianmu Peak, the people of Tianmu Peak, and the matters of Tianmu Peak behind her. After descending Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao led Zhang Xiaohua in the direction of Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Martial Uncle Yang wants me to go to the pill expanding hall by myself? She quickly caught up and asked, "Martial Uncle Yang, this road seems to lead to the pill-expanding hall. I heard from the senior brothers of Tianmu Peak that Shixin Peak should be in another direction." Yang Yao smiled. "Nephew, you should know that this old man is bringing you along a remote path." "Remote path?" Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. From Yulon Grand Canyon to Tianmu Peak, they had taken a remote path which made it difficult for her meridians to recover. Why was it still a remote path from Tianmu Peak to Shixin Peak? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Yang Yao explained, "Nephew entered the sect late and did not know this. Although the 19 peaks of Tianmu Peak are connected by roads, most of the disciples feel that the road is too far. Most of the time, they take a shortcut and take a small path. As more and more people take this path, the road becomes more and more obvious. Therefore, if it is not a formal occasion, many people will take some unknown paths to save a lot of time. This time, nephew should have asked someone to send you to Shixin Peak. After all, this is your first time there, but the situation on Baiyu Peak. Oh, everyone is very busy, so this old man volunteered to send you there. I still have other things to do, so I can only take this shortcut and not waste time." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your concern." Yang Yao was very happy. "It's no matter. You can be considered as someone I personally brought into Tianmu Peak. Your progress is also my pride." That year, Lu Lihong. I heard that this time, Martial Nephew Lu finally obtained the opportunity to refine Yulon Grand Canyon, but then he encountered the beast tide. His luck and martial arts are wasted. Yang Yao sighed several times, feeling pity for Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. Although his martial arts are good, his heart is sinister. That kind of martial arts will only harm others. It is better not to have such a person. Seeing Yang Yao speak as if he was speaking the truth, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was half relieved. However, Yang Yao was also good to her. Zhang Xiaohua did not suspect him, but she could not prevent others from using Yang Yao. It was not impossible to set up an ambush in such a remote place. However, would Zhang Xiaohua care about such a trivial ambush? And, do I care about your ambush? The answer was naturally no. Zhang Xiaohua's divine ability did not need to be mentioned. Even the internal injuries that could not be healed for a long time had completely healed today. The recovery of her injuries was beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. It was only when she came down from Tianmu Peak that she realized it. After 2 days and 2 nights of comprehending the heavenly Tao, not only did her cultivation of the Heart Sutra improve, even the injuries that she had deliberately delayed had healed without leaving any traces. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether it was because of her cultivation of the Heart Sutra or because of her comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Raising her guard, Zhang Xiaohua followed Yang Yao along the desolate path for half a day. When it was almost sunset, Yang Yao turned his horse around and headed in another direction. Looking at the faint traces of a small path on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and followed without hesitation. However, after half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She pulled on the reins and stopped the horse. Yang Yao, who was in front of her, also stopped. He asked puzzledly, "What's wrong? Virtuous nephew Ren, are you tired?" Following which, he slapped his forehead and said, "Look at me, I forgot that you are still injured. I have been running for half a day without stopping the horse. I believe you can't hold on any longer." Yang Yao raised his head and looked around. He pointed to a gentle slope in front and said, "Let's go. We have set up our tents on that slope. We will rest there today. Not to mention you, even my old bones are aching." As he spoke, he shook the reins and slowly moved forward. Zhang Xiaohua still stood there without moving. Looking at Yang Yao's back, she seemed to be deep in thought. After thinking for a while, she raised her head and let out a low whistle. That whistle wasn't loud, but it was abnormally clear. Her voice wasn't very loud and could only be heard in the wilderness. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's whistle, Yang Yao was also surprised. He stopped the horse and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him and leaped onto the horse's back. He stood there steadily and looked around, causing Yang Yao to feel rather puzzled. Just when Yang Yao was puzzled, in the distance to the left, there was a hurried rustling sound from the grass and trees. Following which, there were a few low neighs that sounded like the neighing of a horse. Looking over, there was a wild beast that looked like a donkey and a horse that wasn't a horse. Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua's lost mount, David's deer? Zhang Xiaohua stood on the horse's back and unconsciously felt tears in her eyes. Huan had been with her for so long. Although she didn't usually use it and felt that it didn't matter if she had it or not, it would still eat grass around her. When she really couldn't see it, her heart immediately felt empty. Especially when she was tidying up the Great Wisdom Sword, she missed this ugly mount even more. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect to actually meet it here. At that time, her heart was moved. She thought that there would be an ambush from the Pill Tower Hall ahead. When Huan ran closer, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse's back. Huan immediately intimately came forward and stuck out its tongue to lick Zhang Xiaohua's face. But just as it came close, its sensitive nose sniffed as if it felt a huge threat. It raised its head and neighed, then immediately retreated, as if Zhang Xiaohua was a familiar stranger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. She immediately realized that there were two little monsters in her arms. Ordinary horses might not be able to smell it, but how could a somewhat intelligent beast like Huan not know? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patted her chest. She used her hand to beckon Huan to come over. Her expression was like a wet nurse who was about to breastfeed. However, Huan was like a child who had made a mistake. Its big eyes flickered with fear as it vigorously shook its head. When Zhang Xiaohua took 2 steps forward, it took 2 steps back. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, it also stood still, but it didn't dare to take another step forward. After trying a few times, Zhang Xiaohua was quite helpless. It must be said that the mother of the 2 little things in her arms was the Beast King who commanded the Yulon Grand Canyon. How could a spirit beast like Huan, who had never seen the world, dare to approach? Yang Yao looked at the side and also said with heartache, look at this 4 odd beasts. I don't know what those disciples did a few days ago. They didn't even let a beast go. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Chapter 713. In the end, Huan did not dare to get within 3 feet of Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Huan. Therefore, Huan followed behind the big black horse and went up the gentle slope. After helping Yang Yao pack up, Zhang Xiaohua quietly stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into her bag. Then, she walked over to Huan, who had been pacing back and forth beside her. The 4 odd beasts, who had gained human intelligence, looked at Zhang Xiaohua with their eyes. They looked like children who wanted to go home and admit their mistakes, but couldn't find an excuse to do so. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua walking towards it, Huan took a step back as usual. However, it immediately raised its bald head and ran towards her as if it was cheering. It stuck out its tongue and licked Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out her hand to cover her face. Huan was very happy. Its soft tongue licked Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It was ticklish but very comfortable. After a moment of intimacy, Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's head. She looked around and saw that there were many whip marks on Huan's body. However, they were almost healed. Other than that, there were not many changes. It was even fatter than when it was on Tianmu Peak. Only its fur was glossy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This guy is really a glutton. His days here seem to be more comfortable than when he was on Tianmu Peak." Not long after, the sun set in the west and night came as usual. Zhang Xiaohua waited for Yang Yao to fall asleep. She immediately sealed his acupoints and set up a restriction around him. After casting a spell, she stood up and rushed towards Tianmu Peak. When she saw the odd beast Huan Huan, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her great wisdom sword did not have to be locked up in the boudoir anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, she realized that her wind-riding technique had improved. When she flew in the wind, she seemed to be able to blend in with her surroundings. Her speed was much faster and the consumption of her genuine qi was much lower. Is this the result of comprehending the way of heaven again? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Previously, whenever he had time, he would try to comprehend the way of heaven, but it didn't help him in his cultivation. Now, it seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven was a slow process that produced fine work. It was just a small improvement, but it actually had so many reactions in his cultivation. It seemed that the comprehension of the way of heaven should be a main homework for his future cultivation. In the time it took for 2 meals, Zhang Xiaohua had flown to Heaven Peak. He did not delay and directly entered the pill room. He took the great wisdom sword and was about to return. However, when he was halfway up the mountain, he remembered the small courtyard where he kept the jade box. Even though Chen Feng had smilingly promised to keep these medicinal herbs properly and that Zhang Xiaohua could come back to collect them in the future, he would be gone for many years. Who would have the patience to come and collect them? Who knows, someone might benefit from it. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua identified the direction and headed towards the small courtyard. Sigh, it was still the mentality of a small farmer. He didn't want to let others take advantage of him at all. The interior of the small courtyard was the same as before. Even the jade box in the room was the same as before. No one had moved it. It seemed that no one was interested in these medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to light a lamp. He only released his divine sense and picked up the jade box with the medicinal herbs. With a pinch of an incantation, he kept it in his belt. The incantation of the Way of Immortals was very strange. He finished it in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that there were still many empty jade boxes, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously clapped his hands. He thought maliciously, after half a year, this Xiaoxia will return. In front of Chen Feng, I will open these empty jade boxes. I want to see what kind of expression Headmaster Chen will have. Hee, maybe I can even get him to compensate me with some rare medicinal herbs. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the courtyard. Other than me, who else would be interested in these medicinal herbs? However, the footsteps stopped outside the wall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what was going on. He made a hand seal and teleported to the other side of the wall. He listened carefully and heard a familiar voice. Senior brother Hu, why did you ask me to come here? Is it something important again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought, this seems to be some spy I met on Tianmu Peak. As expected, another voice that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with rang out. Sigh, I don't want to either. It's just that I received orders from Elder Qingming. There are some things that I need to hand over to Junior Marshal Brother Qian. Qingming. Junior Marshal Brother Qian was obviously stunned. He blurted out, isn't Elder Spring Equinox the only leader? Why is there another Qingming? He can't be a fake, right? How is that possible? Senior Marshal Brother Hu was full of disdain. He explained, ever since Lord Spring Equinox got into trouble, I have been worried that others might find out. In the end, one night, I was woken up by someone. When I saw that I was in the forest, I don't even know how I got there. Lord Qingming's cut and token are exactly the same as Lord Spring Equinox's. I think other than our own people, no one else would know about it. Then, what orders does Lord Qingming have? Yes, because Lord Spring Equinox's matter has attracted the attention of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Lord Qingming wants us to stop contacting each other frequently. We should lay low for now. Damn, if senior marshal brother who doesn't call me, won't no one know about it? There's one more thing. Because a few of our brothers went missing, Lord Qingming thought that it was Lingering Fragrance Peak who did it. In order to prevent us from being exposed, he also organized some people to kill the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and caused some chaos. So, he wants us to remind each other not to act rashly or have any other thoughts. I understand, Senior Marshal Brother Hu. But our Tianmu Peak is still very quiet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. This Lord Spring Equinox should be one of the leaders of this organization. He should have some status in Lingering Fragrance Peak. Thinking about it, it seemed that Deputy Hall Master Su should be very suitable for this condition. Could it be Deputy Hall Master Su? Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture and was about to go over and capture the two of them for questioning. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly felt happy. Am I not being a busybody? They are fighting with Lingering Fragrance Peak, isn't it safer for me? Moreover, they have already stirred up the water, who would suspect me? I should be encouraging them, how can I help the evildoer? Hee, if it's possible, I won't be stingy and give them a small banner of taking pleasure in helping others. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had another thought. Just now, they said that Lingering Fragrance Peak has already noticed that a few people have gone missing. Moreover, they have also killed a few disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, causing chaos. I seem to have made a mistake. Immediately, she broke out in cold sweat. That day, Deputy Hall Master Su had killed Li Chang in order to silence him. For her own safety, she had taken Li Chang out to destroy the evidence. But now that she thought about it, wasn't she giving herself away? Li Chang was just an ordinary disciple of the Grass Division. If he went missing on a normal day, it wouldn't attract any attention. But now that he had gone missing and was even summoned by Deputy Hall Master Su, if the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak knew about it, they would definitely suspect her and Rejuvenation Valley. It would be hard to guarantee that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't get into trouble. And this organization led by Lord Qingming had also caused a few ordinary disciples to go missing. They had done things that made it harder for people to distinguish between the truth and the lies. It had to be said that they had helped her. Sigh, I still don't have much experience. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She resisted the urge to give the two of them a good person award. She formed a hand seal and flew down Tianmu Peak. With Bano's heavy sword, Zhang Xiaohua's wind-riding technique slowed down significantly. It took her longer to return than when she came, but she still managed to make it back before midnight. The gentle slope was as usual. The bonfire was about to extinguish. The two horses and the odd beast were resting by the side. Zhang Xiaohua fell from the sky. Huan seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head to look, snorted, and walked away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yang Yao. She didn't unseal his acupoints. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside him and took out some key stones to recover her Zhenqi. When he woke up the next day, Yang Yao was relieved. He practiced a set of fist techniques at the morning sun and said, "It's been a long time since I last camped outside. I even forgot about my insomnia and sleepwalking. It seems like I have to reminisce about the difficult times in the future." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Zhang Xiaohua packed up her things and followed Yang Yao. She still had Xiaohuang and Xiaohe in her arms, so Huan could only follow behind. Yang Yao was stunned when he saw the sword on the back of the odd beast. He smiled and said, "Nephew Ren, why are you still holding on to the sword embryo? You already have the Hallmaster's keepsake. Why don't you go to the Qianquan Hall or the Blacksmith Hall to get a divine weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't have anything useful right now. I'll take it first." Yang Yao didn't doubt her. He had already seen the Great Wisdom sword on the way back to the incense order. Now that he saw it again, he just had to say a few words. The two of them continued on their journey. Occasionally, they would bump into a few other disciples on this remote road. They would all politely greet each other before brushing past each other. After another 2 days, Zhang Xiaohua could be considered to have completely dispelled his doubts. It seems that lingering fragrance peak doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. Elder Sage really sent me to Shixin Peak for this matter. Early in the morning, after turning around a mountain valley, there was a huge mountain peak in front of them. It was much bigger than the Tianmu Peak. Yang Yao pointed with his finger and said with a smile, "Nephew Ren, this is the Shixin Peak. If you can have a good relationship with the disciples of the Misty Hall, I estimate that you will live here for the next few years. When you complete the Hallmaster's task, there will be a lot of positions in the pill-expanding hall waiting for you." Then, he said some inexplicable words, which made Zhang Xiaohua very puzzled. Finally, he exhorted, "When you arrive at the Shixin Peak, it's best that you don't have any conflicts with the disciples of the Misty Hall. They all practice martial arts. Well, if you have any opportunities, it's best to learn from them. This will also be beneficial for you to take the outer door assessment in the future." Thinking about her doubts about Yang Yao a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little apologetic. She bowed deeply on the horse and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle Yang, for your advice." After another half a day, they suddenly heard a shout from the side of the road, "Stop, which disciple are you? You can't come to the Shixin Peak so easily." Chapter 7:14. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to see someone blocking the way. She had heard from Bai Huan that there were many experts from the fragrance cult guarding the foot of the Shixin Peak. They forbade the disciples of other halls to enter and the disciples of the Misty Hall to go down the mountain. Sure enough, Yang Yao stopped the horse and dismounted. He took out a token and a yellow silk and handed them over. He smiled and said to the disciple, "I'm Yang Yao of the Pill-Sprouting Hall. I'm here to send my disciple Ren Xiaoyao to the Shixin Peak. He's the new disciple on duty of the Pill-Sprouting Hall." "Oh." The disciple took the token and silk and looked at them carefully. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua quickly dismounted and walked to the front. The disciple pointed to the David's deer behind him and asked, "What's this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "This is my old mount. I'm used to it, so I brought it here." The disciple waved his hand and said, "Come here." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and walked to the front. The disciple suddenly reached out and patted on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. However, there was not much internal strength in the disciple's palm, so she could not hurt him. She ignored him and let him pat her shoulder. Eh? The disciple was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua standing there straight and did not even sway. He looked back at Yang Yao and said, "This disciple is a little interesting. I remember that guy 3 months ago was slapped to the ground by me. He seemed to have stayed in the Shixin Peak for a few days before the disciples of the Misty Hall found fault with him and broke his arm. I didn't expect that your pill-sprouting hall could find such a good seedling, but..." Yang Yao smiled apologetically and said, "Yes, aren't all halls worried about this matter now? We just sent our disciples to be on duty, but the Misty Hall thought that they were going to plant a spy. They were all malicious. What can our hall master say about this matter? Our disciples are just messing around. We can't be too serious about it. It's not easy to find a disciple who can handle the situation. How can it be so simple?" The disciple shook his head and said, "Shixin Peak is in a mess now. Several groups of disciples went to Lingxiang Peak. It's hard to say if your disciple went there. Alas, it's a pity." The continuous pity made Zhang Xiaohua curious. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior, are the disciples of the Misty Hall so violent? Anyone who goes there will be broken arms and arms and legs are broken." But Yang Yao asked curiously, "What? They had fought all the way to lingering Fragrance Peak. What's the matter?" That disciple looked at Yang Yao snappily. How could you and I know about the incident at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Yang Yao was embarrassed. He smiled and said no more. The disciple turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You will know when you get there. However, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Being able to tolerate what others can't is the way to survive in the Misty Hall. Even if others challenge you to a duel, don't force yourself. You should know that although the Misty Hall has declined, there might still be a few unknown disciples waiting to deal with you." "What does this have to do with me?" Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, "This Xiaoxia is the direct disciple of Zhang Xiaohu. Who can do anything to me?" However, she still cupped her hands and thanked this enthusiastic disciple. The disciple smiled and said, "Go there. I hope you will behave yourself. Otherwise, you will be thrown off Shixin Peak in a few days." Then, he casually handed the 2 tokens to Zhang Xiaohua and said to Yang Yao, "Senior brother, I think you should return. You can only let this junior brother on duty pass." "Okay." Yang Yao heard and hesitated for a moment. Then, he thanked Zhang Xiaohua and said, "I have told you everything along the way. This place is far from the Pill Repository Hall and there are no close disciples here. Everything depends on you. And, this disciple is right. Although your martial arts are strong, you are still lacking compared to the disciples of the Misty Hall. Don't try to be brave and just follow the Hall Master's orders." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she saw Yang Yao acting like an old woman. She smiled and said, "I know, Martial Uncle Yang. Come and pick me up in a few years." "Okay." Yang Yao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Let's part here. I have other important matters to attend to in the Pill Repository Hall. If you have the chance to go back to White Mountain Peak, come and see this old man." After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode away. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the enthusiastic old man and cupped her hands to the disciple on duty. Then, she mounted her horse and left for Shixin Peak. Shixin Peak was different from Tianmu Peak. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. Not to mention the green pines and cypresses, the flowing mountain springs, even the chirping of birds was intoxicating. Moreover, the yuan qi of heaven and earth on Shixin Peak seemed to be stronger than on Tianmu Peak. Looking at the many medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain, it was easy to tell how many medicinal herbs were planted on Shixin Peak. But looking at the ordinary herbs in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. That's right. These herbs are like weeds on Tianmu Peak. No wonder second brother insisted on bringing the 4 carts of herbs back. While she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua went up the mountain path. Just as she was about to urge her horse to go up, she heard a soft sound in the air. A hidden weapon was aimed at her shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua had already seen clearly with her spiritual awareness that the hidden weapon was an iron lotus seed. She frowned and thought, how can the disciples of the Misty School treat people like this? It's different from what I imagined. Zhang Xiaohua was born in Huanxi Villa, which was a branch of the Misty School. She had always been looking forward to joining the Misty School. She had only been in and out of the Misty School for a few times, but she felt that the whole sect was full of vitality. Every disciple would have a smile on their face and would greet people politely. The unhappiness in the pharmacy hall and the embarrassing things that happened to Zhang Xiaohu were all forgotten by her consciously or unconsciously. Even by Huan's description, Yang Yao's advice and the disciple on duty at the foot of the mountain were not taken seriously by Zhang Xiaohua. They obviously regarded her as a member of the Misty School and thought that they were exaggerating. She even felt a little conflicted. But now, she saw the disciple of the Misty School shoot out the hidden weapon without saying a word. If it were an ordinary disciple of the Pill Hall, wouldn't his shoulder be injured? It seemed that the disciple at the foot of the mountain was not lying. The disciple of the Pill Hall who had his hands and feet broken must be true. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town if he bullied the weak with his martial arts? She wanted to make him suffer a little. But on the one hand, this was the Misty School. Maybe he was the junior fellow apprentice of her second brother. On the other hand, if she fought with him as soon as she arrived, wouldn't the senior fellow apprentice at the foot of the mountain be wasting his breath? So, Zhang Xiaohua's expression remained unchanged. She waved her right index finger and middle finger in front of her eyes and casually pinched the iron lotus seed between her fingers. Then she looked up at the tree next to her and said with a smile, "I wonder which senior fellow apprentice of the Misty School wants to make fun of me?" Eh? There was a cry of surprise from the tree next to her. Then several young disciples who were about the same age as Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. The one in the front was holding a sword in his right hand and something in his left hand. He walked forward and looked up and down. Then he looked at the four odd beasts behind Zhang Xiaohua. He did not salute and said loudly, "Who are you? Why did you barge into my Shixin Peak?" "Your Shixin Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua heard and laughed, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall's Shixin Peak. I haven't asked for your name yet. What are you laughing at?" The disciple was a little angry, "You are just a little apprentice of the Pill Hall. What is there to be proud of? I have seen a lot of people like you. Many of them have died in my hands. You seem to have some skills. Give me a reason. Otherwise, today will be the day you leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and sighed in her heart, "Where is the magnanimity of a senior from the Misty School?" But she said, "The 19 peaks of the incense cult naturally belong to the disciples of the incense cult. This Shixin Peak used to belong to my Pill Hall. But now it has been allocated to your Misty Hall. When did it become your Misty Hall's? How can I not laugh at your words?" The disciple was furious. Zhang Xiaohua's words could not be refuted. So he waved his sword and shouted, "You brat, don't pretend to have a glib tongue. Don't think that you are good at catching the hidden weapon. I didn't use my full strength. If you have the guts, jump down from your horse and fight with me for 300 rounds." Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry when she heard the disciple calling her to me. She smiled and said, "There is no need for 300 rounds. I want to knock your sword down in 30 rounds. The disciple was even angrier and shouted, "That's good. If you can't knock my sword down, quickly kowtow to me 3 times and run down the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "What if I knock it down? Then I will kowtow to you." The disciple blurted out. "Good," Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "Senior brothers, you have to be a witness. Don't bully me with your numbers." After he finished speaking, his right wrist flicked and the iron lotus seed that he had just caught flew out. Before the disciple could react, it hit the hilt of the long sword. A huge force came and the disciple felt as if he was struck by lightning. His right hand couldn't help but loosen. The long sword flew out of his hand and brushed past a disciple's cheek. With a dang sound, it hit a big tree on the side of the road. "You!" Not only was that disciple shocked, but the disciple beside him also turned pale and couldn't help but take a step back. The other disciples also immediately spread out and surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the actions of these disciples, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What? Are you really going to bully me with numbers? You! Why did you launch a sneak attack without even drawing your sword?" That disciple said angrily. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and let out a long laugh, "Which eye of yours saw a sword on my body? Besides, did I tell you that I used my sword to knock your sword down?" Chapter 7:15. Looking at the disciple's changing face, Zhang Xiaohua educated him again, "Besides, I have already made an appointment with you. Are you waiting for me to start? If I were to sneak attack, what would you call it just now? You." The disciple was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow brothers of the Misty Hall, the little medicine boy of the pill expanding hall from the fragrant school is bullying people in our Shixin Peak. This is unbearable. We can't let him bully us. Then, he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Come on, little medicine boy. Let this young master see what you are capable of." After that, he turned to the disciples and said, "Go, let the pill-expanding school see our misty halls." Hearing this, the disciples at the side were all eager to give it a try. They held their long swords and were about to rush forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua leaped down from his horse. Without waiting for the disciple to finish his words, he rushed in front of him and waved his left hand. Slap! 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 He gave the disciple 2 tight slaps on the face. Then, he grabbed the disciple's neck as if he was holding a chick. Looking at the disciple's face gradually turning red and his eyes bulging, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, "I have heard the senior brothers in the hall talk about the Misty School and the deeds of the Misty School's disciples. So, I have always looked forward to the disciples of the Misty School. I think they are the real men of the Jianghu. Similarly, I also thought that the disciples of the Misty Hall are heroes. But now, it seems that they are nothing more than this. You are unworthy of the name Misty. Look at what you have become now. Using hidden weapons to attack an unknown disciple from the dark. You don't care if the disciple knows martial arts or not. You want to bet with him when you fail. You want to gang up on him when you lose the bet. What kind of behavior is this? It is the lowly behavior of the Jianghu. A decent man of the Jianghu would never do this. Do you think that with what you have done today, you are worthy of the name Misty? Are you worthy of the seniors of the Misty School who defended the name Misty?" Then, she sighed and said, "Forget it, forget it. The Misty Hall is nothing more than this." She shook her hand and the disciple was easily thrown to the ground. He could only gasp for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. This group of young disciples, when they were 12 or 13 years old, had encountered the great change in the Misty School. They didn't have time to break out with the other disciples and were captured by the Righteous Alliance and the other 2 factions. During this time, they had seen many of their senior brothers being killed. They had long regarded the disciples of the 3 factions as their enemies. Even now, in the Misty School, their hearts were still restless. Whenever they had the chance, they would take the disciples of the other factions who were on duty at Shixin Peak. They didn't care if these disciples knew martial arts or not. After a long time, they had already gotten used to it. How could they still care about the morals of the Jianghu and basic etiquette? Now that Zhang Xiaohua had said those words, their expressions changed. It was unknown whether it was because they felt ashamed or because they were shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Most of their eyes flickered, not daring to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. There were also a few who held their swords, eager to fight. However, no one dared to make the first move. In a moment of urgency, they didn't dare to step forward. Seeing the reaction of the disciples, Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. She couldn't expect all the disciples to be reasonable. Most of them could listen to unpleasant words. The Misty Hall was still the Misty School of the past. The disciple who was thrown to the ground by Zhang Xiaohua was even more embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure and somewhat childish face, he gritted his teeth and went forward to kneel down. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him kneel down? She immediately pulled him back and smiled, "Senior brother, what do you want to do? It's not a festive occasion. I don't have any copper coins to give." The disciple struggled hard but couldn't move an inch. He was even more surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, "I am Lu Qiao Gang of the Misty Hall. This junior brother's teaching is very right. Let's not talk about the previous hidden weapon. Since I have lost the bet, I have to kowtow." This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She was just casually talking about her disappointment towards the disciples of the Misty Hall. She didn't expect that it would enlighten them. If this disciple really kowtowed to her, if they knew her identity, then wouldn't she? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "The bet is a bet. Logically speaking, you should kneel to me." However, a man should not kneel down. I think you just casually said the conditions of the bet and fell into my trap. I am also in the wrong. If you feel that you are in the wrong today, then, return to the Misty Hall and kowtow to the seniors in your hall. This. It was Lu Xiaogang's turn to hesitate. When it came to kneeling, his blood had rushed to his head and he wanted to kneel. Now that he was slightly sober, he knew that if he kneeled, it would make him look noble. However, it would also make him lose face. It would be a huge loss of face. When he returned to the hall, people would talk about the reason. Those who knew would say that he was in the wrong and kept his promise. But what about those who didn't know? They would definitely say that he was a coward. Sigh. Lu Xiaogang sighed, it is difficult to be a true hero. Then, he borrowed the ladder and came down. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Ren, you are magnanimous. You are the role model of my generation. Thank you for your guidance today. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, you are too kind. In the future, I will have to live with the support of the disciples of the Misty Hall. We will understand and support each other. At this moment, Lu Xiaogang thought of the reason why Zhang Xiaohua came to Shixin Peak. He smiled and said, Senior Ren, please wait for a moment. After he finished speaking, he took out a signal and prepared to report to Shixin Peak. When the disciples saw that the two of them had turned hostility into friendship, they were happy. A few of them came over and greeted Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua returned their greetings and said a few words. Then, she asked, by the way, I heard that there is a disciple called Zhang Xiaohu in your hall. How is he doing now? Zhang Xiaohu. When the disciples heard this name, their expressions changed greatly, and their expressions became strange. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but wonder, is there no such disciple? Or did something happen to Zhang Xiaohu? A disciple blinked and asked curiously, Senior Ren, how do you know Senior Zhang's name? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, this one also participated in the Yulan Dusk refinement. It was your hall's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu who rescued this one from the Yulan Grand Canyon. Eh? You are the disciple of the pill-expanding hall that Senior Zhang rescued? A few disciples said in disbelief, Senior Ren's martial arts seems to be higher than Senior Zhang's. How could he be rescued by him? I was seriously injured at that time. If not for Senior Zhang's help, I would have been buried in the stomach of a beast. Then, she asked, is Senior Zhang in Shixin Peak now? What happened? This. The disciples hesitated and said, Senior Zhang is indeed in Shixin Peak, but after a long time, they couldn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious and was about to urge them. At this time, Lu Xiaogang had already set up the signal. He waved his hand and a whistling arrow flew into the air. Then, he said with a smile, Senior Ren, wait a moment. There will be a senior brother coming to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care who came to pick him up. She just asked, what happened to Senior Zhang? Lu Xiaogang smiled bitterly, this. I can't tell you. But, Senior Zhang's situation is not good. And, I also heard it from others. I didn't see it myself, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. She was about to ask when she saw a colorful signal flying from the direction that Zhang Xiaohua came from. It was similar to the signal of the inner disciples that Zhang Xiaohua saw in the Yulan Grand Canyon. Lu Xiaogang was shocked and shouted, the signal of an inner disciple. Could it be that an inner disciple came to Shixin Peak to ask about the Yulan Grand Canyon? Quickly go down the mountain to pick him up. Before the voice fell, there was a rush of horse hooves from the mountain road. Everyone looked up and saw several horses galloping down from Shixin Peak. The first one was a 25 or 26 years old disciple. When he came close, he saw Zhang Xiaohua and frowned. He turned his head and asked, Junior Brother Lu, why did you send the signal of our sect? Lu Xiaogang stepped forward and said, Senior Brother Ding, this senior brother is the disciple on duty sent by the pill-expanding hall of Baiyu Peak. I'll inform the senior brothers on the mountain to find someone to pick him up. Senior brother Ding was obviously surprised. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with an unfriendly look and said, "How can I have time to pick him up? Didn't you see that the inner disciples are all at the foot of the mountain? You just have to look at him here." At this moment, the hall masters must be ready to welcome the inner disciples and have no time to pay attention to him. Anyway, he just has to go up the mountain. When the inner disciples come up the mountain, let him follow them. Seeing that this senior brother was disrespectful to Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Qiaogang was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would get angry and attack him. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some apprehension. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. It's important to welcome the inner disciples. I'll wait here." While they were talking, the horn sounded loudly on the mountain peak, and then several tall horses came down the mountain. Senior fellow apprentice Ding did not dare to delay and said, "Forget it, junior fellow apprentice Lu, come with me. You don't have to wait anymore. Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Deputy Hall Master Qin have also come down the mountain. Let's hurry to the front to welcome the inner disciples." After that, the group of disciples left Zhang Xiaohua aside and rode down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dust and could not help but smile bitterly. She wanted to ask someone about second brother, but it seemed that she should forget it. She would see him in a while. Whether he was good or bad, she would know. While she was thinking, the people from the mountain had already approached. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly pulled the big black horse and Huan, who liked to walk in the middle of the road, aside. Several big horses galloped on the road. Suddenly, a woman's exclamation came from the left hand of the horse that was very close to Zhang Xiaohua. "Hey!" When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was a woman in black sitting on the horse. Her eyes were fixed on her, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 7:16. Zhang Xiaohua was also taken aback. Following which, he was overjoyed. There was no need to look at this woman's face. Just by looking at her waist, which was as thick as a bucket, and that extremely pleasant voice, he knew that this was an old friend of Misty Sect, Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua then realized that Lu Qiaogang had mentioned Deputy Hall Leader Qin from the Misty Hall. She must be the former Hall Leader Qin from the Misty School's Mingsue Hall. However, when she heard Aunt Qin's Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she was surprised because she had heard about her from Chang'e and saw her here, or because she was surprised to see a similar face from a few years ago in the Chuanxiang cult. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she should greet her. While she was hesitating, Aunt Qin also withdrew her gaze and brushed past the other people. The other people also looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely, but didn't stop to ask. After that, the entire mountain path returned to its usual tranquility, and no one came over. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull the big black horse and the four odd beasts to the side of the mountain path obediently, waiting for the inner core disciples of the Lingxiang Peak to go together. After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Looking up, it was the group of young disciples who had been with Lu Qiao. They rode past in a hurry, not even sparing Zhang Xiaohua a glance. In such a hurry? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. I thought it was the inner core disciples who came up. After a while, there was another sound of horse hooves. This time, it was still a few young disciples who came over, but also hurriedly left. Zhang Xiaohua was a little disdainful. Why is that? Why don't they go up together? Can't they save money by going up separately? However, after a while, Lu Qiaogang and the others appeared again, which made Zhang Xiaohua dumbfounded. Even if he was ignorant, he seemed to know that this was definitely not as simple as saving money. This seemed to be a kind of etiquette, right? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, Lu Qiaogang shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Ren, after the inner sanctum messengers are over, you can just follow behind the carriages." After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and swallowed the words she wanted to ask. Then, several groups of disciples walked past Zhang Xiaohua. Only then did she see the inner court emissary walking slowly from the foot of the mountain. This was a simple caravan. At the front, there were a few young disciples riding pure white horses. At the back, there were a few female disciples with their faces covered. They also looked quite young. In the middle, there was a girl in green clothes. She was wearing a veil, so her face could not be seen. She rode a large red horse, like a moon surrounded by stars. Behind the girl, there was an exquisite carriage that slowly followed behind the caravan. Currently, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet, and could not see through that disciple's veil. Of course, what kind of person was our Zhang Xiaohua? She was a magnanimous man, so how could she do such a thing without telling? Cough cough. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid at the side of the road and waited for the caravan to pass. In this caravan, on both sides of the inner court emissary, there were Misty Hall's Deputy Hall Master Qin and Deputy Hall Master Zhong accompanying them. They were pointing at the side of the mountain path and talking about something. When Aunt Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua in front, she unconsciously looked at her a few times and secretly said, "This person looks very familiar. Why can't I remember? It seems that other than the Misty School's disciples, I don't know anyone else in the fragrant religion. Could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? That can't be right. This young person is only in her teens. Back then, she was even younger. How could she be one of the Misty School's disciples? Back then. Could it be? I remember now. She looks very similar to Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother. She should be called Zhang Xiaohua. What a pity, that child." While Aunt Qin's imagination was running wild, the inner court emissary in green also saw Zhang Xiaohua and unconsciously blurted out, "Ren Xiaoyao." From her tone, there was a hint of joy. Hearing this, Aunt Qin smiled apologetically and said, "Emissary Chen, do you see someone you know?" "He, yes. Deputy Hall Master Qin, don't you see the young disciple in front of us? He's a little medicine boy from the Pill Hall and entered the fragrant religion a few months ago." After saying this, she shut her mouth. It was better not to tell the Misty Hall about the fragrant religion. Moreover, she was an inner court emissary. How could she answer every question? Hearing this, Aunt Qin didn't mind and smiled, "Should I call him over?" The woman in green thought for a while and nodded, "I'll have to trouble Deputy Hall Master Qin to ask him what he's doing at Shixin Peak." Aunt Qin nodded and urged her horse forward, stopping in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Aunt Qin coming over, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. When she was about to salute, she heard Aunt Qin say, "Are you Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Pill Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled and smiled apologetically, "Yes, I am. May I know, you're a disciple of the Pill Hall. Why are you here at Shixin Peak? What's the matter?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Aunt Qin didn't recognize her, so she took out the token of the Pill Hall and gave it to Aunt Qin. She briefly explained the whole story. Hearing this, Aunt Qin nodded and carefully looked at the token. Then she put the silk in her arms and returned the token to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Please wait a moment." She was about to turn around when she turned back and asked, "Do you know Lord Chen of the inner court?" "Lord Chen?" Then she realized that it was the gossipy Chen Chen. She nodded and said, "I've met him a few times, including Lord Kong." Aunt Qin thought for a while and got up to greet the approaching carriages. Then she reported the matter to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled and said, "That's good. Let him come over and we can go up the mountain together." Hearing this, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong hurriedly stopped her and said, "Lord Chen, the disciple on duty of the Pill Hall is just an ordinary disciple. It's always the ordinary disciples of the Misty Hall who welcome him. If he goes with Lord Chen, won't he? Chen Chen was wearing a veil, so no one could see the change of expression on her face. She snorted and said, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, do you still want to meddle in my affairs? Even if I let him ride my horse, it's none of your business. Zhong Pei blushed and smiled apologetically, I just think it's a little inappropriate. It'll damage the identity of the inner court disciple of the Lingxiang Peak. Inner court disciple? Chen Chen chuckled and said, Deputy Hall Chief Zhong is now the Deputy Hall Chief of the Misty Hall. Let's talk about the identity of inner court disciple in the future. Hearing this, Aunt Qin felt happy and bowed. She said, then should I call Ren Xiaoyao over? Chen Chen waved her hand and motioned her to hurry up, but she didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised to hear that Chen Chen called her. Chen Chen was a gossipy girl. It would be strange if she didn't call her over when she saw her and asked her to tell her what happened in the pill hall. So Zhang Xiaohua pretended that she didn't know and walked to Chen Chen's horse in a panic. She bowed to the ground and asked, I'm Ren Xiaoyao of the pill hall. Greetings to the inner court emissary. May I know why you call me here? Hearing this, Chen Chen was amused and said in a low voice, I just heard from Deputy Hall Chief Qin of the Misty Hall that you're the disciple on duty of the pill hall this time. So I call you here and go up the mountain with me. Hearing that Chen Chen used a fake voice, Zhang Xiaohua had already complained in her heart, as I said, Chen Chen is not a quiet person. She won't stop until she does something strange. Zhang Xiaohua looked panicked and waved her hand quickly. I don't dare, I don't dare. I'm just a little pharmacist of the pill hall. How can I be qualified to walk beside you? Chen Chen laughed in her heart and said in a slightly hoarse voice, don't talk nonsense. Just come here. Believe it or not, I'll ask Elder Purple Herb to whip you 30 times. Zhang Xiaohua shrank her neck and looked scared. She jumped on the black horse next to her and walked behind Chen Chen's horse. Chen Chen looked around and frowned. She whispered, well. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, can you walk behind me? Ask the pharmacist of the pill hall to come here. I want to ask about the pill hall. Well. Seeing that Chen Chen suddenly changed her voice, Zhong Pei felt very strange. Hearing her words, he was even more puzzled. What's there to ask about the pill hall? Don't you want to ask about the Misty Hall? His Excellency asked me to care more about the lives of ordinary disciples and give them more care. Isn't that right? Do you want to question the wise decision of His Excellency? Zhong Pei was sweating. He quickly reined in the horse and walked behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Chen Chen with a bitter face and bowed. What can I do for you? Ahem, ahem. Chen Chen coughed and pretended to say, tell me what you've done in the pill hall in the past few months. Zhang Xiaohua had already burst into laughter. Tell me what you've done in the pill hall in the past few months. It was obvious that Chen Chen knew that she had just come to the fragrance cult a few months ago. She knew that the messenger Chen in front of her should be the original Lord Chen. Zhang Xiaohua had ears. How could she not hear the messenger Chen mentioned by Deputy Hall Chief Zhong? However, Chen Chen thought that he had concealed it well. His fake voice was, ahem, as real as a real one. Putting aside the fact that Chen Chen somewhat looked down on ordinary disciples, Zhang Xiaohua was still pleasing to the eye in other aspects. At this time, he had found his second brother and no longer had to suck up to Chen Chen, but he was also willing to tell Messenger Chen about the interesting things of the pill expanding hall. So, Zhang Xiaohua rode beside Chen Chen and told him about what had happened in the pill hall and the gambling on Tianmu Peak. Chen Chen was so fascinated that he almost wanted to fight on behalf of Zhang Xiaohua. He unconsciously revealed his original voice and complained, Ren Xiaoyao, why do you have all the good things? You've held the hand of the beautiful girl in the Rejuvenation Valley and got engaged. Even in the fragrance cult, you can meet such interesting things. God, what can I say about you? You can be an inner disciple and I'll go to the pill hall. You. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be surprised and almost fell off the horse. She pointed at Qin Chen's veil and said, Who are you? Chapter 7:17. Qin Chen accidentally revealed his true face and was regretting it. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua almost falling off the horse, he couldn't help but feel happy. After lying for a long time, wasn't this a happy moment? Qin Chen was so happy that he swayed back and forth and laughed heartily. There was no trace of the majesty of the inner disciple just now. Not only Aunt Qin and Zhong Pei, but even the few inner sect disciples accompanying them had faces full of astonishment. After Qin Chen finished laughing, he sat up straight again and coughed twice. His voice was as calm as usual as he said, Well, Ren Xiaoyao, you're very good. Your martial arts are good and you get along well with the disciples of the Pill-Toppling Hall. You can be considered an excellent talent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the sect master. As soon as he said that, everyone around him was filled with admiration. Zhong Pei was even more jealous. What kind of relationship was this? Just fooling a few burly men from Tianmu Peak and exchanging a few stalks of herbs for their pills, and that was it? Then what had they done all these years? Wasn't it better than what they had done in the past few days? Was this the legendary, having connections in the court makes it easier to be an official? Zhang Xiaohua looked surprised and repeatedly cupped her hands at Qin Chen. She said, So it's Chen. Lord. I was wondering which inner disciple was so approachable and amiable as usual, making me feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Since it's Lord Chen, it's really not strange. Oh, by the way, Lord Kong, Lord Xia, how are they? Qin Chen beamed with joy. Good, very good. It's just that you can't go to Lingxiang Peak. Otherwise, I'll take you to see them. Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei, and the other disciples' jaws dropped to the ground. This inconspicuous little medicine boy of the Pill-Toppling Hall even knew Peacock and Xia Qing. Could this guy be a relative of the sect master? Then, Qin Chen felt a little strange and asked, But according to what you said, you went to Tianmu Peak as soon as you arrived at the Pill-Toppling Hall. You didn't even see Elder Zishen. How could he know you? And he even let you be a disciple on duty at Shixin Peak. Then he looked at Aunt Qin and smiled, The Misty Hall is famous for its unity. The disciples on duty in the other halls have suffered a lot in their hands. Your martial arts might be good, but you've only been in the fragrant cult for a few months. You don't know anything. How can you succeed? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. It was not a secret that she had participated in the Yulon Dusk refinement. That day at the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon, Qin Chen only cared about running away and did not see her. Otherwise, he would not be here listening to her. She just had to talk about the unimportant things. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, About this, it is because this little one participated in the Orchid Evening refinement and accumulated a little merit. Twilight Orchid refinement. Qin Chen was shocked and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. You also participated? Why didn't I see you? And, you actually made it out alive. Then she realized, Are you the disciple of the Tuodan Hall saved by the disciple of the Misty Hall? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said with a wry smile, replying to Lord Qin, It is this little one. This little one relied on Senior Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhong Pei's face was extremely ugly and he wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Chen's interest was piqued and she quickly said, Quick, tell me about it. Zhong Pei quickly stepped forward and said, reporting to Envoy Chen, It's getting late. Let's hurry up. Hall Master Yang is still waiting for Envoy Chen on the mountain. Qin Chen casually looked at the mountain path and said, Am I not going up the mountain? You don't have to say more. Zhong Pei was rebuffed and had to follow behind. Beside him, Aunt Qin was happy and also slowed down her pace, thinking that the mountain path was getting longer and longer. Zhang Xiaohua was well aware of Chen Chen's character, so he told him about the thrilling experience he had in the Valley Orchid Dusk. Of course, he did not mention anything about Deputy Hall Master Su and Lu Lihong. He only said that he had made a mistake and the Hall Master wanted him to pick the ice soul grass. When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua saw him at the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon and that he was running in the front and that Zhang Xiaohua sacrificed herself to lead the Yellow Wind to Lu Chaoxian and the other disciples out of danger, he could not help but be silent. After a long while, he stretched out his jade-like hand and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are really good. I didn't expect you to be so benevolent." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. That jade-like hand patting his shoulder was a little mushy. He could only smile apologetically and say, "I don't know why I was so hot-blooded that day. Maybe it's because the feelings between men are different. I couldn't bear to see them lose their lives. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. Also, did Lord Chen have other important matters to attend to that you couldn't care about other things?" Chen Chen was stunned and then his voice became a little louder. He found a reason to be at ease and said, "Yes, you are right. If I didn't have to protect junior sister Zixia, how could I be in such a difficult situation, Zixia?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. She guessed that it was the woman in purple who was holding Chen Chen's hand that day. Then Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "That's right. I think with Lord Chen's chivalry, if it wasn't an urgent matter, he wouldn't have to be like this." "That's right." Chen Chen echoed unwillingly. But then she felt strange and said, "But that Yellow Wind was unusually brave. It was like the wind. How could you escape with your life?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted his strength. His face suddenly turned pale and he looked frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Chen, please don't mention it. Speaking of this, I'm just scared. What on earth was that thing that was like the wind? I still don't know. You don't know that when I ran in front, it chased after me. It disappeared for a while and then appeared again. At first, my neck was cut by it. You see. After that, he was about to show his neck. Chen Chen couldn't look at his neck. He waved his hand and said, "Then, what happened later?" "Later, I don't know what happened. That thing slowed down a little. But then I didn't know where I ran to. I saw a very deep cliff and then I heard a cry that resounded through the sky. Then I felt a pain in the back of my head and fainted. I guess I was killed by that thing." "Ah." Chen Chen was also surprised. Knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was in front of him, he also shouted, "Why did the yellow wind come from the back of your head? Didn't it tear the throat?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Chen, I don't know. At that time, I didn't care about anything and tried my best to run to a place with many trees. I was afraid that thing would catch up with me. Now that I think about it, it was because I ran into the valley that the thing was afraid that someone would come out from the exit, so it hesitated. Or perhaps there was something wrong with that thing, so it slowed down the more it chased me. In the end, it knocked me out. Perhaps it thought that I was already dead." Chen Chen was thoughtful, but Zhang Xiaohua was nervous. He didn't know if this lie could be deceived by Chen Chen. After a long while, Chen Chen asked again, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you tell me what happened after you met Zhang Xiaohu?" Zhong Pei, who was at the side, couldn't help but want to remind him. However, after patting his horse and taking 2 steps forward, he stopped. "Nonsense, you've repeatedly disturbed the inner court emissary's observation of the people's situation. Isn't it obvious that you have a guilty conscience?" Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned and secretly said, "What's there to say? Isn't it all a story made up with second brother and second sister-in-law? Could it be that the people of Lingxiang Peak saw something wrong?" After thinking for a while, he cleared his throat and told the story that he had discussed with Zhang Xiaohu one by one. Even the matter of saving the inner disciple was put on Zhang Xiaohu. Of course, in the middle of the story, Zhang Xiaohua did not forget to praise herself. Lord Chen, the inner disciple's bones were all set by me. If there's any merit, don't forget me. I don't dare to share with senior brother Zhang Xiaohu. I'll just give a little reward. As he said, he stretched out his little finger and gestured the size of a fingertip. Chen Chen laughed out loud and said, "If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't know. When I have the chance, I'll definitely report this matter to the sect master." Then he asked, "Where did you learn the technique of setting bones?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and said, "Lord Chen, don't you know? I came from Rejuvenation Valley. The medical skills of Rejuvenation Valley are also famous in Jianghu. Isn't that so?" Chen Chen patted his forehead and said, "I really forgot about this." Then, Zhang Xiaohua followed up with a casual look, "Lord Chen, why have you come to the ethereal hall today? Is it to reward senior brother Zhang for saving the inner disciple?" The corners of Chen Chen's mouth under the veil curled up and he said with a smile, "How can you know the whereabouts of the inner disciple?" Then, he looked at the disciples of Shixin Peak who were already in sight and said with a smile, "Let's go. You're just in time. Follow me and you'll know." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and secretly complained, "Isn't it just an inner disciple? What's so great about it? I, Xiaoxia, have been talking all the way and my mouth is dry. Can't I let you say a word? He, if it weren't for my second brother's reputation, Xiaoxia, would be too lazy to talk to you." Although he thought so, his mouth was tight and he said modestly, "I'll listen to Lord Chen's orders. In front of Lord Chen, I'm willing to lead the horse and serve you faithfully." Chen Chen laughed again and said, "Forget it. I don't need you to do this. Just watch from the side." On Shixin Peak, Yang Ruping and Hall Master Yang had been waiting anxiously for a long time. After several waves of disciples came up to report, there was no news, which made her very anxious. Although there would be no accidents on the mountain road of Shixin Peak, she was a little confused because she hadn't come up for a long time. Yang Ruping was not relieved until she saw the figures of the crowd. But even so, Chen Chen and others still went up the mountain slowly, which made her frown and her heart moved for no reason. Is this a show of strength from His Excellency? I don't know which junior sister this messenger is. I only heard that her surname is Chen. I don't know if she is easy to get along with. Chapter 718. By the time Chen Chen saw Yang Ruping, Zhang Xiaohua's story had also ended. Chen Chen did not delay any further. He spurred his maroon horse and rushed out of the crowd. When Yang Ruping saw this, she hurriedly came out to greet him. When the two of them got closer, Chen Chen dismounted from his horse and took out a fist-sized jade talisman. He held it high and said, "I've come to Shixin Peak on the orders of the sect leader to settle the dispute between Hall Master Yang Ruping and Vice Hall Master Zhong Pei." Yang Ruping bowed and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect master." Then, Chen Chen handed over the jade talisman and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Yang, please tell me your identity." Hearing Chen Chen call her Senior Sister Yang, Yang Ruping was relieved. According to the rules, she was the Hall Master of the Misty Hall, so Chen Chen should call her Hall Master Yang. Now, he called her Senior Sister Yang in front of her, which meant that they were close. So, she took the jade talisman and looked at it carefully. Then, she handed it back and said with a smile, "Welcome to Shixin Peak, Junior Sister Chen. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Chen took the jade talisman and put it in his arms. He shook his head and said, "It's not hard work. I'm just helping sect master. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. Now, seeing you in person is better than hearing about you." Yang Ruping smiled bitterly and said, "What do you mean by famous? I'm very stupid and I'm not good at dealing with the affairs of the hall. Sect Master put the misty hall in my hands, but I caused so much trouble and troubled Sect Master. Junior sister, please don't laugh at me. Haha. Chen Chen stopped talking. At this time, Aunt Qin, Zhong Pei and the others also approached. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be young among the inner disciples, so they couldn't see anything special about her. Yang Ruping glanced at the crowd and said to Chen Chen, Junior sister Chen, do you want to take a rest now or ask the questions directly? Chen Chen looked at the many disciples standing solemnly behind Yang Ruping and nodded. There's no need to rest. Let's just ask them directly. This has dragged on for many days. I'm sure that Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Chen Chen must have suffered a lot. Please call them here, Hall Master Yang. When he mentioned the name, Chen Chen, there was a hint of excitement in his tone, which made Yang Ruping a little confused. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the crowd, heard this, he felt his head explode. What? Zhang Xiaohu was wronged. What's going on? Second brother brought back 4 carriages worth of spirit grass and even saved a female inner sect disciple. How could he get into trouble? Zhang Xiaohua looked around, the corner of his eyes twitching slightly, and his teeth grinding. At this time, he also thought of the scene when he met Lu Qiaogang on the mountain road. Presumably, all the disciples of the Misty Hall knew what was going on. Who can tell me what happened? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in her heart. At this moment, Yang Ruping asked, Yes, Emissary Chen, where would you like to ask? Ethereal Hall, Chen Chen said indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. With that, Yang Ruping led the way and led Chen Chen inside. The younger disciples of the inner sect also followed Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua mingled in the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, he followed as well. Chen Chen did not ask him to go out. He wanted to see what happened to his second brother. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was not in the mood to look at the scenery of Shixin Peak. She just followed the disciples and was puzzled. What happened to second brother? Not long after, everyone came to the ethereal hall. Although the ethereal hall was big, it could not accommodate everyone. Chen Chen looked back and pointed. You, and you, come in with me. After that, he stepped into the ethereal hall. Among these people, Zhang Xiaohua was among them. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand why Chen Chen called her in, but this was exactly what she wanted. She quietly followed the crowd into the ethereal hall. Needless to say, there were rules about who could enter the ethereal hall and who could not. After the disciples of Lingxiang Peak went in, the others also went in and stood in their own positions. Zhang Xiaohua, who entered the ethereal hall for the first time, was stunned. The decoration of the ethereal hall was almost the same as the meeting room of the Misty School. Even the position of the torches and candles were the same. At first glance, she thought she was back in the Misty Heights. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded inwardly. Hall Master Yang really has deep feelings for Master O Peng. I admire him. Chen Chen was the envoy of His Excellency, so naturally, he was the chief. The disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak and Zhang Xiaohua stood on both sides of Chen Chen. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin sat on the lower left side, while Zhong Pei sat on the lower right side. After everyone had taken their seats, Chen Chen said, Disciples of Misty Hall, His Excellency has known about your report on Lingering Fragrance Peak since the earliest time. But now the sect is not peaceful and there are more important things happening in other peaks, so it has been postponed again and again. This time, His Excellency has taken time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to our Shixin Peak and sent me as an envoy to investigate your report. Then, he said to Yang Ruping, Hall Master Yang, please escort Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen to the front of the hall. Escort to the front of the hall. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. She was slightly angry and thought, are they already considered prisoners? Why use the word escort? Yang Ruping bowed and said, Chang'e and Chen Chen are female disciples and have not been tortured to extort a confession. It's okay to call them up, but Zhang Xiaohu, as she said, she looked at Zhong Pei. Zhong Pei hurriedly got up and said with a smile, Messenger Chen, I took over this matter from the beginning. I know it's of great importance and concerns the lives of thousands of disciples in the sect, so I dare not be careless. However, Zhang Xiaohu refused to say anything, so I had to use some punishment. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his mind buzzed again. He was furious in his heart. His eyes were round as he stared straight at Zhong Pei. This ignorant man, he actually dared to torture second brother. He must be tired of living. Chen Chen waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Punishment is a necessary means. You just need to send Zhang Xiaohu to the front of the hall. Hearing that Chen Chen did not mean to blame him, Zhong Pei was overjoyed. He waved to the law enforcement disciples behind him and said, Go and bring Zhang Xiaohu here. The law enforcement disciples behind him hesitated for a moment and bowed to take the order. Not long after, a stretcher carried Zhang Xiaohu, who was covered in blood and bruises and whose breathing was a little weak. Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing in the crowd, stared at the stretcher as soon as it appeared. Her eyes were faintly filled with tears. When she saw her second brother's miserable condition, she almost exploded. However, when her divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohu, she found that her second brother was still alive and not in danger. Only then did she force herself to restrain herself and see what Chen Chen was looking for. At this time, Chang'e and the other Chen Chen were also brought to the front of the hall. As soon as Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohu, he no longer cared about etiquette and rules. He rushed forward in a few steps and wanted to hug Zhang Xiaohu. However, he was covered with wounds and did not dare to do so for fear of hurting Zhang Xiaohu. He only held the bamboo pole of the stretcher tightly with his hands. His tears had already dripped onto Zhang Xiaohu's body. Chen Chen also hesitated for a moment before following behind Chang'e. Her tears fell as she cried, Senior brother. Senior brother, you can't die. When Chang'e heard this, his heart ached as if he had returned to the wilderness surrounded by blood wolves. He clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Zhong Pei. Then, he looked at the masked woman sitting in front of the hall. How could he not know that she was an inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak? He walked forward and knelt in front of the high and mighty Chen Chen. He said, Senior brother Zhang is innocent. Zhao Jian is the main culprit. When the masked Chen Chen saw this, she said in a deep voice, Stand up. Regardless of whether your senior brother Zhang is innocent or not, you have to remember that in the Lingering Fragrance sect, female disciples are respected. You don't need to kneel to anyone except the sect leader. When Chang'e heard this, he hesitated for a moment before slowly standing up. Zhao Jian. The masked Chen Chen asked, Where is he? This lowly one is here. Zhao Jian walked out from behind Zhong Pei and bowed towards the seat of honor. Chen Chen didn't comment. Then, she stood up and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. She stretched out her hand and gently touched Zhang Xiaohu's pulse. After checking, she sighed and said, His meridians are damaged, but his martial arts are not damaged. However, his internal injuries are very serious. Many of his bones are broken and there are many external injuries. His life is not in danger, but he will need a long time to recover. After speaking, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chang'e. This is Lingering Fragrance Peak's Yuhuandan pill. Feed him one, I have something to ask him. Chang'e accepted the bottle and fed the Yuhuandan pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. The masked Chen Chen looked at Zhong Pei's face and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you don't have to do this. The truth is not out yet. I just want to wake Zhang Xiaohu up and ask him the reason. Then, she sat back in her chair and stretched out her right hand. She hooked her right index finger and said to Chen Chen, who had just stopped crying, Are you Chen Chen? Come up and talk. Chen Chen looked at Chang'e, who was busy feeding Zhang Xiaohu the pill, and timidly walked forward. He bowed and said, "Disciple Chen Chen greets your excellency." You don't have to be so polite, Chen Chen." The masked Chen Chen nodded and said, "Tell me everything that happened in the Yulon Canyon." Then, he added, "Don't be afraid. It'll be fine as long as you tell me the truth, Chen Chen." It was very easy to call him Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked back at Chang'e and started to talk about the disciples of the Misty Hall, from entering the Yulon Canyon to encountering the blood wolves and the two inexplicable neighs of the horses. "Chen Chen is lying. Your Excellency, Chen Chen must have colluded with Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu." Zhao Jian couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward to defend himself. "Shut up. Who are you to call Chen Chen?" The masked Chen Chen was furious. "Didn't you see that your Excellency is asking a question? What right do you have to speak?" Chapter 719. Although Zhao Jian did not understand the meaning of "Chen Chen is also for you to call," he knew the anger of the messenger from Lingxiang Peak. He quickly shrank his head and retreated. The masked Chen Chen sneered, "Zhao Jian, since it's your first offense, I won't lower myself to your level. If there's a next time, I'll slap you." Zhao Jian said that he didn't dare. The masked Chen Chen asked, "You said there were two inexplicable horse neighs. Is it the horse of your Misty Hall? Aren't the horses of your Misty Hall all in the woods?" Chen Chen looked at Chang'e, then at Yan Ruping and Aunt Qin. She still said timidly, "That's what we thought. We haven't seen any disciples from other halls for several days. If I'm not mistaken, this horse belongs to our Misty Hall. But didn't you say that you were all in the woods?" Chen Chen was anxious and said, "That's what we thought at the beginning, but later on, when we carefully recalled it, it seems that Senior Zhao Jian and Senior Xia Zai rode out to call the patrolling disciples, but we didn't pay attention to whether they came back." Zhao Jian's face changed slightly when he heard this. He was about to go forward, but he stopped when he thought of the warning just now. The masked Chen Chen nodded, that is to say, Chen Chen, Chang'e and Zhang Xiaohu discussed and felt that it was the horse of Zhao Jian and Xia Zai, but you couldn't be sure that it was them. This. Chen Chen hesitated and nodded, "Yes, I was also very scared at that time. The blood wolves were not far away and I only wanted to pray that they would leave quickly. How could I pay attention to anything else?" The masked Chen Chen asked again, "Chang'e, is Chen Chen right? Are you and Zhang Xiaohu not sure?" Chang'e thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, Lord Messenger, I'm not sure either." "What about you? Zhang Xiaohu, are you not sure either?" "You just need to nod." It had to be said that the Yuhuandan pill of the Xiangism was magical. After the seriously injured Zhang Xiaohu took the Yuhuandan pill, he had already woken up. His breathing was long and steady, not as intermittent as before. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only nod. At that time, he really didn't notice whether or not the two of them had returned to the forest. He was only guessing based on his intuition. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat confused. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e had also told him about this matter. But if that was the case, the one who should be locked up in the dungeon should be Zhao Jian. How could it be Zhang Xiaohu? However, when he saw that Chen Chen had given the Yuhuandan pill to Chang'e, he was temporarily relieved. As long as his second brother's life was saved, nothing else mattered. "What next?" the masked Chen Chen asked. "Catch." Chen Chen looked at Chang'e and said, "After that, senior brother Zhang, senior sister Chang'e, and I rode the horses and ran wildly. Although the horses were more handsome than the horses of the other senior brothers and senior sisters, after the other senior brothers and senior sisters were eaten by the wolves, we were caught up by the wolves. But just as the wolves were about to eat us, there was a sudden roar that shook the whole valley. Those wolves immediately stopped and then quickly ran south, you're talking about a roar? The masked Chen Chen asked, was it the same as the previous roars and could be heard by the whole Yulon Grand Canyon? Chen Chen nodded. Yes, it was the same as before, but it was changed to the direction of the south exit. The masked Chen Chen nodded thoughtfully. What next? Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, then we had nothing to eat. We picked some vermilion fruits by a pool and then fainted. When we woke up, our power was greatly improved. The masked Chen Chen smiled and said, Chen Chen, you're so lucky that you can pick the legendary vermilion fruit. I've been looking for it for a long time but still couldn't find it. After that, he waved his hand and said, come here. Chen Chen walked over obediently. The masked Chen Chen checked for a moment and nodded. There's still a lot of medicine in your body that hasn't been refined. You're not lying. Then he asked, by the way, who thought of using elk to drive the carriage? And who caught the elk? Hearing this, Chen Chen said with a smile of exultation, Senior Brother Zhang is really amazing. When I woke up that day, he and Senior Sister Chang'e had caught 4 elks nearby. Then we went back to the woods and picked out all the rare herbs from the original carriage. We gathered them in the 4 carriages and let the elks pull them out of the woods. The masked Chen Chen turned his head and asked, Chang'e, tell us what happened at that time. Chang'e said, Senior Brother Zhang and I woke up first. Senior Brother Zhang remembered the herbs in the woods and said that they were exchanged with the blood of the disciples in the hall and should be taken out. At that time, we just wanted to take some for each of us, but when we saw elk passing by, I had an idea and thought of using elk to pull the carriage. Then why are there 4 elk and not 3? Messenger, there were only 2 of us. Chen Chen was still in a coma, so each of us could only subdue 2 elk. After all, we didn't have a third hand. Chang'e answered calmly. Not far away, Zhang Xiaohua was also in a cold sweat. This was indeed a flaw. She was rescued by Zhang Xiaohu and others when they left the valley. At that time, there were already 4 carriages and one of them was undriven. It was not designed by her that each of them could drive 1 carriage. Chen Chen next to her also sighed. It's a pity that I didn't wake up in time. Otherwise, I could have helped Senior Brother Zhang catch 1 more elk and pull 1 more carriage out. There were a lot of herbs, which were exchanged with the lives of Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Sister Chang'e. As soon as these words came out, the whole Misty Hall was silent. The masked Chen Chen smiled and said, Chen Chen, you've done a good job. It's a great contribution to help Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Sister Chang'e get the carriage back. Then the masked Chen Chen asked, what happened later? How did you save the disciples of the Tuodu Hall and the female disciples of the inner branch? Chen Chen no longer hesitated and told the story that he had made up in the future, just like Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. I, Xiaoxia, am good at making up stories, no worse than some scholars. The masked Chen Chen nodded and said, Chen Chen, are you telling the truth? Of course, Lord Messenger. Then, do you think Zhang Xiaohu has anything to do with the animal tide? Animal tide? How could the animal tide have anything to do with Senior Brother Zhang? Hearing this, Chen Chen's expression changed greatly. Even Chang'e next to him was panicked. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu lying on the stretcher, he quickly shook his head and explained, Lord Messenger, it's all the framing of Senior Brother Zhao and Deputy Hall Master Zhong. How could Senior Brother Zhang have anything to do with the animal tide? He has been with us all the time. When the animal tide happened, Senior Brother Zhao was also there. How could he say that Senior Brother Zhao is related to the animal tide? Since Chang'e and Chen Chen were taken to the dungeon, they did not understand what was going on at first. After Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin's inquiries, as well as Zhong Pei's indirect inquiries, how could they not understand the reason behind it? It was just that they felt that Zhao Jian and Zhong Pei had no reason to frame Zhang Xiaohu. At the same time, they faintly felt that Zhao Jian was guilty. Of course, it was just a feeling. They did not have any real evidence. The masked Chen Chen did not comment and asked, Chen Chen, Chang'e, do you have anything else to say? Chen Chen and Chang'e shook their heads. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at Zhao Jian. He said something softly, but even if Chang'e put his ear next to Zhang Xiaohu's mouth, he could not hear clearly. He could only faintly hear. Gong. Gong. Zhang Xiaohu actually wanted to say that Zhao Jian had sinisterly broken his dantian and crippled his entire body's internal energy. He had a guilty conscience, but he was seriously injured and could not speak clearly. How could he accuse him? Chang'e listened for a long time and still could not understand. He could only look at the masked Chen Chen and shake his head slightly. The masked Chen Chen turned to look at Zhong Pei and said, Deputy Hall Master Zhong, you can tell us your reason. Zhong Pei cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Envoy Chen, for giving me this opportunity. Then he cleared his throat and told Chen Chen about the conspiracy between him and Zhao Jian. Zhong Pei's eloquence was very good. He was like a lotus flower with his tongue, vividly describing his suspicions. It was as if Zhang Xiaohu was the instigator of the beast tide and a group of beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon were under the command of Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu's purpose in going to the Yulon Grand Canyon was to slaughter thousands of ordinary disciples of the Xiangzi cult. Until the end, Zhong Pei did not leave any trace. How could Zhang Xiaohu have such magical powers? He must have been instructed by someone, but who were these people? This question was thrown to the masked Chen Chen. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing among the inner disciples, finally understood why his second brother was sent to the dungeon by Zhong Pei and suffered such torture. It turned out that Zhong Pei wanted to fight for fame and gain the favor of the leader of the Xiangzi cult. The angry Zhang Xiaohua was in an incomparably bad mood. It doesn't matter if you fight for power, but to step on the corpses of small people is your fault. This kind of behavior of harming people behind their backs is even worse than the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Well, since I'm here, then second brother's grievances can't be in vain. Staring at Zhong Pei, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes gradually narrowed. But at this time, the masked Chen Chen raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, didn't you always want to speak? Now, it's your turn. From now on, I will remember everything you say and report it to Lord Sect Leader without changing a word. Zhao Jian took a step forward and bowed. Thank you, Lord Messenger. Then, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohu and said, They're lying. Chen Chen was anxious when he heard this and said in a shrill voice, Zhao Jian, why do you say we're lying? The masked Chen Chen stopped him. Chen Chen, shut up. Whether they're lying or not, it's up to me to decide. Although he stopped him, there was some excitement in his tone. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, unconsciously curled his lips. He understood Chen Chen's mood. Talking to someone with the same name was like talking to two of himself. It was quite novel. It was exactly Chen Chen's favorite trick. Chapter 720. Chen Chen saw that the messenger had stopped him and didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head in grievance. The masked Chen Chen looked on with interest and said to Zhao Jian, Tell me what you think is true. Zhao Jian's eyes were filled with deep emotions as he recounted everything he knew. In the end, he concluded, Do you know? Messenger Chen, when I saw that my brothers were buried in the belly of the wolves, my heart was broken. I also wanted to go with them. That way, they wouldn't be alone on the road back to the Yellow Springs. At least, we could hold hands and go together. However, I also know that there are more brothers in Shixin Peak waiting for me to bring back news of the brothers in Yulon Mulien. I can't be so depressed. I still have a complete body to serve Sir Hierarch. So, I wiped my tears and hid my grief and indignation deep in my heart. I silently thought of Sir Hierarch and fled all the way back to Shishine Peak from the Yulon Prairie. Zhang Xiaohua's stomach spasmed when he heard this. He didn't expect that senior brother Zhao, who looked so bright, would be so fluent in flattery. Then, Zhao Jian changed the topic and said with great grief and indignation, after returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have always felt guilty. I couldn't bring back the brothers who went with me. I regret it very much. Why is my martial arts so bad? However, before I could escape from the abyss of grief, I heard the news that junior brother Zhang Xiaohu, no. Zhang Xiaohu had returned safely from the Yulon Grand Canyon. You don't know how excited and happy I was at that time. However, when Zhang Xiaohu came back, I saw the 4 carriages of Spirit Grass and junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen were safe and sound. My upright heart couldn't help but have doubts. Yes, I didn't want to doubt. I didn't want to doubt Zhang Xiaohu, who was like a brother to me. He was usually so loyal and honest. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the Misty School, he was supported by most of us disciples. This direct disciple of the Misty School, Zhao Jian's words were especially clear and heavy. However, my conscience tells me that I have to say it. I have to say it on behalf of the dozens of brothers in the underworld. They can't die in vain. It's true, Lord Messenger. Although the situation was urgent, I still cared about my brothers. My eyes never left the pack of wolves. Zhang Xiaohu was really submerged in the pack of wolves and there was no possibility of survival. But now he is actually standing in front of us, this. I don't need to say it, you should be able to think of something. If I say that Zhang Xiaohu has nothing to do with this blood wolf pack, would you believe it? Hearing this, the disciples in the hall went into an uproar and started whispering to each other. All the disciples knew about Zhang Xiaohu's matter, but because of Yang Ruping and Zhong Pei, everyone was not clear about the details. These days, there had been a lot of rumors, and there were all kinds of versions, but no one would have thought of this, because after all, Zhang Xiaohu was able to bring the 4 carriages of Spirit Grass back to the Shishine Peak, which could be considered a great merit. Now that they heard Vice Hall Master Zhong's words and Zhao Jian's instigation, they couldn't help but suspect, that's right, dozens of disciples have died, and Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts are not high, how could he have survived? Furthermore, he saved a lot of people and brought back a lot of spirit grass. Hearing the noisy discussions of the disciples and their distrustful gazes, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel regretful. Why didn't she think of this earlier? No matter what Zhao Jian's intentions were, what he said was reasonable. These things could not be explained very well. Although Chen Chen had already said that he had eaten the cinnabar fruit and increased his power, it was still a bit far-fetched. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel anxious. She lowered her head and thought, if things developed unfavorably for Zhang Xiaohu, how should she deal with it? Shut up! The masked Chen Chen berated, and the entire Misty Hall immediately fell silent. Then he said, Zhao Jian, do you have any evidence for your words? Zhao Jian shook his head, no, all the disciples died in the Yulon Grand Canyon, and I barely escaped. Where is the evidence? The masked Chen Chen asked Chen Chen again, Chen Chen, do you have any evidence? Chen Chen shook his head. Then he turned to ask Zhong Pei, Vice Hall Master Zhong, who do you think is telling the truth? Zhong Pei cupped his hands, I know that Zhao Jian is telling the truth, so I put Zhang Xiaohu in the dungeon. I believe Zhao Jian. Good. The masked Chen Chen nodded and said to Yang Ruping, what do you think, Hall Master Yang? This. Yang Ruping hesitated. To be honest, she was also moved by Zhao Jian's words. After all, what Zhao Jian said was reasonable. Of course, his final conclusion was also a bit unimaginable. I think. I believe in Zhang Xiaohu, Yang Ruping said reluctantly. When the word believe came out, Zhang Xiaohua was a bit angry. Her second brother risked his life to bring back 4 carts of spirit grass, and in exchange, the Misty Hall Master trusted him so little. It was really not worth it. What about Vice Hall Master Qin? The masked Chen asked again. Lord Messenger, although I know Zhang Xiaohu and I don't dare to judge his affairs, I believe in Chang'e and Chen. They were brought up by me. What they say is what I want to say. Madame Qin was resolute, but after thinking about it, she was a bit soft-spoken. However, what she said was reasonable. Zhang Xiaohu joined the Misty School halfway. When he came to the Shixin Peak, he was not with Madame Qin and the others. It was reasonable to say that he didn't know them. There was no flaw in Madame Qin's words, but in the ears of the disciples in the hall, it was a bit inappropriate. The disciples' hesitant eyes became more and more puzzled. Haha. The masked Chen laughed and said loudly, "What about the disciples in the hall? Who do you think is right and who is wrong?" Seeing that everyone was silent, he waved his hand and said, "Those who believe in Zhang Xiaohu, stand on the left. Those who believe in Zhao Jian, stand on the right. Those who don't know who is right and who is wrong, stand in the middle." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples panicked. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at them. Among the disciples, 5 of them stood on the right and 4 of them stood in the middle. Those who believed in Zhang Xiaohu stood on the left, only 1 of them. Clap, clap, clap. The masked Chen clapped his hands and asked softly, Chen, do you have anything to say? This. Chen's face was pale and he said in a trembling voice, "Lord Messenger, senior brother Zhang is indeed." While they were talking, there was a loud bang and the closed door of the Misty Hall was pushed open. The strong sunlight outside shone in, making many people squint their eyes slightly. In the sunlight, a middle-aged man with a straight back walked in with heavy but firm steps. "Who are you?" The masked Chen said angrily, "I am here." "How dare you break in?" However, the man still walked into the hall step by step. His shadow in the sunlight was extremely bright. When the disciple next to him closed the door of the Misty Hall again, everyone saw clearly that he was Zhang Xiaohu's master, Wenhai, who had been abolished of his martial arts and had never come to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua stood behind. Although he didn't move, his heart was warm and his eyes were moist. When he saw Wenhai, his first impression was that gentle young master he saw in Lu Town, the young Xiaoxia who came from the sky and saved him and his father from the hands of bullies. At this moment, although Wenhai was not old, his spirit was not as good as before, and his movements were no longer as nimble as before. He was not much different from an ordinary burly man, and this was the result of his inner strength being crippled. When Wenhai walked to the front of the hall, bowed to Yang Ruping and said, "Master's wife." Yang Ruping got up and returned the salute. Then she said, "Wenhai, why are you here instead of resting?" "Oh, this is Lord Chen, the messenger sent by the hierarch of Lingxiang Peak." When Wenhai cupped his hands and said, "I am Wenhai from Misty School." "Greetings, Messenger Chen." He said, "Misty School," instead of Misty Hall. The masked Chen didn't care about it. He waved his hand and said, "I wonder what Hero Wen has to say." When Wenhai straightened his back and glanced at Zhong Pei from the corner of his eyes. His expression was full of disdain. Withdrawing his disdainful look from Zhong Pei, when Wenhai said to the masked Chen, "When I came to Shixin Peak, I never entered Misty Hall. I don't care about anything on Shixin Peak. It's just that I haven't seen this disappointing disciple of mine for a long time, so I asked someone and found out that such a thing had happened. Lord Chen, just now I heard clearly outside the door. Isn't Zhong Pei trying to find the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? I came. I'd like to see how a cripple like me who has lost all his martial arts can have a connection with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon." When Wenhai stood there as steady as Mount Tai and looked at Zhong Pei with bright eyes. For a moment, Zhong Pei felt that he didn't dare to face him. Hero 1, I know you love your disciple, but Vice Hall leader Zhong is just guessing. Am I not looking for evidence? Then let me ask you, you are standing here. What evidence do you have to prove that you and Zhang Xiaohu have nothing to do with the beast tied in the Yulon Canyon? Then, he pointed to the disciples in the hall and said, you see, I don't need to say anything. How many of your own disciples in Shixin Peak believe your disciple Zhang Xiaohu? When Wenhai looked at the three groups of disciples in the hall, many of them were a little ashamed and lowered their heads. With a smile on his face, when Wenhai looked around and said, regardless of whether you support it or not, there is only one truth. No one can fake it, right? They have the right to choose. I won't blame them no matter who they choose. On the contrary, if they go against their conscience for power and reputation, then I'm ashamed. When Wenhai's words were powerful and resonant. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's blood surged. She couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism spontaneously rise. Isn't it just unfair? With the 3-feet-long sword in my hand, I'd like to see who dares to say no. Lingering fragrance peak. Then. I'll just topple this lingering fragrance peak. Chapter 721. Hearing this, the masked Chen Chen smiled and said, Master Wen, you can see it clearly, but don't you want to see your disciple's injury? When Wenhai glanced to the side and saw Zhang Xiaohu's eyes full of grief and indignation, he said with a smile, as long as he is alive, there will always be life. At worst, he will only have some dry firewood like me. There is no need to see him. The masked Chen Chen asked curiously, Master Wen, are you here to accept your punishment? Don't you want to say something? Do you want to say something for your disciple? When Wenhai shook his head and said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiaohu has made such a great contribution to the Misty Hall, but he was destroyed by you with a groundless accusation. What else can I say? I came here today just to see. Aren't you looking for the person behind Zhang Xiaohu? Who else is there except me? If you have any problems, just come to me. At worst, I will give you my head to fulfill my wish several years ago. Although when Wenhai was talking to Chen Chen, he also looked at Yang Ruping several times, which made Yang Ruping quite embarrassed. Hearing Wenhai's heroic words, all the disciples were a little ashamed. The masked Chen Chen stood up from the chair and clapped his hands and praised, Master Wen, you are so forthright that I admire you. Then, he turned around and said to Zhong Pei, do you think you are the only smart person? Do you think you can play everyone on the Shixin Peak and the inner disciples on the Lingxiang Peak in the palm of your hand with such means? Zhong Pei was stunned and quickly stood up and said excitedly, Envoy Chen, please understand. I am loyal to the Lingxiang Peak. I am trying my best to complete the task of the sect master. Seeing that Zhong Pei still wanted to argue, the masked Chen Chen took out the jade talisman from his arms and held it above his head. He shouted, pass the sect master's decree. Zhong Pei did not dare to speak at once. He bowed and said, please tell me. The masked Chen Chen said, Zhong Pei, do you think I am a fool? Do you want to fool me with such a non-existent thing? Why don't you use your cleverness on the right path? I know that you want to make some contributions, but you have to find something reliable to do. Don't mention the beast tide of Yulon Mu. Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, use your heel and think about it. Is that something the disciples of the Misty Hall can control? It's the work of Yellow Wind and Black Lightning. We'll look into it when we have the time. There's no need for Vice Hall Master Zhong to come. Zhong Pei's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He mumbled to himself, not daring to say a word. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have a good impression of this sect master whom he had never met before. Fortunately, you're not muddle-headed from old age. You can still distinguish the cause of the matter. Then, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the masked Chen Chen. This guy had already received the order from the sect master that he only needed to pass it on to the Shushin Peak and everyone would have to listen to it. But this guy, on the other hand, kept shouting this and that, insisting on being the so-called righteous one time, making him worry for nothing for a long time. After reading the decree of the sect master, the masked Chen Chen put away the jade talisman and said to Zhong Pei with a cold face, "Zhong Pei, the matter of the beast tide ends here. Do you know?" Zhong Pei said obsequiously, "This lowly one knows." This lowly one was also blinded for a moment and wanted to make some contributions for lingering fragrance peak. "I didn't expect that I was deviated. This matter will never be mentioned again." Up to this point, things were not out of Zhong Pei's control. He had made preparations for both sides. If he succeeded, he would have completed some unspeakable tasks given to him by the hierarch. If he failed, he would have been punished by the hierarch. Not far away, Zhao Jian's face was green and red. He was unwilling, but if Zhong Pei did not dare to say anything, what could he do? Who knew that the masked Chen Chen would say, "The sect master is extremely dissatisfied with you. You stirred up a storm, but you fell into the scheme of others. Well, sit down first. When I return to the Lingxiang Peak, you will return with me and ask for forgiveness in front of the sect master." Ah! The scheme of others? Zhong Pei was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Jian. "Zhao Jian, what did you do behind my back?" When Zhao Jian heard this, he became anxious. He stepped forward and said, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, I am innocent. I did not do anything. I only did what I should do according to your instructions." These words were vague, but it was also very clear that Zhao Jian had entered the Yulon Grand Canyon because of Zhong Pei's instructions. "You!" Zhong Pei said angrily, "You still dare to talk nonsense." The masked Chen Chen waved his hand. "Zhong Pei, sit down. Your task in the Shushin Peak has been completed. There will be a successor to replace you." Then he said to Yang Rupiang, "Hall Master Yang, the sect master will arrange a suitable person for you to live in harmony and develop the Misty Hall together." Yang Rupiang nodded. "Thank you for the arrangement. Well, Hero 1, you can sit down now. Everything in the Yuanxiang cult is under the control of the sect master. He will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will he let a bad person go." Wen Wenhai snorted, but obediently found a seat to sit down. The masked Chen Chen sat back in his chair and quietly looked at Zhao Jian for a long time. He said in a deep voice, "Zhao Jian, are you not going to say anything?" Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, "I have said what I should say. There is nothing more to say." "Well, good." The masked Chen Chen asked, "Then I would like to ask again. Did the two inexplicable horse neighs in the Yulon Grand Canyon have anything to do with you?" Zhao Jian shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. I didn't hear any horse neighs. If my guess is wrong, then junior brother Zhang and the others also escaped from the blood wolf. I have wrongly accused a good person. I can apologize to junior brother Zhang." He. The masked Chen Chen sneered. "If you don't have any ulterior motives, why did you suggest such an idea to Zhong Pei when Zhang Xiaohu and the others came back?" This. Zhao Jian was somewhat speechless. When he suggested the plan to Zhong Pei, there was obviously no one around. How did the sect master, who was far away in the Lingxiang Peak, know about it? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jian hardened his heart and said, "Since Lord Envoy knows about this, then this little one will tell you everything. Bringing my fellow disciples into the Yulon Grand Canyon to gather herbs was due to my hard work. Gathering more than 10 carriages of rare herbs was also due to my contribution. Even if we encountered a beast tide, I thought that I would be able to escape and bring back some herbs. But this Zhang Xiaohu actually came back alive and brought back 4 carriages worth of herbs. He actually became the greatest contributor to the Yulon Grand Canyon. What about me? I became the pitiful worm in the mouths of the other disciples. Everything that I worked so hard to do was obtained by him by luck. His martial arts are ordinary, how can he block my path? Yes, Lord Envoy is right. I am jealous. Really, I am incomparably jealous. He is only a direct disciple of the Misty School. He took all the glory of being a direct disciple. He learned the Misty Divine Art, and practiced the Misty Seven Swords. These were all obtained by him effortlessly. But what about me? My martial arts are stronger than his, and my swordsmanship is better than his. But what did I obtain after 10 years of hard work? The more Zhao Jian spoke, the more agitated he became. It was as though he was about to step on Zhang Xiaohu's nose. Zhang Xiaohu was lying on the stretcher. He was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes were wide open. He pointed at Zhao Jian with difficulty and wanted to say something. But after a moment, he regained his composure and looked at Zhao Jian's performance pitifully. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but smack his lips. This fellow was really boring. He didn't know about the other direct disciples, but when it came to his second brother, he knew very well. If he didn't exchange his life for sect leader O's little sister, how could his second brother enter the Misty School? The identity of a direct disciple was also incomparably awkward back then. Now, he was actually envied by an ordinary disciple. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had never thought of. Zhao Jian spoke for a while more, and the surrounding disciples also came to a realization. They looked at Zhao Jian with some disdain, but at the same time, there was some sympathy. What he said was not false. Many disciples would occasionally have such complaints, but they would all say it secretly and not dare to surface it on the surface. After a series of sonorous and forceful explanations, Zhao Jian finally said, "Lord Envoy, I know I was wrong, but I feel that there is nothing to regret. The martial arts world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. Since I have done something wrong, I should be punished. I am willing to apologize to junior brother Zhang and accept the punishment of the Misty Hall." The masked Chen Chen turned his head and smiled, "Since you are accepting the punishment of the Misty Hall, then you should listen to Hall Master Yang's opinion." When Yang Ruping heard this, she hesitated and said, "Although Zhao Jian is jealous of Zhang Xiaohu and has done something wrong, but after all, it is pardonable. Moreover, he has also made some contributions in the Yulon Grand Canyon." I think, Aunt Qin who was at the side could not accept it and said anxiously, "Hall Master Yang, Zhao Jian is jealous of junior brother and the things he has done are not small. If not for the sect leader's clear investigation, Zhang Xiaohu's life would have been gone. How can he be spared?" This. Yang Ruping muttered, "Zhao Jian has also done a lot of things in the hall, and his martial arts is the highest among the second-generation disciples." Seeing that Yang Ruping was somewhat protective and indecisive, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. At this time, the masked Chen Chen opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This is the punishment of your Misty Hall. You can slowly discuss it in the future." Then he suddenly raised his head and asked Zhao Jian, "What is the third rule of the fragrant cult?" "Disciples of the cult who kill each other." Zhao Jian blurted out, and then his face turned pale. The next few words were said with gritted teeth, "Kill, without, pardon." "Good, you still remember." The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, "But why did you still do it?" Zhao Jian turned pale with fright. Chapter 722. The Envoy is Wise. Zhao Jian hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Xiaohu's injuries were caused by the law enforcement disciples. I only whipped him occasionally to appease the injustice in my heart. I have no intention of taking junior brother Zhang's life." The pitiful Zhang Xiaohu didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Even if he was tormented by Zhao Jian, he couldn't say a word. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They felt that the envoy from the lingering fragrance peak was making a mountain out of a molehill. The masked Chen Chen smiled and said, Zhao Jian, don't try to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. I just want to know if you were the one who caused the blood wolves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The entire place was silent. Zhao Jian pointed his finger to the sky and said, the heavens above and the earth below, the two horse neighs were definitely an illusion of junior brother Zhang's group. I definitely didn't do it. If I was the one who did it, I would have been struck to death by the heavens. Zhao Jian, on the other hand, was tense. He saw that the emissary of the lingering fragrance peak was very particular about evidence. Out of all the Misty Hall disciples who participated in the trial, only the 4 of them came back alive. Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were obviously in cahoots. Their words could not be trusted. He wanted to see how this emissary would judge. Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. When he met Zhang Xiaohu, it was already later on. He also heard about the incident in the forest from Zhang Xiaohu. To be honest, it couldn't be used as evidence and he couldn't be sure that it was Zhao Jian who did it. In fact, even if Zhao Jian admitted that he was the one who caused the horse neighs, it was only due to negligence. It couldn't be considered as fratricide. Ha! The masked Chen Chen laughed again. Since ancient times, traitors have always been stubborn. It seems like you are the same. You won't give up until you see the river. Men, bring her up. As soon as he said that, Zhao Jian's face changed drastically. He barely managed to stand still and his eyes darted around as he glanced at the door. Several inner disciples standing behind Chen Chen heard the order and walked out. Not long after, they brought in a stretcher from outside the hall. On the stretcher was an inner disciple with a veil covering her face. Zhao Jian's expression softened. He looked at Xiao Qin strangely and did not say anything. The masked Chen Chen asked, Zhao Jian, look at this woman. Do you recognize her? Zhao Jian pretended to take a look and cupped his hands. Senior sister seems to be seriously injured. It's a pity that I've always stayed in Shixin Peak and had no chance to see senior sister lingering fragrance peak. Even when I brought the disciples of Misty Hall to train in Yulon Grand Canyon, I've never seen you before. Yes. The masked Chen Chen asked, Chen Chen, do you know this woman? Chen Chen looked at her for a long time, then bit his lip and said, Messenger, the clothes this woman is wearing are mine and senior sister Changa's. She should be the inner disciple we saved on the Yulon Prairie. Yes, good. Chen Chen turned his head and said, Ren Xiaoyao, come forward and take a look. Do you recognize this woman? Zhang Xiaohua did not expect Chen Chen to suddenly call her and was stunned. Then, she looked at the familiar faces of Wen Wenhai and Aunt Qin and slowly walked out from the group of inner disciples. Wen Wenhai was sitting there calmly, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he was shocked. After staring for a moment, he regained his composure. Yang Ruping had never seen Zhang Xiaohua before. When she heard Chen Chen suddenly calling her from behind, she was also taken aback. Aunt Qin, who was next to her, quickly went up and briefly explained Zhang Xiaohua's origin. She also handed over the silk in her arms. Yang Ruping saw this and nodded slightly. When Chang'e and Chen Chen heard the name of Ren Xiaoyao, they did not react at first. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, they were surprised and happy. Then they remembered that Ren Xiaoyao was Zhang Xiaohua. But then they stole a glance at Chen Chen and did not dare to be too happy. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the front of the hall. First, she bowed to Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, and said, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-expanding hall pays his respects to the 3 saviors. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and moved his fingers slightly. Chang'e and Chen Chen also saluted back. After that, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of the woman and reached out to pick up her arm and other parts. He carefully pinched it, then stood up and said, reporting to Lord Envoy, this is the inner court female disciple that we saved in the Yulon Grand Canyon that day. The bone injuries on her body were all treated by this little one, so I still recognize them. Good. The masked Chen Chen said, sit down. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right, then chose the seat next to Wen Wenhai and sat down. The masked Chen Chen asked again, Zhao Jian, you really don't know this female disciple? Seeing Chen Chen ask again and again, Zhao Jian frowned and said, I'm really not familiar with her. At this time, the woman on the stretcher opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Zhao Jian, you don't know me? Do you want me to call you junior brother Zhao or husband Zhao before you will recognize me? When Zhao Jian heard this, he was puzzled at first, but then he was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. After a long while, he hesitated and said, You are Xia. Senior sister Xia. Chang'e and Chen Chen also exclaimed, You are senior sister Xia. The hoarse voice sighed and said, Is it junior sister Chang'e and junior sister Chen Chen? I heard from Lord Chen that it was you and junior brother Zhang who saved me. Alas, why did you save me? You might as well let me die. But then the woman said hurriedly, No, I can't die. If I die, who can expose the shameless face of a despicable person like Zhao Jian? When Aunt Qin, who was sitting there, heard that the masked woman was Xia Zai, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw Xia Zai's miserable state and then looked at Chen Chen who was sitting at the head of the table, her eyes were moist, but she did not dare to go forward. Zhao Jian's eyes turned quickly and immediately changed into a joyful expression. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect senior sister Xia to be lucky enough to survive. Congratulations, congratulations. Then, he looked puzzled. I wonder what I did to make senior sister misunderstand. You actually treat me like this? Xia Zai was flustered and said with a stutter, You. The masked Chen Chen looked at her coldly and turned to Aunt Qin. This Xia Zai was sent to our Lingxiang Peak by the disciples of Wuming Hall as an inner sect disciple. However, after we identified her, we found that she wasn't a disciple of our Lingxiang Peak. She had been unconscious for a few days and we couldn't determine her identity. She only woke up a few days ago and after some questioning, we reported to the cult master. The cult master took pity on her and granted her a veil, allowing her to cover her face in the cult of fragrance. He also asked me to send her to Shixin Peak. Of course, we can't determine whether she is real or fake. Aunt Qin didn't say anything, but Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why does wearing a veil in the cult of fragrance require the cult master's special approval? Could it be that it's one of the rules of the cult? Then, his right hand unconsciously touched the handkerchief in his chest and thought, Xiao, have used this handkerchief countless times. If I'm caught red-handed by the inner sect disciples, won't I be chased for thousands of miles? Sigh, there really isn't any human rights in the cult of fragrance. When Aunt Qin heard Chen Chen's words, she couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and walked to Xia Zai. She looked at Xia Zai who was lying on the stretcher, but she couldn't tell who she was. Xia Zai's head was covered by a veil and her entire body was covered by clothes. No one could tell who she was. Xia Zai heard Aunt Qin's footsteps and said with a choked voice, Master. You won't be able to recognize me. Aunt Qin comforted her, Zai, you grew up by my side. If I can't recognize you, who can? Then. You'll know when you remove my veil. Aunt Qin immediately had an ominous premonition. Therefore, she reached out her hand to remove Xia Zai's veil. Chang'e and Chen Chen, who were at the side, knew what she was going to do. They exclaimed softly, Master. After saying that, Chen Chen also walked forward and stood in front of Aunt Qin. He said softly, Master, senior sister Xia, was disfigured long ago. You must be mentally prepared, Aunt Qin waved her hand. What a joke. Which child in the pugilistic world didn't have blood on their hands? Why would they be afraid of this? As she spoke, she removed the veil. However, even though Aunt Qin was mentally prepared and knew that Xia Zai's face was disfigured, she was still shocked by what she saw. Under the veil was a head that was similar to a skull. There was no hair on the head and only a small part of the head had a greenish-white scalp. There were many parts of the skull that revealed white bones. On the face, the 2 pools of autumn water had now become dry pools. There was also a black hole in the nose and her lips were scattered. Her face was almost full of holes. This. Aunt Chin was dumbfounded. This was much scarier than a skeleton. How could she still see her original face? Moreover, this woman's voice had changed. If one tried to identify it, there were some traces of Xia Zai's voice. However, this didn't mean anything. Junior sister, put on the veil. I knew that master wouldn't be able to recognize me. Aunt Chin felt that some tears had quietly fallen from her eyes. She quickly wiped them with her sleeves and quietly covered Xia Zai's face with the veil. At this moment, she didn't want to look at Xia Zai's hands that were hidden in her sleeves. Her face was already like this, how good could her body be? After thinking for a while, Aunt Chin moved her mouth close to Xia Zai's ears that had basically become a black hole and whispered a few words. Then, she also moved her ears close to Xia Zai's mouth to hear her reply. The others all watched quietly and couldn't hear anything. However, Zhang Xiaohua's 6 senses were several times more sensitive than others. Even if he didn't use his martial arts, he could still hear the sounds. However, when he heard first pain, his face turned red. He looked at the ceiling and then at the ground. From time to time, he would dig his ears as if there were lice on his body. Wenhai, who was beside him, had been secretly observing him. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder, when did my peripheral vision become so powerful? The 2 of them talked for a while. Aunt Chin straightened up and gestured for Chen Chen to identify it as well. Chen Chen thought for a while and spoke in a low voice like Aunt Chin. However, his face was a little red. After Xia Zai finished answering, her face became even more shy and cute. She nodded vigorously at Aunt Chin. Chen Chen, who was wearing the veil, was curious and asked, Aunt Chin, can you identify it? Chapter 723. When Zhang Xiaohua, who was seated far away, heard Chen Chen's silent question, she couldn't help but sit stiffly on the chair. She didn't move an inch and had a look of disbelief on her face. This Chen Chen is too good at messing around, he can even do such a thing. This is the only way to tell if this is the real Xia Zai or not. Seeing Chen Chen's flushed face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh secretly. When Aunt Chin heard Chen Chen's question, she stood up and cupped her hands. Reporting to Lord Envoy, my disciple Chen Chen and I have confirmed that this is indeed my disciple, Xia Zai. The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands. Good, that's good. Since we can confirm it, junior sister Xia, please tell everyone about your encounter in the Yulon Grand Canyon. When everyone heard this, they revealed a curious expression. Just now, Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2 were telling a story while Zhao Jian was telling another story. Who wouldn't know which was true and which was false? They wondered what kind of story this crippled Xia Zai could tell. Not far away, Zhao Jian's expression changed a few times before he gradually calmed down. He returned to his previous confident expression and like everyone else, he revealed an interested expression. Xia Zai had lost her eyes and couldn't see everything around her. When she heard Chen Chen's instructions, she recounted her encounter. Her hoarse voice wasn't loud but it rang out in the silent misty hall, causing everyone to be shocked. That day, Zhao Jian held Xia Zai's hand and came to the edge of the small forest. He instructed the patrolling disciples to go back and warn the herb-gathering disciples of the misty hall. Then, he tied his horse and Xia Zai's horse to a tree. After that, he held Xia Zai's hand and stealthily walked towards the wolf pack. You. Xia Zai was puzzled. She wanted to ask but was stopped by Chu Li's gentle gaze. He whispered, don't talk too much. Let's walk for a while and get closer to the wolf pack before we make a sound. Maybe we can lure the blood wolves to this side. Our light body technique is good, so we have a higher chance of escaping. Zhao Jian's image in Xia Zai's heart immediately became infinitely tall. She allowed Zhao Jian's hand to tighten and held Zhao Jian's hand in return. She had already decided in her heart, this is a good lover who is loyal and selfless. Even if I were to be fed to the blood wolves together with him, my heart would still be sweet. Sure enough, when they were some distance away from the blood wolf, Zhao Jian led him in another direction. It was different from the direction of the small forest. At this moment, a low-lying area appeared in front of them. There were some ponds. Xia Zai said softly, "Junior brother Zhao, we should reveal ourselves. Otherwise." Before Xia Zai could finish her sentence, 2 hoarse neighs could be heard from afar. This is bad. Zhao Jian's face was filled with panic as he said, I forgot about the 2 horses. When Xia Zai heard this, she also turned around to look. Sure enough, the 2 horse neighs had already attracted the attention of the blood wolves to the small forest. Xia Zai panicked and immediately leaped up. Zhao Jian was even more anxious as he hugged her and scolded, "What are you doing?" Before Xia Zai could say anything, the blood wolves in the distance had also discovered their tracks. Immediately, a few of them ran towards them. This is bad. This time, Zhao Jian seemed to be really panicking. He didn't say anything to Xia Zai and quickly dragged her forward. When they reached the side of the pond, he pulled out a few reeds from the side of the pond and handed them to Xia Zai. Then, he immediately dived into the pond. Xia Zai was a little hesitant. However, when she thought of the blood wolves behind her and the fact that the small forest had already been discovered by the blood wolves, she knew that it was impossible to lure all of the blood wolves to her location. Thus, she followed Zhao Jian and dived into the water with the reeds in her mouth. Although Xia Zai's martial arts were higher than Zhao Jian's and her internal energy was also long, she wasn't good at swimming. When she entered the water, she didn't know what to do. After being hugged by Zhao Jian, she was momentarily dazed. After an unknown amount of time, the blood wolves at the side of the pond wandered away in search of the 2. Only then did the 2 emerge from the pond. Needless to say, the 2 of them were completely drenched, and it was no different from being naked. Xia Zai, who was in a daze, and Zhao Jian, who was distracted, easily turned the world upside down. When Xia Zai woke up, everything that should have happened had already happened. Even the wet clothes that were taken off at the side had been dried by the sun. The 2 of them put on their clothes. Xia Zai, who already had feelings for Zhao Jian, felt a little shy. To her, it was only a matter of time. She was only happy that she was able to find such a loyal and affectionate husband. Thus, she discussed with Zhao Jian and decided to check out the situation in the small forest. This suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhao Jian. If they were surrounded by blood wolves, how could they possibly survive? Furthermore, who could guarantee that there weren't 1 or 2 blood wolves there? If they were discovered, how could the 2 of them possibly survive? It was better to take advantage of the fact that the blood wolves had just left. The 2 of them could turn their grief into strength and quickly escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon to spread the news. Xia Zai pondered for a moment and agreed. Since everyone else was dead, the most important thing now was to protect their lives. Thus, the 2 of them headed towards the exit of the Yulon Grand Canyon. In the beginning, Xia Zai didn't have any doubts about Zhao Jian's arrangement. However, after a day, she thought about it carefully and had some doubts in her heart. She couldn't help but ask a few more questions. For example, why didn't he pass the horse to the other disciples and instead tie it to the tree? Why didn't he pick the direction where the blood wolves were going, but the direction beside them? Regarding these questions, Zhao Jian was a little hesitant. In the end, he said that it was just a momentary thought and he didn't make any careful arrangements. On the other hand, Xia Zai didn't think too much about it. After all, they were passionate and would always think positively. Furthermore, at that time, it was indeed urgent. Even she was at a loss and had a huge pressure in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get together with Zhao Jian the moment they escaped danger. In the next 2 days, Xia Zai felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the most important thing for the two of them was to escape from the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this Zhao Jian. Whenever he had the time, he would find Xia Zai and do it several times a day. At first, Xia Zai thought that it was her first time doing it and that she was addicted to it. After all, she was aroused and tried her best to respond. However, day after day, it made Xia Zai develop a feeling that Zhao Jian was treating her as a tool and that every day he could use her was one more day. It was a pity that Xia Zai's vigilance was too late. Just when Xia Zai was suspicious, the two of them were about to enter the Yulon Grand Prairie. In a desolate cave on the mountainside, after doing it, Xia Zai's face was still flushed red. It was because Zhao Jian had sealed her acupuncture point. Xia Zai was alarmed and shouted for the reason. However, how could Zhao Jian be willing to tell her? He wanted to kill her immediately. Xia Zai was a famous disciple of the Mingcue Hall and her martial arts were above Zhao Jian's. She hurriedly used the Misty School's reverse blood corrosion secret technique to break through her sealed acupuncture point. Even so, she could only take advantage of Zhao Jian's carelessness to escape from the cave. If she wanted to defeat Zhao Jian, it would be extremely difficult. When Zhao Jian saw Xia Zai escaping, he was alarmed and immediately chased after her. Xia Zai panicked and fled to the top of the mountain. When she saw the cliff in front of her, she subconsciously stopped and turned around to ask Zhao Jian why he was doing this. Zhao Jian only laughed sinisterly and said, "You have already asked so many questions. If I keep you here, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? Only when you are dead will I be at ease." At this moment, Xia Zai finally understood that Zhao Jian had tied the horses outside the forest to attract the blood wolves. The direction he was escaping in was the rear wing of the blood wolves and wouldn't attract the attention of the blood wolves. As for herself, because of a coincidence, she had become Zhao Jian's plaything for a few days. Seeing that they were about to enter the Yulon Prairie and would be leaving in a few days, how could Zhao Jian allow someone who knew about the entire process to live? Even if this person was extremely in love with him and might even be his intimate lover who would never tell anyone about it. Xia Zai was completely disheartened. She didn't even try to dodge Zhao Jian's palm strike that was aimed at her chest. Zhao Jian's move was a feint and when he got close, he realized that he had increased the strength of his palm strike. He wanted to kill Xia Zai on the spot, but with the strength of his palm strike, Xia Zai was sent flying off the cliff. Seeing that Xia Zai had been struck by his own palm strike, he knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, she had fallen off the cliff, so it was even more impossible for her to survive. Zhao Jian couldn't find a corpse at the bottom of the mountain and left the valley with peace of mind. Even if Xia Zai didn't die, she wouldn't be able to cross the entire Yulon Prairie. However, Xia Zai was lucky. When the palm strike struck her, the strength of the reverse blood corrosion essence was still present and neutralized some of the palm strike. When she fell off the cliff, she was similarly caught by a tree branch at the bottom of the cliff. After waiting for half a day for the mountain wind to blow again, she fell down again. At this moment, the bones in her arms and legs were all broken. Xia Zai actually relied on her anger and desire to live to crawl forward until she was eaten by jackdaws before she fainted. Xia Zai naturally didn't know what happened after that. When she woke up, she was already at lingering fragrance peak. Just as Xia Zai's voice fell, the sound of clapping could be heard amidst the sighs of the Misty Hall's disciples. Moreover, a voice of praise could be heard, "Good story, good plot." When everyone looked over, it was Zhao Jian who was a little panicked just now. Zhao Jian laughed and said, "Senior Sister Xia, I'll call you that for now. Since Vice Hall Master Qin and Junior Sister Chen Chen both said that you're real, I'll also believe that you're real. I don't know how you escaped, but you're slandering me and using my character to make up stories about me. How are you still the senior sister Xia that I've always respected? I don't know how I've offended you in the past. Or was it because I commanded you too much during the Yulon Prairie evening refinement that you felt that it affected your status? That's why you're telling such a ridiculous story. Xia Zai said angrily, Zhao Jian, you're a heartless and ungrateful villain. Why don't you tell me how I'm fake? How can I use my own innocence to frame others? Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 724. Zhao Jian shrugged his shoulders and said, that's hard to say. Although I didn't see you like this, but seeing Vice Hall Master Qin's shocked expression, do you think anyone would still care about your innocence? If you can use it to do something, then it's still possible. Zhao Jian. The masked Chen berated, what nonsense are you talking about? Even now, you still won't admit your guilt. Zhao Jian cupped his hands and said, Sir Envoy, what Marshal Uncle Wen said just now is extremely right. If you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? If you want to pin a crime on me, then I can't do anything about it. But think about it, these dozens of people are all disciples of my Misty Hall. We have lived together for more than 10 years and are brothers who have gone through life and death together. What use do I have for their lives? Zhong Pei, who was sitting by the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. His eyes were wandering and no one knew what he was thinking about. Zhong Pei. The masked Chen's shout gave Zhong Pei a fright. He immediately jumped up from his chair and cupped his hands. Envoy Chen. Speak, did you instigate this matter? The masked Chen asked, Sir Sect Leader has already made it clear that as long as you speak, you will be pardoned. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the bottom, heard this and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Dozens of lives, just because the mastermind is an inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak, Sir Sect Leader will not pursue this matter. I think the matter of my second brother will not continue. Since this matter has been made known to this Xiaoxia, how can I not give justice to the disciples of the Misty Hall? But Zhong Pei gave a bitter laugh and said, reporting to Sir Chen, before I entered the valley, I did indeed have some instructions. This orchid twilight refinement is the most dangerous and I allowed him to take the opportunity to get rid of a few disciples who were usually disobedient and a threat to him. Anyway, it's normal for people to die in the orchid twilight refinement and it's not normal if they don't die. No one will pursue this matter and this strategy is also in line with, but, I have never asked him to leave dozens of disciples in the valley. There are also a few disciples that I have nurtured. However, this lowly one understands Zhao Jian's intentions. The masked Chen thought for a while and asked, is Zhao Jian the same as you? Does he want to make a big deal out of this? Anyway, he has been instructed by you. If he succeeds, he will have made the greatest contribution. Moreover, there will be no other disciple in the Misty Hall who can compete with him, no matter if it is, or if it is cultivated by you. Zhong Pei smiled bitterly again, that's probably the case. It's just that, this bastard is really generous. I didn't expect him to be so ambitious. Moreover, thousands of people died in the beast tide, so I didn't expect him to be the culprit. It's my fault. Let's return to lingering fragrance peak. No need. The masked Chen waved his hand and said, His Excellency Sect Master said that as long as you admit it, he won't pursue the matter. Besides, you didn't instigate it, so there's no need to mention it. Then, he said to Zhao Jian, how is it? Since your backer has said so, can you still not admit it? Zhao Jian looked up to the sky and laughed, Envoy Chen, you have said so much, but it is all empty talk. Do you have any evidence? Just based on this woman who we don't even know if she is a human or a ghost. To be honest, I even doubt if she is senior sister Xiao. I know that our cult of fragrance has always emphasized on evidence and fairness. How can I be convinced by your story? How can I explain this to all the disciples of the cult of fragrance? How can I explain this to the wise and mighty sect master? You can only force a confession and smear the name of the sect master. You. The masked Chen Chen saw that Zhao Jian was stubbornly resisting. Even if he did not confess, he was furious. The entire Misty Hall was silent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. This bastard is really too shameless. Didn't he know that he could use the bewitching finger? He had never used it before, so he might as well use it on this despicable thing. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to stand up, he saw that although the masked Chen Chen was angry, he was still sitting there calmly. He couldn't help but think, from Zhao Jian's tone, it seems like he's already going soft. He's actually placing his hopes on the so-called evidence, on the so-called wisdom of the sect master. But, just based on the decree that Chen Chen passed down earlier, Zhong Pei didn't even have a chance to refute it. How could the sect master possibly be fair? Even Zhong Pei of the inner sect was like this, let alone the lowly Zhao Jian. Everything just now was just an act by Chen Chen. What about now? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to herself, this girl is really bored. Just as Zhang Xiaohua gave herself a thumbs up for her own cleverness and gave the masked Chen Chen a thumbs up, a hoarse voice sounded, Junior Brother Zhao, could it be that you have forgotten our intimate relationship? How can I not know that you have 6 fingers on your left foot? The disciples in the hall were stunned. Even they did not know that senior brother Zhao Jian had such a secret. It seemed that what Xia Zai said was true. But Zhao Jian's expression did not change. He laughed and said, I didn't expect senior sister Xia to still admire me. You even found out about my secret. Although there might not be any disciples in Shixin Peak who know about the 6 fingers, there were a few senior brothers who knew about it when we were in Ethereal Mountain Villa. Senior sister Xia actually had feelings for me at that time. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then. Junior brother Zhao, what about the small mole on your thigh? The hoarse voice was still calm. This. Zhao Jian's expression changed drastically. For both men and women, the mole was the most secretive part of their bodies. Other than their parents and those who had physical contact with them, no one else knew about it. Since Xia Zai had mentioned this mole, it naturally proved that she had physical contact with Zhao Jian. And since they had physical contact with each other, everything she said was naturally true. At this moment, the hoarse voice sounded again, what? My junior martial brother Zhao, you didn't think of it, did you? Although the woman beneath you was already in a state of delirium, she still touched your entire body while you were enjoying yourself. I reckon that even you didn't know that you had a tiny mole the size of a grain of rice on your thigh. Xia Zai was right. When they were doing it, Zhao Jian only felt that Xia Zai's hand was abnormally comfortable. Although she deliberately avoided some places, how could she remember when she was in a state of delirium? Especially such a sensitive place. Moreover, the thigh was hidden. Who would notice it? To be honest, even Zhao Jian himself did not know that he had a small mole on his thigh. If it was not in front of others, he would want to touch it himself. It was probably impossible for him to see it. Instantly, all the male disciples in the Misty Palace looked at Zhao Jian's crotch in unison. Even Zhang Xiaohua was no exception. Zhao Jian immediately felt it and couldn't help but block it with his hand. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to release her divine sense. But thinking about how secretive that place was, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and rolled her eyes. Please, am I, Xiaoxia, so wretched? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua still looked expectantly at the masked Chen Chen, who was sitting at the head of the table. He hoped that she would give the order to take off Zhao Jian's pants and verify his identity. After all, peeping alone was vulgar, but everyone was curious. Unfortunately, Chen Chen's face was covered by a veil. Zhang Xiaohua could not see if she lowered her shy face like the other female disciples and did not know her current mood. Well, Zhang Xiaohua still overestimated Chen Chen's curiosity. How could Chen Chen, who was in her 20s, sit still and do nothing? The masked Chen Chen shouted, "Zhao Jian, let me ask you, what is the first rule of the incense cult?" Hearing this, Zhao Jian's face turned ashen and he did not dare to answer. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He really did not know what the first rule of the Xiangism was. Chen Chen sneered. "I'm afraid you don't dare to say it. Those who betray you will be punished. You have long forgotten the first rule of the Xiangism." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in her heart. It was indeed the Xiangism. If you hurt a brother, you would only be killed. But if you betrayed your heart, you would be punished. This was really unreasonable. Lord Hierarch said that if you set up such a trap to kill all your opponents for the sake of fame and fortune, then you can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. Seeing that you're a talent, it's not necessarily impossible to pardon you. But you betrayed her and even wanted to kill her. If the heavens did not let her be saved by Zhang Xiaohu, then wouldn't the leader have made a big mistake? Then, she stood up from the chair and took out the jade talisman. She said seriously, "The leader has decreed that Zhao Jian betrayed her heart and killed her. He will be executed immediately." Ah! Everyone in the hall was surprised. They knew that Zhao Jian was going to die, but they did not expect that he would die in such a way. However, although everyone was surprised, they did not have the slightest bit of pity in their hearts. Even Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel sorry for this sect master whom he had never met before. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua already knew the whole story. He knew that Zhao Jian was the main culprit who harmed his second brother. He had long since drawn a red cross on Zhao Jian's face in his heart. And the leader's execution made him feel great. When Zhao Jian heard this, his face, which was originally calm, immediately turned pale. He rushed to Zhong Pei's feet and hugged his legs. He howled, "Vice Hall Master Zhong, you have to help me. This little one only followed your instructions and did these things. This happened, Zhong Pei was furious and kicked Zhao Jian away. He scolded, "You dog slave, I only gave you a straw, but you used it as a banner. You have such great ability, how can I give you instructions?" Zhao Jian, who had been kicked to the ground, came to Xia Zai's side. As though he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he held onto her hand and said, "Senior sister Xia, I was possessed for a moment. You must remember my kindness and plead with the sect leader. I will serve you for the rest of my life and treat you well. Really, I will love you just like in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Ah! Then, there was a cry of surprise. Chapter 725. Zhao Jian's hand grabbed Xia Zai's left arm. In a moment of desperation, how could he still control his strength? With just a stretch of his hand, he took out Xia Zai's left hand that was hidden in her sleeve. What he touched was not the smooth and soft hand that he had imagined. Instead, it was like an ice-cold thin bamboo. When he took a closer look, he realized that what he was holding in his hand was a white bone that did not have a single bit of good flesh. It wasn't neat to begin with, and with this grab, it was a mess of flesh and blood. This immediately frightened Zhao Jian and he cried out in shock. At this moment, Xia Zai, who was lying on her back, lifted her veil and revealed her skeleton-like face to Zhao Jian. After Zhao Jian exclaimed in shock, he immediately let go of Xia Zai's hand and took a few steps back with the force of his feet. Just as he took a step back, Zhao Jian came to his senses and was about to take another step forward when he heard Xia Zai's cold laughter. "Junior brother Zhao, after seeing me like this, you still dare to sleep beside me at night? Aren't you afraid that I will strangle your neck with my cold hands?" Zhao Jian naturally hesitated. At this moment, he heard the masked Chen Chen shout. "Where are the disciplinary disciples? Take this heartless man down and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Feed his flesh to the stray dogs." Just as he finished speaking, two of the inner disciples that Chen Chen had brought with him stepped out and walked toward Zhao Jian. When Zhao Jian saw them, he knew that there was no hope and he was about to make a final struggle. However, the moment he moved, the disciplinary disciples' fingers were already in front of Zhao Jian's eyes. Before Zhao Jian could make a move, all of his major acupoints were sealed. Then, the two of them skillfully grabbed one arm each and dragged Zhao Jian out of the ethereal hall. "Vice Hall Master Zhong, save me. Senior Sister Xia, I was wrong. I will accompany you forever. Lord Chen, save me." In the end, he said, "Junior brother Zhang, say something. Think about our brotherhood back then." It was a classic case of begging for help at the brink of death. Zhao Jian's voice didn't stop even after he was outside. First, he begged for help, then he cursed and finally, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The masked Chen Chen looked at the disciples in the misty palace and said with a smile, "Are you interested in seeing this guy's miserable state?" However, the hall was completely silent. No one made a sound. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely anxious. This was the legendary death by 1,000 cuts. They had to take a look and broaden their horizons. Moreover, this Zhao Jian had harmed her second brother heavily. Seeing his miserable state could be considered as venting their anger. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was only 10 feet long at this time. Otherwise, she would have already released it. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhao Jian's howls gradually became softer. It was obvious that he had run out of strength. The masked Chen Chen opened his mouth and said, "Our sect's punishment of death by 1,000 cuts is usually carried out for 3 days and 3 nights. We have to let the victim taste all kinds of pain before he dies. However, this is Shixin Peak, so we'll keep it simple and only let this guy have a little advantage. All of you male disciples, go out and take a look. Remember the consequences of being unfaithful." Then he said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Ren Xiaoyao, you go and take a look too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and deliberately asked, "Lord Chen, do I have to go too?" "Yes, you have to take a look." Eh? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She couldn't help but ask, "Why? If I tell you to go, then go. How dare you disobey my orders?" Chen Chen didn't explain at all. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. She got up and followed the male disciples to the open space in front of the misty palace. In the middle of the open space was a thick wooden stake, and Zhao Jian was tied up on it. His entire body was drenched in blood, and even his face was covered in flesh and blood. He could no longer be seen as a human. At this moment, Zhao Jian was already out of breath, and he groaned in a low voice, "Two senior brothers. Please, give me quick death, please." The two law enforcement disciples turned a deaf ear to his pleas. The two sharp knives in their hands continuously cut off pieces of flesh from Zhao Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was curious at first, but after a few glances, she couldn't help feeling disgusted. A person could only die with his head on the ground. This kind of torture was indeed against the heavens. But when she thought about what Zhao Jian had done, Zhang Xiaohua could only sigh. It's not that the time isn't up. When the time is up, the pain inflicted on others will be returned 1,000 times. It was unknown whether it was due to Zhao Jian's tenacity or the lingering fragrance Peak's law enforcement disciples' special methods, but after another hour, Zhao Jian's flesh was completely shaved off, revealing his eerie white bones. Only then did Zhao Jian gradually stop breathing amidst his miserable groans. Not only Zhang Xiaohua, but the other male disciples of the Misty Hall were also pale. Their breathing was rapid, and their foreheads were slightly sweaty. It seemed that they had been taught a good lesson. They no longer dared to do such things in the incense cult, such as liking the new and hating the old. Seeing that Zhao Jian had died, the two law enforcement disciples found something from the side and cleaned up his remains and the flesh on the ground. They took it outside, presumably to find the wild dog. However, in the cult of fragrance, this wild dog might not be easy to find. It was unknown how the two of them completed Chen Chen's instructions. Zhang Xiaohua and the other male disciples returned to the Misty Hall. They were still standing or sitting, waiting for Chen Chen to speak. Chen Chen looked around and cleared his throat. Well, since Zhao Jian has been executed, this envoy has successfully completed 2 of the 3 things that I came here for. Everyone stared blankly for a moment, their hearts thumping wildly as they searched their minds for any heartless actions they might have done. At this time, Chen Chen said slowly, the ancient said, good people don't live long, bad people live for 100 years. However, now that the bad people are dead, our good people are still living very well, yes, although there are some injuries. Well, back to the topic, the bad people have been punished. What's next? Will the good people be rewarded? That tone, that method of arousing people's curiosity, it was really comparable to the storytellers in the tea house. Well, perhaps Chen Chen had learned it from them. Seeing that everyone's eyes were shining, Chen Chen was very happy. He waved his hand again and a girl behind him came up and handed Chen Chen a brocade box. Chen Chen took it and walked to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu, the hierarch has heard of your deeds and is very pleased. Your martial arts are not high, but you care about your senior sisters and junior sisters. Even if you don't sacrifice your own life, you still want to keep them safe. You are a role model for all the male disciples of the cult of fragrance. If you don't reward people like you, how can you convince the others? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously touched his nose and secretly said, this. Isn't this talking about Xiaoxia? Unfortunately, in his story, Zhang Xiaohu was the protagonist. He was the little medicine boy of the Tuodan Hall who was saved by Zhang Xiaohu. Chen Chen continued, not only did you save your own disciple of the Misty Hall, but you also saved other disciples along the way. Although Xia Zai is a disciple of the Misty Hall, you didn't know it when you saved her. You have always treated her as an inner disciple. It shows that in your heart, no matter which peak the disciples are from, they are all your brothers and sisters and you treat them equally. This really shows that you are kind and broad-minded. You are a disciple worthy of training in the cult of fragrance. Therefore, His Excellency the cult leader has decreed that he will give you a copy of the Suhuan Heart Sutra and 3 Suhuan pills to help you improve your internal strength and have stronger martial arts. He will also carry forward the tradition of mutual help and friendship among the disciples of the cult of fragrance. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. His second brother's torture for the past 10 days had not been in vain. Even the fragrant religion's lord had personally bestowed him a pill. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of this plain pill before, he was sure that it was a pill that could increase one's cultivation. As for the plain aura cultivation method, it was probably not much worse than the ethereal divine art. However, when these things were placed in front of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes, they did not arouse any gratitude from Zhang Xiaohu. Wasn't this nonsense? His internal strength had been crippled by Zhao Jian. Even if he took these pills and skills, what use would it be? The masked Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu's incomparably clear eyes and couldn't help but think to himself, I admire him. He really is a direct disciple of the Misty School. If he hadn't practiced the secret skills of the Misty School, how could he not be tempted by these things? His Excellency the cult leader is truly wise. Thus, he said to Chen Chen, Chen Chen, your senior brother Zhang's hands and feet are inconvenient. You take them for him first. Yang Rupiang, who was sitting below Chen Chen, had a drastic change in expression when she heard that the cult leader had bestowed the pills and the Suhuan Heart Sutra. When she heard that Chen Chen was to take them, she couldn't help but stand up and say, Envoy Chen, please wait. The masked Chen Chen revealed a knowing smile. He turned around and asked, Hall Master Yang, do you have any objections to the cult leader's decree? Yang Ruping shook her head and said, "This disciple doesn't dare to question the cult leader's decree. It's just that. I want to ask Envoy Chen, these Heart Sutra and pills, are they mistaken?" The masked Chen smiled and said, "When this envoy came down from the Lingxiang Peak, I personally went to the pill room and the skill room to take these things. How can they be wrong? This." Yang Ruping pondered for a moment and said while gritting her teeth, "But the cult leader is wise. Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School and his teacher is Wen Hai. He practices the ethereal skill, a secret mental cultivation method of the Misty School, and he has already succeeded in it. This internal strength mental cultivation method is the hard Yang one, while the Suhuan mental cultivation method is the soft Yin one, which is the internal strength mental cultivation method practiced by the female disciples of the school. If Zhang Xiaohu didn't practice the ethereal skill, he could practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method, which is a gift from the cult leader. But now, if he practices the Suhuan mental cultivation method, isn't it like pouring water on the fire? It's very easy to go mad." Hearing this, Wen Hai's expression suddenly changed. The other disciples' envy also turned into sympathy. Yes, the masters in Jianghu all practiced one kind of hard yang or soft yin internal strength. Few people practiced both at the same time. Although there were very few people who practiced both at the same time, very few people succeeded. These people were all rare geniuses in Jianghu. Was Zhang Xiaohu such a genius? Absolutely not. He started practicing internal strength at the age of 18. If he practiced two completely different kinds of internal strength mental cultivation methods at the same time, he would definitely go mad. Chapter 726. Hearing Yang Ruping's question, the masked Chen smiled and said, "Hall Master Yang's doubts have already been considered by Lord Sect Leader. This Zhang Xiaohu has only cultivated the ethereal divine art for 4 to 5 years and is only at the entry level. Even if he cultivates for another 30 to 50 years, it is still impossible for him to reach the peak. However, if he cultivates the Yuhuan mantra, with the help of the Yuhuan pill, he can definitely reach the next level in a short period of time. It is also possible for him to reach the peak of the Yuhuan mantra, within 20 years. But Yang Ruping still wanted to continue, but she was stopped by the masked Chen. Chen said coldly, "Hall Master Yang, I respect you as my senior sister, so I have always answered your questions. But don't you think it's disrespectful to His Excellency when you keep questioning me when I'm passing on the decree of His Excellency? If it was anyone else, this envoy would have already taken them down. Thus, I ask Hall Master Yang to sit down quietly. It won't be too late to continue after the decree is passed on." Yang Ruping's face darkened and she lowered her head and returned to her seat. Seeing that Wen Hai was about to stand up, the masked Chen immediately said, "Hero Zhang Xiaohu, you should also sit down. This is merely a gift from Lord Sect Leader to Zhang Xiaohu. There is no need to implicate too many people. It is better for him to choose what is more important and what is less important." After speaking, she handed the brocade box to Chen. Chen quickly looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What choice did Zhang Xiaohu have? In his heart, he was just a cripple. What ethereal divine art, what Yuhuan mantra, they had nothing to do with him. Since it was a gift from Lord Sect Leader, it was fine for him to take it. Perhaps he could leave it for Chang'e to use in the future. Thus, he didn't need to think too much and nodded slightly. Very good. The masked Chen smiled and casually handed the brocade box to Chen. She turned around and sat back in her seat. Then, he looked at Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Hall Master Yang, this envoy has completed the 3 tasks ordered by Sir Religion Master. If Hall Master Yang has any questions, you can ask them now." Then, he changed the topic and said, "However, before we came, Lord Sect Leader had already instructed us that the foundation of Zhang Xiaohu's misty divine art is very shallow. Moreover, it conflicts with the Su Huan Heart Sutra, so we might as well dissolve the inner strength that he had cultivated in the past. This. Yang Ruping and Wen Hai were both shocked. However, Chen Chen waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I've already checked his meridians just now. There's no internal energy in his meridians, only some of the cinnabar fruit's medicinal effects are still there. This saves me a lot of effort." Then he cast a sideways glance at Zhong Pei and said, "This might be a good deed done by some people. However, now it has helped Zhang Xiaohu. He can directly cultivate the Suhuan heart technique." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. That day, Zhao Jian's palm had indeed hit his dantian. Zhao Jian had even checked it. How could the envoy of lingering fragrance peak not notice it now? However, if Zhao Jian's palm had no effect, where did his decades of internal energy go? At this time, he heard the masked Chen Chen say, "In addition, Sir Religion Master knows that Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the original Misty School. Considering that the cultivation method of the Misty School is not bad, he gave extra grace and agreed that Zhang Xiaohu can also cultivate the Misty Divine Art in addition to cultivating the Suhuan Heart technique." Although these words were dignified, the meaning was clear. That was, Zhang Xiaohu must first cultivate the Suhuan Heart technique before he can cultivate the Misty Divine Art, as long as he is not afraid of Qigong deviation. Alas, Yang Ruping and Wen Hai both sighed in their hearts. The situation was stronger than the person. Since they were under the roof of the fragrance cult, it was impossible for them to not listen to Sir Religion Master's orders. They could only cup their hands and say, "Thank you Sir Religion Master for your grace." "Good, good, good." The masked Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone is very happy, this envoy's trip can be considered to have ended satisfactorily." Then, he glanced at Zhang Xiaohua who was sitting at the end of the table and said to Yang Ruping, "Master Yang, Ren Xiaoyao of the Pill-Expanding Hall was saved by Zhang Xiaohu of the Misty Hall, and he also helped Xia Zai of the Misty Hall to set her bones and heal her wounds. Now he is a disciple on duty in the Pill-Expanding Hall of the Misty Hall. It is estimated that there will be a long time in the future. I hope you won't be too harsh on him for the sake of the monk." This kind of thing was really insignificant to Yang Ruping. Moreover, the Misty Hall had changed a lot at this time, so how could she care about this? She nodded naturally and said yes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went forward to greet Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin again and thanked Chen Chen. At this time, the masked Chen Chen said to Chen Chen, "Chen Chen, come here." Chen Chen was puzzled. She looked at Chang'e and walked to the masked Chen Chen. The masked Chen Chen carefully looked up and down for a while and said with a smile, "What a lovely child. You almost died under the trap of Zhao Jian." After that, she took out a jade pendant and threw it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took it and heard the masked Chen Chen say with a smile, "Well, I know you now. Chen Chen, if you are bullied in the fragrance cult in the future, you can tell them my name. I guarantee that no one will dare to take advantage of you." Chen Chen was stunned and turned to look at Chang'e. Seeing Chang'e nod, she said softly, "I just don't know. Sister's name is," this sister was really forced. It was even more awkward than Zhang Xiaohua that day. The masked Chen Chen seemed to have guessed the answer to the riddle and was in a very good mood. He laughed and said, "Although it's not easy for others to remember my sister's name, it's really easy for you to remember." Zhang Xiaohua, who knew the details, couldn't help curling her lips secretly and still sneered. Chen Chen said softly, then, "Sister, please tell me." "Chen Chen." The masked Chen Chen said. "Yes, Lord Messenger, please tell me." "Chen Chen." The masked Chen Chen still said. Chen Chen was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, Chen Chen is here. Lord Messenger, please tell me." The masked Chen Chen suppressed the smile in her heart and said, "Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle and whisper, "Junior sister Chen, the messenger of the fragrance peak is also called Chen Chen." "Ah!" Chen Chen exclaimed and revealed many small canine teeth in her mouth. The masked Chen Chen smiled and took her hand, saying, "Chen Chen, in the future, you will be protected by Chen Chen in the fragrance cult." Chen Chen was also happy and bowed, "Thank you, sister Chen Chen." "Ha ha ha." The masked Chen Chen turned to Yang Ruping and said with a smile, "Well, I have finished my mission and there are many things to do in the Misty Hall. I won't disturb Master Yang." Yang Ruping pretended that she couldn't persuade Chen Chen to stay, so she led the disciples to send Chen Chen to the fragrance peak. As the representative of the pill-expanding hall, Zhang Xiaohua was also lucky to be there. When they were about to leave, Chen Chen called Zhang Xiaohua to her and asked in a low voice, "Ren Xiaoyao, let me ask you, are there any secret marks on your body?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked confusedly, "I don't think so." "What's wrong?" Chen Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "You have held my hand and got married. Have you been touched all over your body? If you have any other thoughts, you'd better check your entire body first. If there are any hidden marks that you don't know about, you'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Don't wait for others to come knocking on your door. You'd be at a complete loss." Zhang Xiaohua fell off the horse with a plop. Chen Chen laughed and went down Shixin Peak. When Chen Chen and his group were halfway down, a figure appeared between the rocks not far away. It was Zhang Xiaohua who had found an excuse to follow them down. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the dispirited Zhong Pei who was riding a horse with his head drooped. In the Misty Hall, when Zhang Xiaohua saw her second brother being tortured to extort a confession, she wanted to kill him. Only Chen Chen of the Fragrant Peak acted swiftly and decisively. He even alienated the disciples of the Misty Hall and made it watertight. There was no chance for him to vent his anger on Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved by Zhao Jian's death, Lingxiang Peak prioritized the inner disciples and did not directly pursue Zhong Pei. This made Zhang Xiaohua very unhappy, so she found an excuse to go down the mountain to find trouble with Zhong Pei. Unfortunately, Zhong Pei was among the inner disciples and was not far behind Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was more than 10 feet and the flying sword could not reach him. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and directly went to the feet of the inner disciples. She took out her small sword and was ready to kill. At this time, she heard Chen Chen call out, "Zhong Pei, come over here." "Envoy Chen, what's the matter?" Zhong Pei naturally urged his horse forward. "Envoy Chen." These words immediately awakened Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Chen was now the envoy of Lingxiang Peak. She had rashly killed Zhong Pei at Shixin Peak. Although it was true that she wanted to vent her anger, but this time, she had implicated the entire Misty Hall. Even Chen Chen, the inner disciple's envoy, might be implicated. Moreover, he might be able to hide his face, but his figure could be clearly seen in broad daylight. No matter how incompetent Chen Chen of Lingering Fragrance Peak was, it was impossible for him not to discover that the person who had ambushed him was him. In this way, he was likely to be investigated. Needless to say, the matter of Deputy Hall Master Su would also be exposed. Following that, Yang Yao and Rejuvenation Valley would most likely be in a bad situation. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and secretly gritted her teeth. She returned to the mountain rocks and looked at the group of inner disciples who were gradually disappearing. She fiercely said, "Old dog Zhong, you have escaped today. But don't worry, I, Xiaoxia, will definitely take revenge. Hee, isn't it just Lingxiang Peak? After I have cured my second brother's injury, I will definitely go and find you." With that, she punched the huge crouching ox rock beside her. With a loud explosion, it was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the inner disciples seemed to have heard the sound and vaguely looked over. That Zhang Xiaohua had already escaped. Where was her human form? It was already late at night. In a lonely small courtyard near the cliff of Shirshine Peak, a tall and thin figure was standing in the middle of the courtyard. She stood with her hands behind her back and silently watched everything in the night. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall. After she failed to kill Zhong Pei, she returned to the Misty Hall. Aunt Qin had already arranged for the disciple in charge to wait beside her and make a good place for Zhang Xiaohua. Because of Chen Chen's instructions to Yang Ruping and the familiarity between Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Chen, the disciple of the Misty Hall did not dare to neglect her. However, the residence of the disciple on duty of the pill-expanding hall was far from the Misty Hall. It was impossible for the Misty Hall to move the residence of the pill-expanding hall to the left of the Misty Hall just for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, looking at the apologetic expression of the disciple of the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified for a while. After the disciple of the Misty Hall left, Zhang Xiaohua brought her big black horse and David's deer in. After a few days of getting along, Huan had somewhat adapted to the aura of Little Black and Little Yellow. Occasionally, she could get close to them. At this time, she was led by Zhang Xiaohua and did not feel panic. This was a very tidy little courtyard. There were 2 entrances and 2 exits, and there were a few small rooms. Zhang Xiaohua looked around carefully, and there was nothing that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he randomly picked one of the rooms to be his room, and threw some of his belongings inside. She should have checked the situation around the small courtyard at this time. However, it was late at night and it was difficult to see clearly. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured. Although Zhang Xiaohua had checked with her divine sense in the Misty Hall, she did not have a real diagnosis after all, so she was not at ease. Moreover, Chen Chen said that there was no internal force in his meridians, which made Zhang Xiaohua even more depressed. When they parted a few days ago, he just had more than 20 years' worth of internal force. How could there be no internal force in such a short time? Others might not know, but Zhang Xiaohua was very clear about it. He immediately felt that there was something fishy going on, but whether it was Zhong Pei or Zhao Jian, he was not sure. He could only find out if he went to Zhang Xiaohu and asked him personally. However, Zhang Xiaohu had just been released from the dungeon and was seriously injured. There should be many disciples around and she did not know if it would be inconvenient to visit him now. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the courtyard and thought about whether she should visit second brother. After thinking for a while and looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua finally made up her mind. She cast a spell and went underground, heading straight to the Misty Hall in the day. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the side of the Misty Hall. At this time, the Misty Hall was still brightly lit. Many things had happened during the day and Yang Ruping and the others were probably still discussing what to do after Zhong Pei left. Zhang Xiaohua sneaked into the Misty Hall and revealed herself in an inconspicuous corner. At this time, the candles in the Misty Hall were flickering. There were no Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Chen Chen, but only Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and wanted to escape, but she heard Yang Ruping say, "Deputy Hall Master Qin, today in the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu's behavior was a little abnormal." I think, when he said this, he stopped. Aunt Qin asked, "Hall Master Yang, if you have something to say, please say it." Vice Hall Master Qin, don't you think that Zhang Xiaohu didn't decline at all and directly accepted the Su Huan Heart Sutra? Is it because he wants to accept Sir Hierarch's goodwill and let the Misty School? Chapter 727. Hearing Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin talking about her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stop. Aunt Qin said apologetically, "Hall Master, I'm not too familiar with Zhang Xiaohu. You also know that he joined the Misty Heights before the Misty School was destroyed. It was Master O's sister who recommended him. His background should be clean, otherwise, Wenhai wouldn't have taught him wholeheartedly. It's just that." She wanted to say something but stopped. Yang Ruping also smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Qin has the same concerns as me. Zhang Xiaohu doesn't have the ethereal divine art now. If he practices it again, it will be the cultivation method of the incense cult. Hall Master Qin doesn't know about the Suhuan mantra, but I know it very well. It's also a famous mantra of the incense cult. It's a big deal for sect leader to win over Zhang Xiaohu. He may not. Alas, it's more than may not, it's almost certain. Sect leader has decreed that Zhang Xiaohu must practice it. Since he has practiced the Suhuan mantra, he can't practice the ethereal divine art anymore. This Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple of the Misty School, but his internal strength is the mantra of the incense cult. It's a great irony." Aunt Qin's brows also furrowed as she said, "That's right. It wasn't easy to send Zhong Pei away. Not only is there a new vice hall master coming in, I don't know what his character is like." This direct disciple who was originally quite pleasing to the eye was instantly roped in. However, sect leader is too blatant. Although Zhang Xiaohu is a direct disciple, but his martial arts can't catch up with Chang'e. Even Chen Chen is a little inferior. The 4 carriages of licorice roots, saving the disciples of the Tuodan Hall, and Xia Zai should be credited to Chang'e. But why did sect leader only reward Zhang Xiaohu, while Chang'e and Chen Chen didn't get anything? Yang Ruping giggled and said, "Vice Hall Master Qin, you also know to cry out for your disciple. Unfortunately, women are born to favor outsiders. Didn't you hear Chang'e and Chen Chen say at the same time that it was Zhang Xiaohu's credit that they didn't contribute at all? Alas." Hearing this, Aunt Qin sighed even more. That's right. It's normal for Chang'e to say this. Chen Chen actually said the same thing. Is it because she grew up with Chang'e? However, looking at Lingering Fragrance Peak Chen Chen's attitude toward Chen Chen today, it's not without reason. Maybe it's the arrangement of Sir Sect Master. Aunt Qin asked curiously, if that's the case, only Chang'e didn't get the reward. Then, why? Lord Hierarch's wisdom is as vast as the sea, how can we know? If we don't reward him, what can we as his disciples say? Aunt Qin probed again, Hall Master, could it be that Zhang Xiaohu can only practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method and can't practice the ethereal divine skill? If he can practice both, then our Misty School can be considered to have some relationship with him. Yang Ruping shook her head silently and said, "This Suhuan mental cultivation method is very wonderful. The disciples who practice it all have deep internal strength and it lasts for a long time. No matter what kind of martial arts they use it to perform, they get twice the result with half the effort. Even the ethereal divine skill can't compare to it. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohu doesn't practice the ethereal divine skill, he can still use the Suhuan mental cultivation method to perform the martial arts of the Misty School. The Suhuan mental cultivation method is extremely soft and can't be mixed with the ethereal divine skill at all. Not to mention the genius of Jianhu, even the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak can't do it." Back then, Lingering Fragrance Peak also had an inner disciple with outstanding talent who wanted to walk the path of yin and yang dual cultivation. Unfortunately, it went smoothly at first, but when it reached the middle stage, there was no progress no matter what. After a few years, he suffered from qigong deviation and died. From then on, no disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak took this path. However, Yang Ruping frowned and said with a smile, "There is a legend in Lingering Fragrance Peak that there is an immortal pill that can harmonize yin and yang, allowing the Suhuan mental cultivation method to be practiced together with other martial arts. The name of this immortal pill hasn't been passed down, so us inner disciples don't know about it." "How can you believe the things in legends?" Aunt Qin said with a smile, "However, there are many legends in your Lingering Fragrance Peak. We've been at Shixin Peak for many years and have heard many of these magical stories." Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. Actually, they might not all be fake. Aunt Qin didn't think so and said with a smile, if that's the case, then we have to be prepared for Zhang Xiaohu's betrayal. He changed his path halfway and his aptitude seems to be good. However, he also missed the best opportunity to practice internal strength. I reckon that the ethereal divine skill will also be abandoned by him. And, that's right. There's no need to talk about this. Moreover, he's using the Suhuan mental cultivation method to help him practice the Suhuan mental cultivation method. Although he can quickly get started, his foundation isn't solid enough. It's impossible for his mental cultivation method to reach perfection and he can't practice other martial arts. Then, the two stopped talking about Zhang Xiaohu and talked about the matters in the hall. Zhang Xiaohua saw that there was nothing he was interested in and was about to leave when he heard Aunt Qin talking to Yang Ruping. That's right, that Ren Xiaoyao from the pill expansion hall today. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said inwardly, hee, it's really worth it to come here. Let's see if Aunt Qin has discovered anything. He had a good impression of Aunt Qin. After all, she had helped him in Huanxi Mountain Manor. Alas, the people from the pill expansion hall came. Shuyu Hall and Qiankuan Hall will probably send people here soon. Why can't our Misty Hall's disciples be fine? Yang Ruping didn't seem to understand the meaning of Aunt Qin's words and complained, as a hall master, I'm also annoyed. It's just that, there's no one in the Misty Hall who can replace me. I can't just watch my husband's old subordinates be broken up by Sir Hierarch. That's why I'm holding on. Aunt Qin heard and sighed, Hall Master, you've worked hard. Then, she didn't mention Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohua hid in the dark and thought while rubbing his chin, I guess Aunt Qin wants to tell Hall Master about me. She might already be suspicious. After all, my appearance hasn't changed much. But in the end, she didn't say anything. I guess there's still some estrangement between us. Aunt Qin seems to be partial to the Misty School. That's not bad. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience to listen to the two discussing the affairs of the hall. She cast a spell and escaped. Then, she searched several places in the dark but didn't find any trace of Zhang Xiaohu. Even when she eavesdropped on some disciples, they only talked about the heartless man during the day. They didn't mention Zhang Xiaohu, let alone his residence. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to search anymore and was about to return to her residence. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something and slapped her forehead, oh, it seems that I've been so used to being a thief that I forgot that Zhang Xiaohu is Ren Xiaoyao's savior. I should just go and thank him openly. Why do I have to be so sneaky? Shaking her head with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua returned to her residence. After a quiet night, when she woke up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did she find that the Fist of the North Star had advanced to the second level. There were a total of 12 flows to temper the bones of the whole body. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that the comprehension of the heavenly Tao was really useful. Even the bone tempering could improve. Seeing that the sky was bright, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of her residence and carefully observed the surrounding environment. The small courtyard of the pill expanding hall was extremely remote. There were no residences of the Misty Hall around it, only a medicinal field. It must have been set up by the Misty Hall to isolate the disciples on duty of the pill expanding hall. In her mind, Zhang Xiaohua found that the qi of heaven and earth in the Shixin Peak was indeed somewhat different from that of the Tianmu Peak. No wonder the Shixin Peak was the richest peak in the pill expanding hall. The Shixin Peak was extremely high. Zhang Xiaohua visually estimated the peak and felt that it was much higher than the Tianmu Peak. Most of the houses of the Misty Hall were also on the mountainside. However, there were not many flat places on the mountainside. Most of the time, the mountain rocks also blocked many courtyards. While she was looking, she saw a young disciple coming from afar. It was the disciple Du Feng who had sent Zhang Xiaohua here yesterday. Thinking that he was quite enthusiastic yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua went forward to greet him and cupped her hands, saying, Senior Du woke up very early. Du Feng returned the greeting and said with a smile, It's nothing, it's nothing. We martial artists are most particular about gathering qi. The rising sun is also a great opportunity to temper the internal qi. How can we miss it? Junior brother Ren, why did you also wake up so early? In the past, the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall would only wake up late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, I've also learned a little bit of martial arts. Master also told me to practice more. Du Feng was stunned and then understood. He said with a smile, I was wondering why the Pill Expanding Hall sent junior brother Ren here. So that's why. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Du Feng was so straightforward and unconsciously had a good impression of him. She said, Senior brother Du, do you also want to test my martial arts? Du Feng heard her words and waved his hand, saying, Forget it. Yesterday, Master Yang had told me not to embarrass you. If I fight with you, won't I be looking for trouble? Well, senior brother has become a brother. I don't know if it's really straightforward or for the sake of Chen Chen of the Lingxiang Peak. The purpose of Du Feng's visit was to tell Zhang Xiaohua about the environment and let her know something. They chatted for a while and then talked about the Pill Expanding Hall. Yang Yao had told them about these things on the way to the Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua just learned about it from Du Feng and it didn't take long for them to finish. Therefore, Du Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren is indeed smart. You understood what I said. You disciples on duty don't have anything to do. We don't have a good relationship with the previous disciples, so there's no need to mention it. If you are willing, you can look for me if you have any problems. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, Thank you, senior brother Du, I'll definitely come to you for help. Then she asked about Du Feng's residence. Then she said with a smile, By the way, senior brother Du, where does Zhang Xiaohu live? This little brother is indebted to him for saving my life. Seeing that he was seriously injured yesterday, this little brother still wants to take a look. Chapter 728. Zhang Xiaohu. Du Feng nodded, he is a direct disciple of our Misty School and doesn't live with us. I can tell you where he lives, but, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, is it inconvenient for me to visit him? Du Feng smiled bitterly, I'm afraid so. He then explained, in the past, the disciples on duty of the Pill Expanding Hall lived around here and in the herb field at Shixin Peak. We rarely visit our residence. I invited you because junior brother Ren and I are on good terms. Moreover, we are both disciples of the fragrant religion and there is no harm in chatting with him. However, senior brother Ren is a direct disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if it is convenient for us to meet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I wonder if senior brother Du can meet with Hall Master Yang and tell him about this little brother's thoughts. I think it's not a big deal to take a look at our benefactor. Moreover, this little brother came from the Pill Expansion Hall and knows a little about Qi Huang. Helping Zhang Xiaohu take a look can be considered a bargain. Du Feng nodded slightly, that is good. Our Misty Hall is good at everything but we don't have anyone who knows about Qi Huang. We usually treat our own injuries. However, senior brother Zhang's injuries are a little serious. The hall was worried about him yesterday. He then pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, Let's go. Junior brother Ren, follow me. I will report to the hall master and see what she decides. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He followed Du Feng to the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua didn't go in, but waited outside. Du Feng came out not long after he went in. He smiled and said, Hall Master has allowed it. Let's go. In the future, junior brother can go and find senior brother Zhang. Hall Master likes to repay kindness. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and followed Du Feng to Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard wasn't far from Wenwenhai's, but it was in a different direction. When Zhang Xiaohua approached the courtyard, she smelled a medicinal fragrance. Perhaps someone was brewing medicine inside. Du Feng walked to the door and knocked. A woman's voice was heard, "Who is it?" Du Feng was stunned and said respectfully, "Senior Sister Chang'e, it is me." The courtyard door opened and Chang'e's haggard face appeared at the door. She asked softly, "Du Feng? You?" Before she finished her question, she saw Zhang Xiaohua who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Her face lit up and smiled, "Junior. Junior brother Ren, you are here too?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Senior Sister Chang'e, I saw that senior brother Zhang was seriously injured yesterday and I have been thinking about him. Today, I asked senior brother Du to bring me over to take a look at my benefactor's injuries." Du Feng smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren is grateful to senior brother Zhang for saving his life. When we were at the medicinal field, he kept talking about it. I saw that he was impatient and asked for Hall Master Yang's permission. Hall Master Yang also agreed and said that I can come over often to take care of him. I hope that senior sister Chang'e can make things convenient for me." Chang'e had been looking forward to Zhang Xiaohua's visit for a long time. How could she say anything more now? However, she still had to say, "Junior brother Ren, I have seen him in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Naturally, I know his character, but, forget it. Since Hall Master Yang has agreed, what else do we, as disciples, have to do? Come in." Du Feng was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, senior sister Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and thanked her. This was a small courtyard. After entering, there were 3 connected rooms. Chang'e led the 2 of them into the hall. A young disciple came out holding a bowl of medicine. He frowned and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, this. Senior brother Zhang will vomit after eating this medicine. What should we do? Should we ask for the hall master's order and ask him to come to Lingxiang Peak?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took a step forward and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I have studied Qihuang for a few years. Can you let me take senior brother Zhang's pulse?" Chang'e pretended to be happy and said, "That's right. Senior sister Xia's broken bones were fixed by you. How could I forget?" She then said, "Wait for a moment in the outer hall. I will ask senior brother Zhang." After saying this, she went into the eastern room. After a moment, she poked her head out and said, "Junior brother Du, bring junior brother Ren in." When Zhang Xiaohua followed Du Feng into the eastern room, she was not in a hurry to see the layout and decorations of the room. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was lying dispiritedly on the bed under the window. She saw Zhang Xiaohu's pale face. His eyes were sunken and his lips were dry and peeling. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded. Zhang Xiaohua hurried forward and cupped her hands and said, "Benefactor Zhang, you still recognize me, right?" Zhang Xiaohu's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His eyes were also a bit bright as he nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him with her back facing everyone and said, "I have learned Qihuang before. Now, I will take benefactor's pulse and check your injuries." After he finished speaking, he took a few steps to the bed and picked up Zhang Xiaohu's wrist. He carefully felt his pulse. After a long while, he transferred his true energy to Zhang Xiaohu and checked his meridians. Then, he frowned and thought for a moment. He smiled and said, "I don't know if benefactor trusts me. If you trust me, I will write a prescription for you. I wonder if Shixin Peak has the herbs." When Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohua's act, a smile appeared on her haggard face. She replied on behalf of Zhang Xiaohu, "Junior brother Ren, feel free to write a prescription. Shixin Peak has a lot of herbs. There are also some Qihuang herbs that are commonly used." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table next to her and picked up the brush on it. She quickly wrote a prescription and handed it to Chang'e, "Senior sister, Please find some herbs according to this prescription and boil them for senior brother Zhang. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, Chang'e was also happy. But when she saw the writing on the white paper that looked like a nest of crabs taking a stroll, she couldn't help but laugh. When the two disciples saw it, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaohua had to lower her head and count the ants on the ground, pretending that she didn't see anything. Chang'e ordered the disciple to go out and find the herbs. She accompanied Du Feng and Zhang Xiaohua to talk in the hall. Then, she heard Zhang Xiaohua ask, "Senior sister Chang'e, how is your arm?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren's bone-setting technique is really good. The bone seems to be a little sore and itchy. It should be healed soon." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly said, "It takes 100 days to break a bone and tendon. How can it be healed so quickly?" However, she said, "It's because senior sister Chang'e recovered well. It has nothing to do with my medical skills." Du Feng also chatted with her for a while. Then, he stood up and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I still have things to do. I will come to see senior brother Zhang in the afternoon when I have time. You are injured, so you should rest more. Let the other junior brothers or junior sisters do these things." Chang'e smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Senior brother Zhang saved me. I just want to repay him. Junior brother Ren, I have to go back. Do you want to go with me? Or stay here?" Du Feng turned his head and asked. "I will wait for a while. After the medicine is boiled and senior brother Zhang takes it, I will see the effect." Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't leave. Therefore, Du Feng left first. After he left, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, am I very talented in singing?" Chang'e smiled and said, "Of course you are. Not only that, but you also have the potential to be a traveling doctor." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head. She said, "It's not potential. It's real. No way." This time, it was Chang'e who was surprised. "You can set bones and plant herbs. It's okay. But you really know Qi Huang. Oh, senior sister Chang'e, you underestimate me. Do you think I only rely on elixirs to set your bones and save senior sister Xia? Well, I know you can do it. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go and see Xiaohu." As she said, she looked a little worried. Seeing Chang'e like this, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the east room and said, "Don't worry, senior sister Chang'e. Second brother is just seriously injured, which affects his body. His meridians and other parts are intact." Although she said so, how could Chang'e rest assured when she saw Zhang Xiaohu was seriously injured? She only accompanied Zhang Xiaohua into the room, but her eyebrows were still frowning. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Zhang Xiaohu's bed again and said with a smile, "Second brother, why are you so embarrassed every time I see you?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled with difficulty and didn't speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Chang'e and said, "Senior sister Chang'e, I have to check second brother's injuries." "You see," Chang'e didn't understand for a moment and blurted out, "You see, there are no outsiders now." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up with her right hand. Zhang Xiaohu was very helpless and kept blinking. When Zhang Xiaohua lifted Zhang Xiaohu's quilt and took off his clothes, Chang'e understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant. She immediately blushed and ran out. Looking at Chang'e's back, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She got close to second brother's ear and said, "Second brother, you don't seem to have any secret marks on your body. If you do, tell me now. I will definitely help you." Zhang Xiaohu's mouth moved a few times. Zhang Xiaohua put her ear close and heard a word, "Ba." Although Zhang Xiaohua had already felt his pulse and knew his injuries, when she took off Zhang Xiaohu's clothes, she was so distressed that she almost cried. Zhang Xiaohu's whole body was covered with whip marks. Some were scarred, some were suppurated, and some were still losing blood. Even his clothes were stuck. Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "Second brother, I don't know if you are afraid of pain. I have to cut off all the rotten flesh on your body." Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod slightly, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into her belt and took out a dozen jade boxes. She took out the herbs inside and said loudly, "Senior sister Chang'e." Chang'e answered and entered. At a glance, she saw Zhang Xiaohu lying naked on the bed. She was about to scold Zhang Xiaohua, but then she saw the whip marks on Zhang Xiaohu's body. She couldn't help crying and asked, "Xiaohua, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Is there a big wooden tub for bathing?" Chang'e was stunned and pointed to a small house in the yard. "There should be some in there, right?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Well, I'll have to trouble Sister Chang'e to start the fire first. I want to give second brother a bath first." Chapter 729. Take a bath. Chang'e was stunned and asked, "Why do we need to take a bath at this time?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother's body is full of whip marks. Because of the long time, his flesh has rotted. I want to cut off all the flesh. While I'm at it, I also want to wash his body with some medicinal herbs and apply some medicinal pills." "Oh, I know." Chang'e nodded, "What medicinal herbs do you need? Tell me and I'll go get them." Zhang Xiaohua pointed to the medicinal herbs on the table and said, "I brought all these. You just need to start the fire." Looking at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs on the table, Chang'e was speechless. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua managed to get them. He could only smile and said, "No problem. Although my arm is injured, it's not a problem to boil water." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked to the door without looking back. He said, "Xiaohua, it's better to put your second brother under the quilt. Don't catch a cold." "Hee, I know." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. She then covered him with the quilt. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's pale face had a little bit of color. When Chang'e finished boiling the water, the disciple who went out to get the medicinal herbs came back. He set up a pot outside and started boiling the medicinal herbs. Since a disciple came back and Zhang Xiaohua wanted to wash Zhang Xiaohu's body with medicinal herbs, Chang'e naturally couldn't stay any longer. He gave some instructions and left first. Zhang Xiaohua tested the temperature of the water in the wooden barrel and threw different medicinal herbs inside. Not long after, the strong smell of medicinal herbs filled the small courtyard. It was stronger than the medicinal herbs in the pot. TSK, these are medicinal herbs that are decades old or even hundreds of years old. They're actually boiling water for you to bathe. Second brother, if you have too much kidney fluid in the future, second sister-in-law will blame you. Don't sell me out." Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and chattered in Zhang Xiaohu's ear. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Xiaohua easily grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder with one hand and took out Chasing Dream with the other. With a wave of her hand, she wanted to peel off Zhang Xiaohu's body. In half a meal's time, Zhang Xiaohu's entire body was peeled off. All of the rotten flesh was removed, revealing new tender flesh. Second brother, you didn't see Zhao Jian's death by 1,000 cuts yesterday. It's really similar to yours. Say, why didn't he think that he would end up like this when he was torturing you? Oh, that's right. In that case, there are no more hidden marks on your body. This Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts jumped too quickly. Zhang Xiaohu's acupoints were sealed by Zhang Xiaohua so he couldn't feel any pain. However, he could still feel the small sword cutting his body. Looking at the pieces of rotten flesh being cut off and then looking at Zhang Xiaohua using the small sword to draw on his waist, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but sweat. In his heart, he cursed, "You should be more focused. Don't say such useless things. If you make a mistake, even if my kidneys are full, your second sister-in-law won't care about me." After the rotten flesh on Zhang Xiaohu's body was removed, the medicinal soup in the wooden tub was also ready. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her second brother and placed him into the medicinal soup. She smiled and said, "Second brother, I'm going to unseal your acupoints. You must endure the pain. Furthermore, I'm going to put your entire body into the medicinal soup. Hold your breath and only circulate your internal energy. I'll help you absorb the medicinal power in the soup." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua placed her second brother into the medicinal soup and transferred her qi to help Zhang Xiaohu circulate his internal energy to absorb the medicinal power. Zhang Xiaohua said it was simple and easy. However, Zhang Xiaohu suffered greatly. When his acupoints were unsealed, the pain in his body was like a tidal wave crashing into his head. The heat of the medicinal soup magnified the pain by several times. If not for his entire body being soaked in water, even if he screamed, it would only be bubbles. Zhang Xiaohu would have already cried out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu was already used to being tortured in the prison. Although the initial pain was unbearable, he slowly got used to it. Furthermore, as he circulated the art of ethereal divination, the pain in his body gradually disappeared. His mind also gradually became clear. It was as if the internal energy flowing through his meridians was the only thing supporting his entire world. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu felt an explosion in his mind. He woke up from an indescribable state. He only felt that his dantian was lively. Before he could circulate his internal energy to check, he was pulled out of the medicinal soup by Zhang Xiaohua. After that, Zhang Xiaohua sent her second brother back to the eastern hut and used the blood coagulation pill to rub his entire body. At this time, the disciples outside the hut had already finished boiling the medicinal soup. There were 2 full bowls. After Zhang Xiaohua finished feeding him the medicine, she smiled and said, "Second brother, I've already done what I should do. You should sleep well. When you wake up, you'll feel much better." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and smiled. He tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Xiaohua left the eastern hut and said goodbye to the disciple in the hall. Then, she returned to the small courtyard of the pill repository hall. At this time, the small courtyard was still as quiet as before. It was as if no one had ever been there. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the hut and set up a restriction around the hut. Then, she sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to take inventory of her harvest from the Orchid Evening Refinement. Ever since she came out from the Orchid Grand Canyon, she had not been idle. Killing people, treating injuries, and getting promoted were one thing after another. Until today, she finally had some free time. The first thing to be checked was the medicinal herbs in the belt. Those were the hard work of hundreds of disciples from the Pill Repository Hall and the Misty Hall. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had reaped without sowing. There were many jade boxes in the belt. Zhang Xiaohua could not take them out one by one. She could only immerse her divine sense into the space of the belt and take inventory of them one by one. There were many medicinal herbs in the strange birch forest. The varieties were also complicated. The disciples of the Pill Repository Hall's herb department had picked all kinds of strange herbs. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had read the 100 Herbs Compendium, she still did not recognize about 40% of the herbs. The disciples of the Misty Hall had picked some rare herbs. Although there were not many of them, their value was considerable. This not many was only relative to the Pill Repository Hall. Usually, if she only needed 10% of them, Zhang Xiaohua would be so happy that she could not close her mouth. But at this time, she was a little numb. There were also hundreds of bloody wolf tails in the belt, but they were just thrown in a corner of the space. Zhang Xiaohua casually looked at them and did not care. At that time, she had just wanted to see how many points she could get for fun. The real use of it was almost useless. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade box from the money bag and carefully removed the restriction on it. As soon as she opened the lid, a desolate, primitive, unruly, and somewhat cold aura hit her in the face. It was the black and white fruit. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This unknown black and white fruit was not like this at that time. It was just like a stone. At this time, not only was it quietly suspended in the jade box, but the fruit was also slightly rotating. With the rotation, the aura was emitted wave after wave. But when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense approached the fruit, it immediately slid away when it reached the surface of the black and white fruit. She could not penetrate it at all. What is this thing? What can it be used for? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the black and white fruit in the jade box. Frowning, he searched the Refining the World and the Compendium of Herbs. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of clues. In the end, he could only put the most powerful restriction he knew on the surface of the black and white fruit. He also put the same restriction on the jade box. Then, he carefully put it in the money bag. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out the golden lotus seed. This seed was restricted in the magma, but there was no change. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if he wanted it to grow, it must be placed in the underground magma of a deserted island. Only the chi of heaven and earth there could give birth to the mother-child lotus and the colorful lotus seed. After looking at the other things, Zhang Xiaohua took out Little Black and Little Yellow. These two were not even a month old and were still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua took them out of his clothes. They seemed to be not used to it. Their little noses twitched a few times, sniffing, and their little heads shook slightly. The two little things were the size of a palm. Zhang Xiaohua held one in each hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation when Huan first saw him. His heart skipped a beat. He placed Little Black on the ground and took out the small vitality stone that he usually used for cultivation. He placed it beside Little Yellow. Although Little Yellow was still sleeping, its nose twitched. Its little pink tongue stuck out slightly. It used its head to push against the vitality stone. Its little claws also reached towards the vitality stone. It seemed to like it very much. Zhang Xiaohua placed the vitality stone on the ground and placed Little Black and Little Yellow on the side. The two little things were actually snuggling up to the vitality stone, as if they were enjoying it. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder these two little things didn't wake up and didn't eat since they were born. It seemed that they also relied on the energy of heaven and earth to survive. They were much more powerful than the four odd beasts. Huan still had to eat grass on a daily basis. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua's comparison. Sigh, the difference was too great. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took out the large vitality stone from his money pouch and dug out two holes with great difficulty. He stuffed Little Black and Little Yellow into the holes. Then, he wanted to take back the crouching ox stone. However, no matter how he manipulated his divine sense, he couldn't put the stone and the two little things into his money pouch. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to empty the middle of the two primeval stones and put the two little things inside before putting them into his bosom. And, fortunately, it wasn't too conspicuous and wouldn't be mistaken as a woman dressed as a man. Perhaps this would allow Little Black and Little Yellow to wake up sooner. Then, Zhang Xiaohua nervously stretched out her left hand and opened it in front of her eyes. The crack on her palm was extremely long and deep. At this moment, it looked like a scar on her left hand that had healed after being cut by a knife. With a thought, the crack opened slightly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have opened a third eye and looked at herself from another angle. However, when Zhang Xiaohua saw him, she was almost about to pick him up. Calm. Chapter 730. Zhang Xiaohua opened the silver eye in his hand as if it was his third eye. However, when he used his divine sense to look through the silver eye, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. What Zhang Xiaohua saw was not the handsome and elegant man he had imagined. Cough, cough, not to mention that, even the small eyes with the flat nose were gone. What he saw was a blurry crystal skull. The skull was covered with red threads and there was a golden ball in the skull. It was exactly the same as the essence of herbalism in his mud pill palace. This. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What did I see? Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand slightly and looked at the sky again. It was also blurry, like chaos. However, he felt that there were layers to it. However, when he looked at it carefully, he could not see anything clearly. In the chaos, there were some things floating around. There were also many small light ribbons that emitted different colors. In short, it was a mess. It was completely different from what he usually saw. When Zhang Xiaohua wanted to look further, a huge wave of fatigue came from his mud pill palace. Zhang Xiaohua quickly closed the silver eye. There was no need to examine it too closely. The divine sense in his mud pill palace had been exhausted and the vital energy in his meridians had been depleted. What is this silver eye? How can it consume so much divine sense and vital energy? What did I see? Crystal bones. But why are there red threads on the bones? The golden ball should be the essence of herbalism surrounded by the golden restriction in his mud pill palace. My goodness, I usually feel it with my divine sense. This eye can actually see it directly. This is incredible. Moreover, what I see is different from what I see with my naked eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Could it be that what the silver eye sees is the real? That what I usually see is just the surface? Delirium. A name popped up in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by his own thoughts. He looked at the crack on his left hand in fear. Then he turned his palm. The fist-sized silver ball was actually melted into this flat hand. I really don't know how it was hidden. After studying it for a while, he still could not find anything. However, the name of the silver eye was found by Zhang Xiaohua. Delusion Breaker Magic Eye. It sounded very impressive. Fortunately, the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was melted into the hand. If it was placed on the forehead like the yellow wind, wouldn't I have to change my name? Zhang Xiaohua's heartbeat thought. However, no matter how powerful the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye was, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual power was low now. Just looking at it with his eyes would exhaust his divine sense and true qi. He was not able to activate the magic within it, so it was impossible for him to know what kind of magic the Delusion Breaker Magic Eye had. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the small ball that the yellow wind left for Blackie in the money bag. Maybe that small ball didn't consume much true qi. Of course, this was just a fleeting thought. That thing was Blackie's inheritance, and he had no intention of taking it away. After checking the harvest of the valley orchid at dusk, Zhang Xiaohua began to cultivate in peace. Now that she had achieved her goal of entering the fragrant religion and was with her second brother and the disciples of the Misty School, the only goal she pursued was to cultivate the way of immortality. Moreover, it was time for her to calm down and cultivate properly. After many days, Zhang Xiaohua lived a peaceful and fulfilling life of cultivation. At first, Du Feng came every day, but later, he slacked off and disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to cultivating, went to change the medicine for her second brother, and also took a bath. And, speaking of which, she had to say one more thing. The next day, when she bathed Zhang Xiaohu in the medicinal soup, she saw that some parts of her second brother's body were already scarred. It was very unsightly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately remembered that she still had the stone milk from the cold pond in her money bag. This stone milk was best for removing rotting flesh and whitening the skin. How could she forget? And, there was no need to blame Zhang Xiaohua. Anyone who obtained so many good things in the valley would inevitably miss out on some unimportant things. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of Heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup that Zhang Xiaohu was soaking in. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was a prodigal. What was this heaven stalactite milk? To put it bluntly, it was the great pill bred by the earth. It was an extremely rare, great pill. If it was taken with the corresponding cultivation method, it could either be used to cultivate a special magical ability, or it could increase one's cultivation. Perhaps there would be other surprises. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the method to take it, and didn't have the corresponding cultivation method, but she couldn't be so wasteful. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua added a little bit of heaven stalactite milk into the medicinal soup. Immediately, she saw the medicinal soup turn milky white, and the medicinal soup faintly contained rich heaven-earth essence qi. However, this was different from the heaven-earth essence qi that Zhang Xiaohua usually absorbed. It seemed that it couldn't be directly absorbed. Zhang Xiaohua knew that, she had suffered a great loss. Therefore, in the next few days, Zhang Xiaohu didn't change the water that he bathed in, and only changed some medicinal herbs occasionally. Of course, the effects of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were different. Zhang Xiaohu's previously uneven scars were not only smoothed out, but the rough, old skin had also fallen off, and new, smooth, white skin had grown out. To use some common terms, it would be, as smooth as grease and as white as jade. See, Zhang Xiaohua watched second brother come out of the wooden tub and wipe himself dry with a towel. She smacked her lips and said, "Second brother, now I know what people mean by freshly peeled lamb. TSK, your snow-white flesh, even the female disciples of the ethereal hall would be ashamed if they saw it." Bah! Zhang Xiaohu heard and hurriedly put on his clothes, scolding, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Why do you have so many ideas at such a young age? Let the junior sisters see if I can still stay in the ethereal hall." Zhang Xiaohua said shyly, then, she stopped after saying one word. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "Why did you stop?" "Better not, or you will scold me again." Zhang Xiaohu scolded with a smile, "Since you know, it's better not to say it." At this time, someone shouted in the courtyard outside. Zhang Xiaohu responded, put on his clothes and went out. It was Chang'e and Chen Chen outside. When Chen Chen saw Zhang Xiaohu, she was obviously stunned. She pointed at his face, as if there were flowers growing on it, and said, "Senior brother, why are you so white? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have changed completely." Then, she turned to look at Chang'e, clapping her hands and saying, "Senior brother, you are even whiter than sister Chang'e." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently saw the faint smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She immediately knew what this guy didn't say just now. Suddenly, her face was burning. Chang'e didn't understand what was going on. She had been here every day for the past few days, so naturally, she couldn't see the change in Zhang Xiaohu. She complained, "Chen Chen, what are you talking about?" When she saw Zhang Xiaohu's appearance, she was scared and hurried to support him. She asked with concern, "Xiaohu, why is your face so red? Was the water too hot? Xiaohua, come and see what happened to your second brother." Zhang Xiaohua said lazily, "Second brother is sweating too much. Second. Sister Chang'e, you'd better help him to the room quickly and drink more herbal tea." "Well, okay." Chang'e carefully supported Zhang Xiaohu. Her hands and shoulders leaned on Zhang Xiaohu's body, so Zhang Xiaohu's face became redder. Seeing Chang'e supporting Zhang Xiaohu into the room, Chen Chen was very surprised and asked in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, how did you treat senior brother? Not only is his injury healed, but his face." Then, she touched her very smooth round face and said bitterly, "Alas, I have been in the dungeon all this time, and there are a lot of bumps on my face. I can't go down no matter how hard I try. Can you help me think of a way?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she rolled her eyes and said in a low voice, "Wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he ran in like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he came out with a jade bottle in his hand and stuffed it into Chen Chen's hand. He lowered his voice and said, "Junior sister, I don't usually tell her. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Every morning and night, use the contents of this jade bottle to rub on your face. Every hour, wash it off with water. I guarantee that after a few days, the lumps on your face will disappear." "Really?" Chen Chen was so happy that she almost jumped up. She carefully opened it, and sure enough, a fragrance floated out of the jade bottle. "Put it away quickly. Don't tell anyone. I don't have many precious things like this. If Sister Chang'e sees it, you won't have a share. This, good things should be shared with Sister Chang'e." Zhang Xiaohua stared at her fiercely and said, "Don't you see that Sister Chang'e's face is so smooth that even a fly will slide off it? Does she need it?" Chen Chen laughed and said, "That's right." Immediately, she hid the jade bottle in her arms. "What are you talking about? Come in quickly." Chang'e stuck her head out of the hall and shouted. Zhang Xiaohua winked at Chen Chen and quickly ran in. Chen Chen smiled and followed her. In the east room, Zhang Xiaohu was still sitting under the quilt. Although the treatment for several days was effective, he still couldn't fully recover. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Chen come in happily, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "What's wrong? What's so funny?" Chen Chen shook his head with a smile, but Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Second brother, how do you feel about your injury now?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand and said, "Very good," and, before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Well, second brother, there's something I want to tell you. Besides, Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen are both here. It's the right time." Chang'e just entered the room and asked curiously, "What's the matter? You not only want Xiaohu to recover, but also want me and Chen Chen to listen to it together?" Chapter 731. It's like this. Zhang Xiaohua told the three of them about the conversation between Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin that night in the Misty Hall. Finally, she smiled and said, "I won't hide it from second brother and elder sister Chang'e. If Hall Master Qin didn't tell Hall Master Yang that she suspected my identity, I would never tell you." Chang'e glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and said to Zhang Xiaohua seriously, "Xiaohua, my master has deep feelings for the Misty School. Her only wish now is to revive the Misty School. But according to the hierarch's intention and the current situation, this is simply impossible. In the past, there was Deputy Hall Master Zhong in the Misty Hall. He supported Zhao Jian and wanted to win over some of the disciples of the Misty School. Now that Deputy Hall Master Zhong has returned to the lingering fragrance peak and Zhao Jian has been killed, those disloyal disciples have no idea for the time being. Looking at the hierarch's grace to Xiaohu, I think Hall Master and Master's analysis is very correct. The fragrance cult wants to take advantage of Xiaohu's late entry and shallow feelings for the Misty School and his identity as a direct disciple. They want to train him well and use him to restrain Hall Master Yang." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "When I was in the future, I met a disciple of the Misty School and heard him talk about the destruction of the Misty School. At that time, the hierarch seemed to have promised Hall Master Yang that she would be in charge of the Misty Hall. How can there be so many restraints now? If you don't want her to be the hierarch, just let her abdicate. Why go through so much trouble? Moreover, if second brother wants to be a disciple of the Misty Hall, just let him be. Anyway, in the Shixin Peak, who dares to say no?" Zhang Xiaohu and the other two were also puzzled. They could only say, "How can we understand the hierarch's thoughts? The only thing we can do is to fight for more benefits for ourselves when we are other people's pawns." Chen Chen looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "But since Master has found some clues, even if he doesn't ask now, I guess he will ask me and senior sister to investigate it sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua, do you think we should tell Master?" "Say it, why don't you say it?" Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, in any case, I'll be here for a few more years, so it would be more convenient to explain things clearly. However, I think it's best to only let those who knew me know about this. Hall Master Yang and the others should keep it a secret. Oh. All right. Chen Chen didn't quite understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant by convenience. However, since she didn't hide it from her master, she was satisfied. As for Hall Leader Yang, she didn't have to be responsible for her, did she? That's right, Xiaohua, can you tell us in detail about Ancestor Hu and the others that you mentioned in the Yulon Grand Canyon? I want to tell Master. Chang'e asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, I just happened to meet them. I only heard a little about it. Moreover, the Misty School is being chased by 3 families. They don't know my identity, so it's impossible to talk about it in detail. It's not bad to say so much. If Hall Master Qin asks me, then I'll tell him. Otherwise, I think it's better to hide it. You can't tell the source of the information. Of course, we know this. However, what Master said makes sense. Xiaohu's martial arts are not as good as mine. The credit in the canyon is mine. Hee, if it weren't for Xiaohua, how could I hide it from Master? Chang'e smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. You have the nerve to say that. What credit do you have? If I didn't have such a good brother, wouldn't you all be buried in the belly of the wolves? Zhang Xiaohu stared at Chang'e angrily. Oh, by the way, Sister Chang'e, your arm seems to be a lot better recently. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was about to praise her and very gracefully changed the topic. And, that's right. When Chang'e heard Zhang Xiaohua ask about her injury, she immediately praised, your bone-solidifying pill is really magical. How long has it been? I feel that in a few days, the splint can be removed. It's so magical. Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise, come, Sister Chang'e, let me see. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Chen couldn't help but ask, Zhang Xiaohua, don't you know the effect of your own medicinal pill? This. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, it's the first time I've used it, the first time I've used it. Bang! The 3 of them almost fell to the ground. She dared to let others take the medicinal pill that she hadn't used before, and she really did. When Zhang Xiaohua checked Chang'e's injured arm, he couldn't help but ponder. The effect of this bone-solidifying pill was really amazing. Chang'e's broken bones had already healed. After a while, he would be able to move freely. This? It seemed that what she said when she gave the prescription was true. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohu, since Sister Chang'e's bones will heal soon, you don't have to worry about yourself. Although your bones were seriously injured and were broken by the law enforcement disciples, with the treatment of the bone-solidifying pill, they will recover after a while. It should be much faster than the injury on my left hand. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was moved and asked, then, if the joints of the bones are broken, can the bone-solidifying pill be used to treat them? It should be possible. Anyway, it's just to treat the bones. Zhang Xiaohua answered casually. Zhang Xiaohua's casual answer was like a gospel in the ears of Zhang Xiaohu and the other 2. They said with a trembling voice, are you sure? Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, who knows? It's the first time I've used it on Sister Chang'e, and the second time for second brother, but I think it's 60% sure. The 3 of them were a little disappointed, but they all looked at each other and didn't say anything. They chatted for a while and guessed who would be sent to Shixin Peak as the deputy hall chief after Lingxiang Peak returned. When the 4 of them unanimously confirmed that Chen Chen would definitely not be sent, Chang'e and Chen Chen smiled and said goodbye to each other. After Chang'e left, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said mysteriously, Xiaohua, I have something to tell you. Go and see if there's anyone in the yard, and then close the door. Seeing that her second brother was so cautious, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, you don't want to go to Xiangism, do you? In fact, even if you go, I won't stop you. Bah! Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, I was born in Misty School, and I'll die in Misty School. Although I'm in Shixin Peak now, my heart is in ethereal heights. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Seeing that her second brother was really angry, Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, and then went to the yard to check with divine sense. After locking the door, she returned to the room and said seriously, say it, second brother. If you elope with second sister-in-law, I'll definitely help you. You. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless, can you not be so active? Zhang Xiaohua had a bitter expression on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Second brother, I'm still young. I can't compare to you. If I'm older, wouldn't I age faster? Okay. Zhang Xiaohu also begged for mercy, you're right. Then he still looked out of the window worriedly and said, is there really no one outside? No. What about behind the house? I've just checked. I can guarantee that there's not even a female fly within 2 feet of the yard. Then Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, second brother, what's the big secret? Tell me quickly. I'm still looking forward to being scared by your secret. This time, Zhang Xiaohu did not laugh, and said seriously, it's like this, Xiaohua. On the first day when I was sent to the dungeon by Vice Hall Master Zhong, that Zhao Jian came to the dungeon alone at night, this bastard. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is too evil. Second brother, you've been wronged. Are you, in pain? Zhang Xiaohu did not understand and said, it's not painful. My acupoints are all sealed, so I don't feel much pain. That's good, that's good. Zhang Xiaohua felt lucky and said, you didn't tell second sister-in-law about this, right? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, no, this is a serious matter. I can only tell you. I don't dare to tell anyone. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, that's right. Only I, as your brother, can keep this a secret for you. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu said curiously, I don't think I told you what happened. This. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, we're all humans. What's so hard to guess? Hey. Zhang Xiaohu spat and said angrily, I'm talking about Zhao Jian's palm on my dantian and crippled my cultivation. Oh, I know, this bastard is so useless. What? Zhang Xiaohua just understood and jumped up and shouted, this bastard is too despicable. He actually crippled your inner strength. Second brother, do you know where Zhao Jian is buried? Let's dig him out and grind his bones to dust. But. Zhang Xiaohu tugged at Zhang Xiaohua and said, but, I realize that, my dantian is perfectly fine. This inner energy of the divine misty art, I've cultivated a lot these days. Ah. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be dumbfounded. She stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, second brother, can you not joke with me like this? If you don't believe me, take a look. Zhang Xiaohu extended his hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua really did not believe it. She circulated her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's meridians and immediately knew that her second brother was right. The dantian was indeed intact. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua did not believe it. Did Zhao Jian show mercy? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohu also smiled and said, didn't he just want to cripple me? How could he show mercy or be negligent? I remember that I even used my inner strength to check. Then what happened? After that, my meridians were sealed and I couldn't check them. When Lord Qin Qin used his internal energy to check my meridians, I realized that something was wrong. He actually said that I had lost all my internal energy but didn't mention that my dantian was broken. These few days, I've been slowly cultivating my inner strength. Only then did I realize that it was indeed the case. That's why I told you. I see. Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Then, she channeled her true qi into Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and carefully examined it. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked in astonishment. Chapter 732. Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of true energy to check Zhang Xiaohu's dantian. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was nothing strange about her second brother's dantian. It was completely intact, but it felt very small. Compared to her own dantian, it was simply a small puddle. Thus, she couldn't help but mock, "Second brother, your dantian is too small." That's not right. What's going on here? She saw that a certain part of Zhang Xiaohu's dantian was clearly much thinner than the other parts, and in this part of the dantian, the unrefined medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill was obviously more. After seeing it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother is indeed a fool's fortune. Even if you were schemed against by Zhao Jian, he didn't succeed." Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled. Zhao Jian has already checked, how could he be negligent? It's like this, second brother. Back then, Zhao Jian had indeed destroyed your dantian and destroyed your cultivation. Even the ethereal divine art that you originally cultivated, as well as the cultivation that I used to increase my cultivation, had all dissipated. When Zhao Jian checked, he also saw that you did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. However, he never thought that you had taken the meridian nourishing pill before. This meridian nourishing pill, as its name implies, nourishes and improves the meridians. At that time, when I helped second brother refine the medicinal power, I also used it in the dantian, and a lot of the residual medicinal power was left in the dantian. And after your dantian was broken, the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill was actually able to repair your dantian. Second brother, I have to say that your character is not bad. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and said, even I didn't expect that the meridian nourishing pill could actually repair the dantian. Oh, right, of course, when Chen Chen checked your dantian, the medicinal power of the meridian nourishing pill had already repaired your dantian, so she said that there was no problem with your meridians. Moreover, didn't she also want to refine your internal energy? That was because it had already dissipated. Your major acupoints had been sealed, and you didn't have time to cultivate. Naturally, there was nothing left. Only the little bit of medicinal effect of the meridian nourishing pill in your dantian was seen as the medicinal effect of the cinnabar fruit. And, when it reaches my dantian, it's all ordinary medicinal power. If I don't experience it myself, I won't be able to tell what kind of medicinal power it is. Your dantian is fine. I've been soaking you in medicinal soup these past few days. The spirit herbs used in those medicinal soups are all many years old. With the addition of the sky stalactite milk, second brother, you only need to cultivate a little. Wouldn't these few years of inner strength be as easy as pie? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes shone with excitement. He didn't thank Zhang Xiaohua first, nor did he ask how he could cultivate better. Instead, he asked with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, this so-called meridian soothing pill of yours, how many more do you have?" Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "Not many. Let me count." She counted with her fingers for a long time and said, "There are a total of 18 pills. For you, Sister Chang'e and Chen Chen each ate one. There should be 15 pills left. What's wrong? Second brother. This." Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious and said, "Xiaohua, this medicinal pill is so magical. I think it must be extremely precious. Can you give me some?" "Oh. I don't need many. 5 pills. Oh. If there are more, 3 pills will do. If not, 1 pill will do." Zhang Xiaohu couldn't speak clearly. His eyes stared at Zhang Xiaohua, full of desire. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Are you crazy, second brother?" Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. He saw Zhang Xiaohua take out a jade bottle from her arms and throw it to Zhang Xiaohu casually, saying, "You just want some meridian soothing pills. You said so much to me. You are so polite that I have goosebumps all over my body. Well, these 15 pills are all for you. You can eat them all. However, it seems that only the first pill is useful for improving cultivation. I don't know what effect it will have on the meridians and dantian. But if you eat more, it may be able to strengthen your sex drive." Zhang Xiaohu caught the jade bottle containing the meridian soothing pills in a hurry. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored her ridicule. He opened it and said, "It seems that there are not enough for 15 pills. It seems that I gave one to someone. I don't remember." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. "Gosh." Zhang Xiaohu said, "You don't even know the number of such precious pills. Alas, if I had known this, I wouldn't have let Chang'e and Chen Chen take them." "Oh, second brother, you are so selfish. Do you want to surpass second sister-in-law in martial arts and dominate the family?" Then he said mysteriously, "You don't have to worry about this. I have specially prepared it for you. When the time is right, I will give you a surprise. I promise that second sister-in-law will never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime." Zhang Xiaohu didn't listen to her nonsense. He carefully put the jade bottle in his arms and pinched it uneasily, saying, "These pills are not enough." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that one pill would do? Why now?" "Oh, second brother, I forgot." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She patted her forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of it? Didn't Hero Wen's dantian also break and his decades of internal energy dissipated? If he uses this pulse-nourishing pill, won't he be able to repair his dantian?" Then he frowned and said, "But second brother, your situation is different from theirs. You took the meridian-nourishing pill first and your dantian has medicinal power. When Zhao Jian broke your dantian, the meridian-nourishing pill was able to repair it. But Hero Wen has already lost his internal energy for so many years, he might not succeed." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have to try. It's better to have hope than despair. That might not be the case. If there's hope, then it's better to be defeated by it." Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. Zhang Xiaohu didn't reply. He knew that he couldn't give up this chance to repair his master's dantian. Even if he failed, he could still do something for his master. Then, Zhang Xiaohu probed again, "Xiaohua, do you still have that bone coagulation pill?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and she smiled, "Second brother's idea reminded me. Since the pulse-nourishing pill can repair the dantian, then can the bone coagulation pill be able to repair the joints? I was wondering why you guys kept asking me about the effects of the bone coagulation pill. It seems like you guys are also thinking about the martial uncles and martial uncles of the Misty School." Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "You saw my master in the Misty Hall. You also know how High Master's martial arts were back in Lu Town. But now, he is no different from a strong man. He doesn't say it, but how can I not know the pain in his heart? It's a pity that you only have a few pills." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and patted her chest, "I thought second brother was regretting something. With only your brother here, wouldn't you be able to get as many pills as you want?" "What?" Zhang Xiaohu suddenly wanted to lift the quilt and get off the bed. "Did you really refine it yourself?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly held him down. "Don't move, second brother. Don't worry, speak slowly. Even if you lie on the bed, I can still hear your surprise. You don't have to walk to the ground to express it." Zhang Xiaohu was held down by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't move. He was surprised. Zhang Xiaohua's strength is getting stronger and stronger. "Didn't I tell you in the Yulon Grand Canyon that I refined it myself? Do you think it was given by the inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak?" Zhang Xiaohu said embarrassedly, "That's not it. You said you were in the pill opening hall. We all know that the pill-opening hall refines pills. You must have taken it from the pill-opening hall. Zhang Xiaohua wiped her forehead and said, it would be great if the pill-opening hall had such good pills. And, it's no wonder that your pills were given by the disciples on duty of the pill-opening hall. It's normal for you to think so. However, Zhang Xiaohu's expression immediately darkened as he said, it's a pity that although there were some alchemy rooms on Shixin Peak, the alchemy furnaces in those alchemy rooms had already been removed by the fragrant cult when we arrived. It turns out that even if the alchemy hall's disciples wanted to refine pills, they couldn't. So. Zhang Xiaohua still looked unfathomable and said with a smile, second brother, you don't have to worry about this. When you recover, just find me a pill room. You don't have to worry about other things. Oh, by the way, your Misty Hall has to provide herbs. Zhang Xiaohu realized and said, of course, where did you get the herbs? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy and then said, be careful to keep it a secret. Don't catch Chen Chen and take him to the lingering fragrance peak without giving you many pills. Chen Chen. Zhang Xiaohu showed a strange smile on his face. I heard from our Chen Chen that you seem to know Chen Chen and have a good relationship with him. When he left, he pulled you aside and whispered to you. This Chen Chen's figure is good and his voice is nice. But how old is he? How does he look? Sweat, Zhang Xiaohua sweated. Second brother, when did you become so gossipy? Alas, Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's normal for young people to fall in love. This Chen Chen's identity is good, stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who had always laughed at Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e, now also tasted the taste of being laughed at. If there was such a thing, it would be fine, but who was Chen Chen? He was an inner disciple. How could he care about her? Being laughed at by second brother like this, there was no meaning in getting any pills. By the way, second brother, you just said about the pharmacy hall. Where is Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic and said, I remember asking you in the Yulon Grand Canyon. You just said it was okay, but didn't tell me the details. I've been here for several days and haven't seen him. Where is he? This. Zhang Xiaohu was a little speechless. He knew He Tianshu's position in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, so he didn't want to tell her about He Tianshu's situation. He thought that he could gloss it over, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would chase him to Shixin Peak by accident. It seemed unrealistic if he didn't say it. So, Zhang Xiaohu cleared his throat and said, Xiaohua, martial uncle his situation is very bad. Chapter 733. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously, Captain He. What happened to him? Is it possible that he's no longer alive? Zhang Xiaohua told her the worst-case scenario. That's not it. It's just that. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly explained, it's just that his meridians are all broken, his dantian is damaged, and all the bones in his body are broken. He's no different from a cripple. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, so that's how it is. As long as he's still alive, it's good. But then she asked curiously, Captain, he is a disciple of the pharmacy hall. Even if he's a disciple, his martial arts should be slightly better. How could he be so ruthless when the Misty School was destroyed? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head, Uncle He's injury was not in the Misty Heights. He was only slightly injured at that time. Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled, but her eyes were fierce, that is to say, Captain, he was injured at Shixin Peak. Then, second brother, who did this? Zhang Xiaohua did not ask what the reason was, but directly asked who it was. Who else could it be? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly, it's the same person who tortured me. Zhong Pei. Zhang Xiaohua said coldly, this guy's character seems to be very bad. He always comes out of my mouth. It seems that I have to give him some unforgettable memories. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything this time. On one hand, he knew how his younger brother's martial arts were. He was someone who did not even put the blood wolves in his eyes. Why would he be afraid of a mere Zhong Pei? On the other hand, Zhong Pei had returned to Lingxiang Peak. Where could he find him? Breaking into Lingxiang Peak. Oh dear, it was better to wash his face with cold water. No disciple of the Chuanxiang cult would have such a ridiculous idea. He would let Zhang Xiaohua have her way. Then, Zhang Xiaohu explained, "Xiaohua, do you remember the medicinal field in Huanxi Villa? Of course, that's where I fought. How could I not remember? Well, since you remember, you should also know about the few fields that have not sprouted, right? Of course, Captain He and the others went to those medicinal fields that didn't germinate." Zhang Xiaohu said disappointedly, "That's where the problem lies. If those medicinal fields didn't germinate, it would be fine. But when you came to our Misty Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition, these medicinal fields that had never germinated actually germinated." Zhang Xiaohua was still somewhat at a loss and said, "This is a good thing, ah. Doesn't Manor Lord O want these medicinal fields to germinate?" He was the clearest about the reason why the herbs had sprouted. However, after the martial arts exhibition, he had returned to the Guizhuang house with Zhang Xiaohu. Many things had happened after that, so he had long forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. If the three sects hadn't besieged the Misty School and destroyed the Misty School, perhaps this would have been a good thing. That day, the disciples of the fragrant religion entered Huanxi Villa and searched the entire villa. It seemed like they were looking for some kind of secret martial arts book. However, they were careless. This medicinal field was indeed seen by an inner disciple who had been a vice hall master of the Pill Expansion Hall. He immediately recognized that it was a type of medicinal plant that he didn't recognize. Thus, he was cautious and picked some back. When he returned to the fragrant religion and inquired, it was even more amazing. This medicinal plant was actually planted by the fragrant religion a long time ago, but it didn't germinate. Thus, the inner disciple reported the situation to the sect leader. The sect leader seemed to attach great importance to this matter and handed it over to Zhong Pei to handle. Originally, Martial Uncle He was an unknown figure in the medicine hall. Almost no one knew what was going on. However, at this time, someone wanted to get close to Zhong Pei, so he mentioned Martial Uncle He. "Who is this person?" Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and asked. "Who else could it be? You know this person too. Isn't he from the medicine hall? Chang. Deacon Chang. Yes, that's him. Chang Biao, that arrogant guy. Where is he now?" Zhang Xiaohua asked indifferently. "Him." Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was filled with mockery as he said, he wanted to gain merit and use Martial Uncle He to exchange for his future. However, he forgot that he was also a deacon of the medicine hall and knew more than Martial Uncle He. Martial Uncle He was only sent to Huanxi Villa because he was ostracized. Chang Biao was a popular figure in the medicine hall. When Martial Uncle He was captured by Zhong Pei, he didn't say a word no matter how they tortured him. Zhong Pei, who was also eager to gain merit, also sent Chang Biao to the dungeon. I heard that when the law enforcement disciples interrogated Martial Uncle He, they held back a few tricks, afraid that he would lose his life. The reason for the medicinal plant's germination was that it was lost. However, they didn't show any mercy to Chang Biao and the others. They actually beat them to death. Serves them right. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and scolded, "This is the most suitable ending for such people." Then she asked with concern, "What about Captain He?" "Alas, didn't we just tell you what happened to Martial Uncle He?" Later, Zhong Pei was also ruthless. Under the premise of keeping Martial Uncle He alive, he used everything he could. Now, Martial Uncle He's living a life worse than death. Zhong Pei is really ruthless. In fact, Captain He doesn't know why the medicinal plant germinated. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. He wanted to ask her, "Martial uncle, he doesn't know. Do you know?" However, it would be best if he didn't know about this matter. There was no need for him to ask. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that when he saw the medicinal plant that didn't germinate on Tianmu Peak, he had asked Bai Huan about it. Bai Huan said that it had just been planted a few years ago. At this time, it was related to He Tianshu's matter. Wasn't it something that happened at that time? The fragrance cult had planted it before, but it didn't germinate, so they stopped planting it. However, when they searched Huanxi Mountain Villa, they found that the medicinal plant of the Misty School had actually survived. They couldn't find fault with O Yen, so they could only look at He Tianshu. After all, he was the leader of the medicinal plant planting team. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua should have been mentioned at that time. However, he had been there for such a long time, so he must have been ignored. But who would have thought that this guy was the key to the medicinal plant's germination? When the pill-spreading Hall saw that the medicinal plant of the Misty School could be planted, of course, they also wanted to try. Therefore, several medicinal plants that didn't germinate appeared on the peak of Tianmu Peak, just like Huanxi Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, without Zhang Xiaohua, these medicinal plants still wouldn't germinate after 4 or 5 years. I really have an affinity with these medicinal plants that don't germinate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. However, he immediately remembered that he still had a seed on Tianmu Peak for experiment. When he left, there were no signs of germination. It had been a long time since he had taken care of it, so it was probably still the same. Well, when there's a chance, I'll just destroy it. Who knows what will happen? After listening to Zhang Xiaohu's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. After all, if he hadn't attracted the lightning, the seeds of the medicinal plants wouldn't have germinated. If they wouldn't have germinated, He Tianshu would have been fine. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua asked, then, where does Leader He live now? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu told her where He Tianshu lived. He then reminded her, Master's junior uncle He's situation is very bad. It's better not to visit him. It will also cause misunderstandings. Oh, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I'm now a disciple on duty at Pill Expanding Hall. If I visit him rashly, the people from Ethereal Hall will inevitably think that I'm going to interrogate him. Well, I don't care. But they will hate me in the future. Then, after thinking for a while, she said, Second brother, give me one pulse-nourishing pill first. Why? Zhang Xiaohu didn't agree. You gave it to me. Io, look at how stingy you are. I'll return you 10 pills tomorrow. I can give it to you. But you have to tell me what you're going to use it for. What use? Of course it's for Leader He. I don't use it myself. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, that's right. Actually, among these 15 pills, I've left one for Master's junior uncle He. He was so good to you in the past. How could I forget him? What about the others? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked. Alas, my master and Master's dantian were all broken. Zhang Xiaohu sighed and said, you know Master's junior uncle Shui, Master's junior uncle Lu, and many others. Miss Shui Qing, Miss Shui, Master Lu Mingyue. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. They were all people who had helped him before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nodding silently, Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother, let me handle this. If it weren't for them, we would still be farming in the Guizhuang house. Maybe we would have been beaten to death by the bullies in Lu Town. I must save them. But Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, you can't tell them that I saved them. Eh? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, then how are you going to save them? Second brother, you don't have to worry about that. Just tell them that you can save them and take them to a secluded place. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaohu was also a smart person. He nodded and said, that's good. It'll be easier to do things if you keep your identity a secret. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that her second brother had misunderstood. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Second brother, actually, I didn't have any thoughts before." However, after hearing what Hall Master Yang and Aunt Qin said that night, I had a feeling. What? Since the leader of the fragrance cult wants to rope you in, why don't you go with the flow? You're a direct disciple of the Misty School. This time, you've made a great contribution. Your status in the hearts of the ordinary disciples has greatly increased. If you can heal the injuries of the older generation's martial uncles, do you think they won't be grateful to you? Can't they push you to the front? Zhang Xiaohu's heart was moved. He was very tempted, but then he asked tentatively, "But, doesn't the Misty Hall still have Hall Master Yang?" "Second brother, didn't you hear what I said? Hall Master Yang isn't very willing to be the Hall Master. Or rather, she's willing to be the Hall Master in name and protect the disciples of the Misty School. If the disciples of the Misty School grow up, she may let go. This matter is a bit serious." Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. "I have to think about it carefully." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.